foundation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every computer. Yeah.
Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 Placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Kaczynski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be God while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once then I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work. Come on, let it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack detected full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory be brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotting to misinform the whole chorus within constructions. Nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With insight, such disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millimeters, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. And the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking glimpses. The hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
Yo, in my historical oracle, I blast metaphorical editorials, educating in my territorial, get torn. Heavily armed with 70 bombs that'll blast divine like the heavenly song. Your men will be gone if they explore my deepest thought. I beat hearts in two, then axe demons for chalk. I'm dreaming to stalk MCs in the dark. I walk blindfolded, the mind's golden. Watch how you talk, my style is an art. Recognize lyrical purity, all hell breaks loose like I'm all with no security. The dopest vocalist, with my third eye I focus when I proceed. Flow with the speed of an indie motorist. It's more than this than wasted. Shiny chains and bracelets. I hear tracks, my tongue wait for the brains to blaze it. Amazing, angelic, tell it to your people. Come on, yo. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies when the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine.
Raw poems, bury your body in catacombs. Rip your soul from your limbs like rims from Jim Jones. In the twilight zone, we disperse cowards. Vampires that stalk Earth on reverse hours. Night calls, we talk at your facade. My latitude is guard. Darts out my jaws, leave eternal scars. You're left breathing out of tube straws by the marksman. Harnessing science for demolishing the charlatan. Raps will make you parallax. My domain has power to block synapse inside veins. War shots fired off by the army type warlocks. Devil's plan is to have you drip in the Clorox. Beast deceiving us, ways devious. Possessing my peeps, the Wall Streets with stolen heat like Prometheus. Elements rushing you back to hell again. Philadelphians, crush your skeleton to fucking gelatin.
Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times we're like skies where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine.
Don't ever come at me with war. I've severed scores of orators. Rappers fall under all fours like minotaurs. When Jedi mind and the planetary be farming this, we stand one step above you like a pharmacist. With ominous, detonate the bomb. Head spread, hallucinogenics in Vietnam. I spit a song, create bombs like an Iraqi. Swear on the Bible and then lie to Ecclesiastes.
Assault and battery.
Battle me, that'll be what split you. Store enormous amounts of energy in the crystal reaver will constrict you. The guards are militant. You faggots couldn't go to length like you was impotent. You ignorant. Your whole clique is split in half. You step in our law path and face our law wrath. What?
I prove you lost already. Brace yourself for the main event. Y'all impatiently waiting. It's like an AIDS test. What's the results? Not positive. Who's the best? Pop, Nas, and Biz. Ain't no best. East, west, north, south, floor style greetings. I embrace y'all with napalm. Blows up, no guts. Left chest, face gone. How the knives with God. Semi-autos at your pockets. A burner at the side of your dome. Come out of my throne. I got this. Block 6, 9-1. I am the truest. Name a rapper that I ain't influenced. Gave y'all chapters, but now I keep my eyes on the Judas. With the Ryan Shorty fame, kept my name in his music. Check it, fuck with your soul like ether. Teach you the king, you know you. Godson across the belly, I prove you lost already. And yo, pass me the weed, so my ashes out on these niggas, man. And yo, you faggots, y'all nail and kiss the motherfucking ring. Fuck with your soul like ether. Teach you the king, you know you. Godson across the belly, I prove you lost already. Fucked over, left for dead, distant, forgotten, luck ran out. They hope that I was gone, sniffing rotten. Y'all just piss on me, shit on me, spit on my grave. Talk about me, laugh behind my back, but in my face, shop well, which is friendly, acting envy, hiding snakes. Put your hands out for my money, man. How much can I take when the streets keep calling? Heard it when I was asleep, that this KZ and Cockefeller records wanna beef. Started cocking up my weapons, slowly loading up this ammo to explode it on a camel. And the soldiers I can handle this Madolo and his manuscript. Just sounds stupid when KRS already made an album called Blueprint. First, Biggie's your man, then you got the nerve to say that you better than Big. Dick sucking lips, won't you let the late great veteran live? Real. Godson across the belly, I prove you lost the rent. The king's back with my crown. Yeah, we'll rest in peace, let's do it, niggas. Fuck with your soul like ether. Teach you the king, you know you not. Godson across the belly, I prove you lost already. Y'all niggas deal with emotions like bitches. What's sad is I love you cause you're my brother. You traded your soul for riches. My child, I've watched you grow up to be famous. And now I smile like a proud dad watching his only son that made it. You seem to be only concerned with dissing women. When you abusing the child, scared to smile, they called you ugly. Well, life is harsh, hug me, don't reject me. I'll make records to disrespect me, blatant or indirectly. In 88, you was getting chased in your building, calling my crib, and I ain't even give you my numbers. All I did was give you a style for you to run with, smiling in my face, glad to break bread with the guard. Wearing jazz chains, no text, no cash, no cars, no jail bars, jigger, no ties, no case, just Hawaiian shirts. Hanging with Little Chase, you a fan, I'm phony, you're fake, I'm pussy to stand, I'm still with your ass. You 36 in a karate class, you Tybo ho, trying to work it out, you trying to get brolic. Ask me if I'm trying to kick knowledge, nah, I'm trying to kick the shit you need to learn though. That ether, that shit that make your soul burn slow. Is he Dame Diddy, Dame Daddy, or Dame Dummy? Oh, I get it, you Biggie and he's Puffy. Rockefeller died of AIDS, that was the end of his chapter. And that's the guy I chose to name your company after. Put it together, I rock hoes, y'all rock fellas. And now y'all trying to take my spot, fellas. Philly's hot rock fellas, put you in a dry spot, fellas. In a pine box with 9 shots for my Glock, fellas.
Some great by the watcher himself, making
nothing to prove, nothing to lose. Can I bust him? Bustin' in the booth. Straight out the Kobe, shoulda eat ya. This is the fire breather. Nothing to prove, nothing to lose. Can I bust a mic club? Bustin' in the booth. Microphone check 1, 2, you know what it is. Can I bust? Still getting biz. Trick mics, gas molecules emit light. I bring Delta TC squared to the fist fight. First I develop the fence, then negotiate the disarmament from the other side of the fence. Hence, the tetrahedron is a prison for a four-headed demon. I weaken every time I see fight for my freedom under the big tree bleeding. I create hip-hop but don't need. I serve my back on rap like God turned his back on Eden to return like Cat Stevens. You believe it, I live it, I breathe it. I smash mics to pieces, that's the secret. Can I fail? I rock bells on the Ho Chi Minh Trail to the song of the night. Yeah, any artist can turn a garden to a desert, but can he turn a desert to a garden? That's where I come in, running, straight gunning, ready to punish, nigga. I don't budge when it's fuck. Double the budget, niggas turn hip-hop to something it wasn't. Made it hard to love it, so I come back to conquer with a monster mantra. My spiritual father is Swami Vivekananda. Promote freedom, stabilize the region. Think for yourselves, it's just like breathing. The departed hip-hop artists regarding the condition of the carnage. Dead farmers, I already saw it. Back to the army, back to Patari, back to the heartbeat, offbeat on a dark street. Feet, aggressive, assistive training. Haji somewhere waiting, 1 minute remaining. Satellites counter-locating, the bloodbath begins bathing. We both believe we'll fight the same, but we both got the same God who accepts the same sacrifice. Blood, tears, life, fine pics and travels. So real, I was holding a weapon when I was overpowered. There was no hours. 30-minute sessions, cleaning weapons, asking myself questions about what happened last mission. Radiation isolation. I'm an asshole, but I'm patient for a nurse with nice-shaped tits. I'm a poet. My house is a palace. A small cabin is passage, darker than the catacombs of Paris. Chateau de cannabis, Saint Germain, sadomasochist. I don't use chains to trap a bitch. Don't get distracted, repeat your rap schematic over and over until it's automatic. My body is a machine, machines need fuels. 2 gastronasal tubes, feed me smoothie food. The recruits clearly produce the abstract schematic you can use over a fretful squeeze blast pants. Right side paralyzed, above the waist, below the waist, the left side paralyzed. It's a unique case, it's a talent to rhyme, great lost weight, lost sense of smell and taste, wasting away paying attention to space. Ain't wait, open the gate, watch these skewers reverberate through the deserted, desolate space of this purgative place. Rim walls, a metaphor law, make your skin crawl, nothing to prove, this is lyrical law.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, it's interesting set of themes that I think we're trying to establish if you've been rocking with us here on the regular show, where we're trying to lay down foundations for a sort of historical analysis of the sort of mainstream view of history. We could analyze the scientific sort of worldview on its own terms, so we could see what comprises this notion of liberalism. And from that, I want to sort of get into how branching off of liberalism, we have this sort of world technological system that's been established. Okay, and it's up to anyone to decide whether this has sort of been established at the sort of behest of the sort of liberal agenda, right? So has the goal of humanism been met in sort of transhumanism or post-humanism, right? Well, this is what helps us understand what techno-liberalism actually is, which is, firstly, that liberalism gave birth to its own executioner, which is the world technological system. And secondly, now it seems that liberalism is being driven by new forms of technology, and so is the scientific enterprise, right? So we can understand that there's a separation at first between the idea of liberalism and the idea of technological progress. These two things are not inherently they're not one and one, right? You have to sort of see in history how the case has been made, right, that liberalism and technological progress have become enmeshed. Okay, the secondly is this idea of science and technological progress. Right, you could see in many ways and forms that science and technological progress are not exactly one and one, right? But they proceed at sort of different, they have a different shape throughout history, but they sort of converge on several points throughout history, right? So there's points of convergence where this sort of historical model culminates, conflates, and shows a continuity between certain ideas and concepts. Okay, so when we see this continuity that goes on for thousands of years, right, we start to settle in our mind that certain patterns exist, right, in terms of how man comes to understand different notions, like, for example, these three ideas that I just put forward, right? Scientific innovation on the one hand, right? The expansion of, liberalism on the other hand, right? And secularism, right? And humanism, which we've sort of stated that those are the same project, okay, for different reasons. And obviously, this is why, particularly in the West, right, there's a culmination of certain conceptions from the religious conceptions that exist throughout the Western sort of sphere of influence, right? For example, there's firstly the the notions of the sort of pagan conceptions, okay? And obviously there's different streams of thought within sort of Zoroastrian and Hindu and Egyptian cosmologies, okay, where they talk about there's a sort of underlying source and so on and so forth. So within those sort of pagan conceptions, there seemed to be either some sort of advancement or some sort of combination with this more consolidated mode, right? Where in Egypt, it took the mode of sun worship, right? In Hinduism, it takes the form of the Upanishads, right? In Zoroastrianism, it takes the views of the Avestas and all of this type of stuff, that that there's one sort of dominant form of goodness, right, that exists. And of course they have a sort of mediation between the world, right? So there's this idea that there's a good God and a bad God, right, within Zoroastrianism. Again, obviously this had a huge effect on the Jews, right? Because the Jews, right, well, first of all, they were liberated by the Persians, right? So and then secondly, the Jews were absorbed within the Alexandrian, right, sort of web of sort of multiculturalism, where they were comparing and combining lots of different philosophical and religious modes. Okay, so there's many times when several of these ideas, like, for example, Jewish, Greek, and Persian, right? These ideas were sort of merged, definitely in Alexandria. Again, the people who merged them were like sort of like Jews, right? You know, Jews that were pretty much part of the Roman Jewish elite within Rome, right? Because Jews were set up, Edomites. I believe Edomites are still Jews, but they're kind of like, they have like more Arabic, you know, leaning. There's lots of like popping noises and so on and so forth, though. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. So let me go through the chat here, but obviously Greek, Jewish, Persian ideas merging in Alexandria. Moving from there, you have this creation of Adam Kadmon, right? This creation of the archetypal man within, you know, I believe the Mandaeans had this concept, right? And Rabbi Akiva had this concept of Adam Kadmon. So there's this notion of the primordial man or the heavenly man that's a mediator for nature and God, essentially. Okay, and this apex man, or sort of culmination of both the male and the female in the Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? So it's a merging of several different conceptions: Zoroastrian, Greek conception of Plato, right? And also the Jewish idea, right? So there's an Orphic notion of, and sort of this is kind of what Enoch represents too, okay? Because in Jewish mysticism, they have this idea of the lesser Yahweh. You could look this up, right? It's pretty weird, right? So they have the Metatron angel, right? And that's a, I think in like the mystical things, it's like Enoch or something, right? This is like the scribe of God or some sort of thing like that, where there's a archetypal man. In Enoch, I think Enoch is referred to as the son of man. And then I believe, like, I think that's what they call Jesus too, right? Because Jesus is the second Adam. So I don't know if he shares the same form as the original Adam, right? So I don't know if he looks like Adam, right? But Adam is made in the image of God, right? So, and yeah, so I'm sure that Christ has something to do with the image of God, right? I think that is the case in Christian cosmology, right? I'm certain I've read something about that. Obviously, I'm not going to speak at length about that because we're not.
It probably didn't look like Adam. If one's going to take like passage from Isaiah as like as a type and shadow of Jesus, then his appearance was not of any like anything to write about. It says like basically he wasn't that good looking. And
oh, you're talking about if you equate Jesus with the suffering Messiah in Isaiah 53 or something like that?
I think it's there, or there might be another passage, but 53 is usually the go-to one. But like the second Adam is basically a metaphor. I mean, like you already said it, that they're both from God. Whereas
Yeah.
Adam brought sin into the world, so Jesus, the second Adam, resolves the sin,
Yeah.
atones for it.
Yeah, so there's all of these sort of prefigurations and of Adam and so on and so forth, and representing the sort of dual nature of man and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, so there's all of this idea between the spirit and the flesh, and this is the main concept, is the tying together the spirit and the flesh through the mediation of this sort of heavenly being, right? That mediates between God and nature, right? Because nature is the sort of state that needs to be reconciled, right? Man is made in the image of God, so he can reconcile nature to God. And this is kind of what we see in the conceptions where we combine humanistic ideals with the religious conceptions and go fully with them. Obviously, there was a huge battle between what was primary in terms of several different dialectical formations that we've alluded to. Like, for example, the separation between nature and time, right? In terms of the separation of being and becoming, right? So, in terms of nature and time being put in a dialectic, nature is put in the state of becoming. So there's not a sort of monistic conception of the world. It has to be a dualistic conception of the world that allows the sort of idea that nature can be subjected to change, right? And within that, right, there's a domination of the sophist sort of view on the sort of Platonic view, because what starts to dominate over the sort of Platonic conception, right, of the mind being above language, because this is something of an argument that he had with the sophists. Okay, what really came to dominate is language, because language became sort of combined with the abstract, and this is where Plato became sort of hijacked, right? So Plato's conception, as we've alluded to earlier, right, his idea that there's a world of symbols that you could create to hijack the ultimate world of the forms and subject man to a sort of intermediate array of symbols that constitute the sort of worldly needs of man. So you could sort of keep him permanently attached to the lower strata, right? And through these by primarily through the mediation of symbols. And of course, it's primarily through the mediation of symbols that we arrive at the unique condition of man, because as we said, right, if you want to look at Plato as sort of math, and then Aristotle as sort of logic and language and the compartmentalization of knowledge, right, whereas Plato represents sort of the unification of knowledge, right? And the subjection of the many to the one, right? Then you can sort of see how you know, one of them won out over the other. And of course these two forms were combined, right? Math and logic were combined in an abstract language by Bertrand Russell and Alfred North Whitehead, right? So you finally have this idea of math which acts, you know, it crosses between the realm of language and the realm of symbols, right? So, and this is the idea of the symbolic logic, is that the content is you know, can be switched out, right? So you could have a logical prefiguration where the content you know, in terms of the words and the phrases, can totally be switched out for a whole another set of words and phrases, right? But the logical value of the word or phrase will remain the same, right? So there's this sort of content plasticity once you apply these abstract notions to symbols, right? And the invasion of you know, the abstract and the technical into the realm of language and symbols, right, creates this sort of universal language, and the sort of permeation of language, right? The you know, mimetic complexity that sort of causes this ontological death, right, is essentially you know, is essentially basically you know, the replacing of what the fuck did I say? Language for this the principles of mind preceding language, right? And so there's these two dialectics, right? One is nature versus time, and the other is mind versus language. Okay, so obviously time has to dominate over nature. We have to put nature in the realm of becoming to get to progress, right? Now in the realm of the abstract symbols, as I described, right? There's a total corruption of symbols, the invasion of the technical into the symbolic, right? Okay, we have this gentleman here. Blessings. Greetings, sir. How you doing today? Oh, you're muted. Whoops. Yeah, there you go.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, Set? How you doing, Dom?
Pretty good.
That's good.
I got done my thing today, and I have it set to premiere tomorrow.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll be there. What time is it going to be at?
I have it set for 8, but it's pretty long.
8 p.m. or 8 a.m.?
A.m.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, 8 a.m. I could possibly just play it here. I'm not sure if that'll be... Yeah, I could play it.
Teaser. Yeah, that will be looking forward to it, Dom.
Yeah, I can maybe play it on my phone. It's 8 a.m. So
you'll be looking forward to it.
Yeah, blessings.
Mm-hmm.
Ended up being 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Oof. But that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Bueno. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
What people think.
All right, that's enough of my face.
What were you guys talking about?
Oh man, what wasn't I talking about would be a better phrase.
Yeah, more so that it's a large cornucopia of thoughts, but it's a good cornucopia.
one thing I was saying was that this notion of mimetic complexities, ontological death, right? And I want to move on to this notion of how you can't ghost somebody in a village, and how that combines these two ideas of escapism and voyeurism that are created by the modern pressure in society, right? Alluding to the ability to ghost and avoid other people, right? The total avoidance of others, the loss of the sacred, right? The corruption of meaning, right? Loss of meaning, right? So on and so forth, right?
Desecration of, this symbolic, the desecration.
Part of a greater axis of ideas that I call destruction of wild nature and the loss of traditions, right? Two psychological and spiritual and social impacts of the world technological system that simply cannot be reversed, right? So
Yeah, it's too late. Unfortunately. It
Right,
just seems to be the case.
Well, I think and I was saying this earlier, right, that America comprises a large percentage of the wild nature on the planet that was untouched, because overseas they've planted and harvested so many things that it's like a giant desert, and so on and so forth. And there's a huge problem with desertification, right? Because the land is kind of poisoned, right? But there's a huge amount of wilderness in America that was sort of untouched. So if we could perceive America as the wilderness, right, and the sort of natives and the slaves and the poor whites joining together to fight against the landowners, right? Because this was a real movement that comprised the early America. And of course, we need to take a look at local communities taking creative control over the forest in their area, right?
Yeah.
So if we could diffuse, right, and allow large scale technologies to collapse, reintegrate technologies on a local level, right, allow each local community to take creative control of the forestry in their area through the project of community forestry, where they decide to replant the wild nature in that area, right? So we could begin to leave nature alone and begin the process of letting it heal itself, right? And so on and so forth. And I think that obviously it's a great spiritual war, right, to get to that, right? This is a great vision, right, that we all have to fight for, right? Nobody's going to hand this type of life that I'm waxing poetical about into our hands, right? We have to idealize it. And I think a new conception of what America can be is part of that dream, right? In my idea, right? So I think many people will join me in that as brothers in the cause, if I explain and elaborate our positions, right?
Have to make sure it's like a big tent, type of project.
Absolutely, yeah.
Has to be big tent. Yeah, it has to include all the crazies that would want to.
Yeah, all the Christians.
Yeah, all the crazies. Yeah,
and the atheists, right? And,
and of course, people like me they also want that too, right?
Right, exactly, yeah. So lots of types of and obviously that's why I think the leftists are fake leftists, right? Because they don't worry about the destruction of wild nature. The conservatives are fake conservatives because they don't worry about the loss of traditions. It's the world technological system that is causing both of these things.
Yes, it is. It's ironic.
So their ideology is totally falsified, right? There's a huge gaping hole in their worldview, right? And so we're just here to mend that tie until they correspond with these ideas that we're laying down. They can't take seriously that big gap that they have in their views, right? That makes their views more fanciful than they are realistic, right? More idealistic than they are practical, right? So this is something that we have to internalize. going forward. And obviously this is my plea, right? So
I talked a little bit about what I thought the ideal America would look like. And you were talking even a little bit about how in early America, the poor was basically united. I almost mentioned that. It just kind of slipped my mind, but yeah. And then the poor just divided, or I'm sorry, the rich divided the poor just based off race. And that's where the concept of race and racism comes from. Well, actually, racism comes from a dude in the 20th century, the 20th century. The dude who made Indian boarding schools. I can't remember his name, but
I thought it was
modern stuff.
Well, actually, Aristotle said, he said that, that the Europeans are the stupidest people in the world, right? And he said the Chinese are, they're actually the smartest, right? But they're the most enslaved, right?
Yeah.
And he said, they're like obedient sheep, and he said, actually, the Greeks actually combined the freedom of the Europeans, because the Europeans, while being extremely stupid, they're extremely free people, right? They're free-spirited, right?
Barbarians.
Yeah. So he said their free-spiritedness allows them, the Greeks combined the both of them, right? The best of the both of them. They have the freedom of the Europeans and the intelligence of the Chinese. So obviously the Greeks considered all other races of people to be barbarians, right? So Greek scholars and authors wrote about this, and obviously a lot of different tribes and all that stuff, right? They thought they were the greatest people on the planet, right? But that's not really the problem, right? I don't think that's really a problem. I think maybe every race or people should kind of have pride in their own, way of life, right? I'd like to read, this thing. I read this earlier, right, on Sam's show, right? This is chapter 80 of the Tao Te Ching, right, where he describes the ideal state. He says, a small country has fewer people. Though there are machines that can work 10 to 100 times faster than people, they are not needed. The people take death seriously and do not travel far. Though they have boats and carriages, no one uses them. Though they have armor and weapons, no one displays them. People return to the knotting of rope in place of writing. Their food is plain and healthy. Their clothes fine and simple. Their homes secure. They are happy in their lives. Though they live within sight of their neighbors, and crowing cocks and barking dogs are heard across the way, yet they leave each other in peace while they grow old and die. Right? So this is the thing, right? They may never visit the surrounding villages, right? They may never know what their neighbors are up to, but you can't ghost somebody in a village, right? You're going to see that guy the next day. Right. You can't just avoid.
He's your neighbor, he's literally your fucking neighbor. Yeah.
Yeah, but so the avoidance of people is not possible. Whereas today, right, in these modern apartments, right, the neighbor is dying and festering and stinking, and then they call the authorities because they're worried of the smell of this dude festering in the apartment that they've never met before. The guy who lives next to them, rotting away in the apartment. Right. So
can you imagine the smell?
Yeah. Yeah. The sort of atomization of man, right, due to his isolation and interconnectedness, right, his forced socialization on the one end, and then his alienation, right, through not only the extended prosthetic, the extended prosthesis of the world technological system, right? But the foggy somatic detachment, right? Through the externalization of the ego and the mediation through the machine, right? Where he has to consolidate all of his thoughts and opinions through this machine, right? And so this is the real issue, is the consolidation, the assimilation of culture, right? Via the machine, the creation of a monoculture, and so on and so forth. Technical universalism, right?
And then the machine from there just shapes the people's emotions and thoughts and uses them as machines themselves. Exactly like Mumford describes the mega machine as a great term. But Yeah, it's just all an energy harvesting operation. And the people who take advantage of it, they kind of get a free ride compared to everyone else. And that's the point. But they still have to put in the work necessary to maintain their positions of authority. But that's not,
Yeah.
it's not the regular, it's not work like a regular person does at all that they do.
Absolutely. Yeah, it also reminds me of like Ellul's, mass man, the mass man and like the technique automation, desacralization of things, it's definitely a problem. It is the greatest issue of our times, yeah.
Right. We're kind of on that section of Ellul where he describes the process of massification in the chapter on human techniques. And yeah, he kind of says that is the total thing that causes man to lose his autonomy, right? This process of massification, right? Of becoming a mass man. So yeah, this is how man can literally be made the object of techniques, right? And so on and so forth, right?
Yep.
Extremely stupid European reporting in.
Oh.
Yeah, we got the man on the street, Cecil. I'll check the people who are writing in the chat at this moment. Blessings. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I appreciate everyone. So we got this. Life is rough. Wear a helmet. Exactly, right? We got this guy here. I believe this is one of the Trump, Elvis guys, right? A Vomitus Hollywood production, right? There's multiple Trump Elvis accounts. I don't know if they're the same person or different guys, right? Sammy, blessings. Wild optics. Streets. Fatima, blessings.
Hi.
I appreciate you.
Hello, my oomfies. That's what I call them.
Oomfies. Great stuff. Yeah, Dr. E, I appreciate you. Alki, what's up? All right. We got Cecil out here at the stove. Yeah, chilling. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cecil face. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah.
Hope you get good rest. Yeah, exactly. I got some kind of bronchitis going on. We'll work through it together. We're still doing the show tomorrow, made by Machine Bob. As soon as I get off of here, I'll go talk to our friend Firestarter. He's participating in the show, and we're gonna make a cool video for you guys tomorrow. Don't know if Neurojack will have time. Jake, Sam. Yeah, blessings. Me and Sam laid down a powerful show earlier. So make sure you guys check that out. I'll replay it at the end of the show. So I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Sam, blessings. Yeah, we talked about a lot of good stuff there. Yeah, okay. All right. So same people. I appreciate all of you. Crystal, Fatima, Sam, Cecil, blessings, guys. All right, let's go to we'll chat about some other stuff. We'll go to a break and we'll go to this transhumanism declaration. Right? We'll take a look at this this piece of shit, right?
Yeah, the piece of shit, yeah.
Yeah, this sort of piece of shit declaration. Yeah, so we'll see what they want, right? Or in the propagation of, and now obviously this doesn't work across the board, right? We showed that Zoltan guy or whatever, he's got a different idea of the thing. So there's a bunch of different transhumanist ideas.
Yeah, there's Zoltan Ivor or Ovor, I don't know, but yeah, he was like
whatever, Zoltan Istvan.
Istvan, there you go. Istvan, yeah, he's really weird. I had one friend that was like heavily influenced by him. I haven't talked to him in 2 years now. He was fucking crazy, and like honestly, I'm good that he left. Yeah, so it was good for like the mental health to like to remove yourselves from the presence of people who worship the transhumanist, and especially the transhumanism supported by Zoltan, because he's fucking just ludicrous, insane.
Yeah, and we did a special on transhumanism at the Truther Cop channel. So I showed you guys tons of very strange views about these weird AI agents and whatnot. Just really just strange shit about putting AI in your brain and what they're talking about in terms of the transhumanist ideals have morphed through the advances, right? The new advances in technology, and of course, the Kurzweil and Musk and all these guys, they're talking to each other and feeding each other with this, these I think kind of shitty ideas. And I think we covered a lot of why I think there's some gaping holes in the way they're putting this together and how they think this could be applied by the general public, right? Some of these technologies and how the general public will have access to these miraculous technologies, right? I think some of that is questionable at best. And historically, we've seen how these things are applied, right? And of course, it's part of a huge arms race, right? So, so we have to really question whether these visions of the transhumanists actually match and comport with reality, because they're dangerous misinventions may have serious repercussions for people, especially by leading them astray in terms of distracting them in terms of what's possible, right, or what's preferable. And I think that is the primary thing that they're doing, is sort of psyoping people. And
Yeah. That's what they do best. They do, man.
Yeah, it's the old Simonian magic, right? It's not
absolutely
the old simony. Even though they want to act like it's a higher class of magic, but yeah,
I look chopped.
yeah, so
that's better.
So let's
Hey, Timo, quick question. Is it dark? Is it dark there where you're at yet?
Yeah, it's dark. Yeah, I start my show when it's dark. Yeah,
I'm just asking because it's just starting to get dark here, and it's like 9:45.
Yeah. That's kind of how it was here too. Yeah. It was 9:45. It started to get dark. Yeah. So.
Oh, you're in a different time zone. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in Michigan, and so on and so forth, Eastern time. So you guys are over there in. I think you might be 2 hours.
I'm central. I'm central right now.
1 hour. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's Chicago time. So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah. Chicago is like a 5-hour drive from here. So it's interesting. But yeah, I've definitely driven to Chicago a lot because I used to be married to a girl that lived in Chicago. So, we had to go see her family in Chicago like all the fucking time. It got really annoying. And yeah, we're no longer married and whatnot. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Let's get up in some music, I guess.
Musica.
Yeah, and this is a mix I sort of made of Eye Against Eye. So I played a sort of version of Eye Against Eye earlier by Jedi Mind Tricks. And yeah, this is just a really, lyrically, it's a really strong type of song. And yeah, so we'll sort of play this thing. Blessings. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, there's a little bit of reverberation or whatever coming from Cecil, so I'll mute Cecil real quick. But yeah, we'll play this real quick and we'll be right back. Blessings.
Yo, in my historical oracle, I blast metaphorical editorials, educating in my territorial get torn. Heavily armed with 70 bombs that'll blast the mind like the heavenly song. Your men will be gone if they explore my deepest thought.
Hold on, let me start that again. My bad.
Yo, in my historical oracle, I blast metaphorical editorials, educating in my territorial get torn. Heavily armed with 70 bombs that'll blast the vine like the heavenly song. Your men will be gone if they explore my deepest thought. I beat hearts in two, then axe demons for chalk. I'm dreaming of stalk, MCs in the dark. I walk blindfolded, the mind's golden. Watch how you talk, my style is an art. Recognize lyrical purity, all hell breaks loose like a mall with no security. The dopest vocalist, with my third eye I focus when I proceed. Flow with the speed of an indie motorist. There's more to this than wasted. Shiny chains and bracelets. I hear tracks, my tongue wait for the brains to blaze it. Amazing, angelic, tell it to your people.
Mic, am I mic? Come on, yo, no equal.
Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine.
Raw poems, bury your body in catacombs. Rip your soul from your limbs like brims from Jim Jones. In the twilight zone, we disperse cowards. Vampires that stalk Earth on reverse hours. Night calls, we talk at your facade. My latitude is guard. Darts out my jaws, leave eternal scars. You're left breathing out of tube straws by the marksman. Harnessing science for demolishing a charlatan. Raps will make you parallax. My domain has power to block synapse inside veins. War shots fired off by the army type warlocks. Devil's plan is to have you drip in the Clorox. Beast deceiving us, ways devious. Possessing my peeps, the war streets with stolen heat like Prometheus. Elements rushing you back to hell again. Philadelphians, crushing skeleton the fucking gelatin.
Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and
Don't
combine.
ever come at me with war. I've severed scores of orators. Rappers fall on the all fours like minotaurs. With Jedi mind and the planetary be farming this. We stand one step above you like a pharmacist. With ominous, detonate the bomb. Heads spread, hallucinogenics in Vietnam. I spit a song, create bombs like an Iraqi. Swear on the Bible and then life to Ecclesiastes.
Assault and battery.
Battle me, that'll be what split you. Store enormous amounts of energy in a crystal weave will constrict you. The guards are militant. You faggots couldn't go to length like you was impotent. You ignorant, your whole clique is split in half. You step in a long path and face a long ride. What?
Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine.
Okay, so let's check out this transhumanist declaration and see what the deal is here with the transhumanism declaration out here in the streets and what it do. And yeah, so this is obviously by Bostrom, right? He's added this as an appendix to the end of his A History of Transhumanist Thought. And of course, we've read that in its entirety on the show. We've analyzed it, reviewed it, right, so on and so forth, right? It's been a live thing that we've engaged in. So so there's two different aspects of this. There's the transhumanist declaration and the transhumanist manifesto. I believe he's written both of these, right? So let's read through the transhumanist declaration. I'll throw this up on the screen. Take a look at this together, and we'll see if this is, you know, something that people want, right? People need, right? And so on and so forth. Then this is obviously their vision for humanity. So, so let's see what it, so let's see what they have to say. They said humanity, right? Of course, they're talking about all of us, right? Stands to be profoundly affected by science and technology, right? In the future, In the future. That's questionable, right? That's the questionable part, right? You know, we know there's, you know, there's obviously been improvements in the past, right? But does that mean that there will be progress in the future? Right? And some of these improvements, have they been to the collective benefit of humanity, or have some of them been to the detriment of humanity as a whole? And are some of them leading to a sort of existential crisis for man? Right? These are some of the things about the worsening and deepening problems that we're referring to. Right? So, like, for example, the lack of vision, right? The separation between thought and action, right? The separation between the ends and the means, right? As Ellul says, the proliferation of the means has brought about disappearance of the ends. Like, for example, when we build a nuclear power plant, that you can't shut off the reactor for thousands of years, but no country is going to last that long for 1,000 years in the future to preserve and take care of this nuclear power plant. So we've basically established something with no vision as to who will manage it 1,000 years down the road, right? And this is the sort of lack of vision or the disappearance of the ends, right, when we sort of engage in some of the technical enterprise, right? We're worried about what we can achieve in the moment, right? So we construct these large systems, right? And sometimes it's not the future that we're concerned with, right? So just that first line, I think there's a lot of problems with that first line, right? Is what I'm trying to tell y'all, right? So let's go to this second sentence of this piece of shit declaration, right? We envision the possibility of broadening human potential. Okay, let's take a serious look at that. Broadening human potential, right? So it's not as if we have a potential that's set in place that we can expand and better and follow this chain, but it's a totally different potential that he's reaching for. Right? This possibility of broadening the human potential, possibly by changing the definition of what it means to be human. Why not?
Well,
if you want to broad,
I think human potential means how efficient they're going to be at working.
Right.
So they're going to increase that potential.
Right. We can stretch man to any capacity we can for him to assimilate to technique. Of course, that's the potential that he's really referring to. Right, broadening the human potential. Right, yes, men will be stretched like a steel cable, as Ellul says. Right, to his furthest limitations to correspond with technical advancement. Right, but does man have a fixed potential? And is broadening the human potential changing the definition of what it means to be human? That is the key. Yeah, I think Cecil was sort of frozen there. So, blessings. Cognitive shortcomings and voluntary sufferings by overcoming aging, cognitive shortcomings and voluntary sufferings, right? And our confinement to the planet Earth. Feel trapped here, right? We barely know what this place is, but they feel trapped here. This is pretty Gnostic in the way of the conventional sense of Gnosticism, not the broader meaning, right? Because we know that Gnosticism refers to many different traditions that don't always see nature as a bad thing, right?
Indeed.
So, yeah. So we got to be more careful. But I mean, in the sort of conventional sense where this is a mistake, you know, that this is a bad guy that created the world, you know, so on and so forth, right? So involuntary suffering on our confinement to the planet Earth. Interesting. All good. Trying to get good shots of fireworks. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Blessings. Yeah. Yeah. So we envision possibility of broadening human potential. So let's look at aging, right? Well, obviously they want to live forever, Right now we've right, this idea of immortality. He opened his work, The History of Transhumanist Thought, by talking about this, right? And then he ended it by talking about this genetic engineering where you could knock out all the disease and all the problems of aging in one foul swoop, and basically people will be just perfect for the rest of their lives, right? And live however long they want, and then they'll put themselves in the cryogenic chamber or something, right?
Oof.
He talked about cryogenics, he talked about genetic engineering, he talked about immortality, anti-aging, right? Cognitive shortcomings. Now, we talked about that yesterday with Truther Cop, right? Where, Kurzweil is saying that once we combine with the AI, we'll have a quadrillion-fold increase in intelligence. It's just simultaneously, thinking and creating whatever we want in the 3D printers, as how I was describing it. But obviously, this technology will be weaponized, right? People will be sublimated to whatever technical project is convenient, right, to get to the next step of progress, right? This is always how it's been, right? And how many people will be sacrificed for the next round, right? And so on and so forth, right? And yet they're against involuntary suffering. Right? The problem with the transhumanists is what has to happen to get to their dream world, right? In the interim, right? The issue is not the things that they're proposing, but what it takes to get there, right? What we have to sacrifice, right? So it's funny that they talk about involuntary suffering there, right? Pretty ironic, right? And our confinement to the planet Earth, I don't even understand why the fuck that's a problem. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. Intelligence does not equal wisdom. Right?
Certainly not.
Yeah, you could have all the information in your head. That doesn't make you smarter, even. Or if you have access to the info, that's not going to help you think through things, form arguments, form critical thinking skills. Right? Just because you have more info doesn't mean that, so what? Download all the info to your brain. You're going to be as dumb as you were yesterday, motherfucker. Right? That's the truth, right? You're not going to be able to organize it all. You might even be dumber because now you're in information overload, paralysis by analysis, right? So on and so forth, right? So let's be honest, right? Do you really want to pump your brain with innumerable amounts of information, overload your fucking circuitry, right? Who knows what that's going to do, right? Let's fucking be honest, right? You don't want that link, boy. Neural link. Reject the link. Reject the neural link, right? This is the machine lies, god damn it. Right? Let's get it popping, right? You guys understand the program, right? Go watch your stupid fucking drama show, right? Or your manufactured comedy bit show, right? Like Old Women, right? This is the problem. And no disrespect to the old women in the chat. I greatly appreciate you guys. I mean, you guys are the same, same as me, same spirit. You guys are rebel spirits, right? And so on and so forth, because you're here with me, right? But this is the thing. Let's move on to the second fucking point, right? We believe that humanity's potential. I'm gonna make some comment. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, man. Yeah, name blessings. Yeah. So so we believe that humanity's potential is still mostly unrealized. Now, why don't you tell us what humanity's potential is, right? And how we can constantly improve ourselves. It could always be better. You could kill yourself trying to make it better all the time, right? That's the truth behind it, right? You need a standard. You need a fixed potential, right? This unrealized potential business. I just went over this in the last one, right? That is a constantly shifting standard, right? Unrealized potential. You need a fixed potential. You need fixed goals to realize the power process, or else you'll be a chain and somebody else's fucking link. I mean, a link in somebody else's chain. Sorry. Right. I don't know if that's even a term, right? If that's even a phrase, right? But yeah. Yeah, so there are yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Salud. Yeah, man. there are possible scenarios that lead to wonderful and exceedingly worthwhile enhanced human conditions. What a broad statement that is. There are possible scenarios that lead to wonderfully and exceedingly worthwhile enhanced human conditions. What? Yeah, like what? Like like eating more eggs, you know, right? Like, like, you know, what is this? You know, right? Like, what a broad statement, right? But see, this is the problem here. It's this unrealized potential business. What do you mean? You want to change the definition of what it means to be human? Right? If you change the, you know, if you brought in human potential, does that change what it means to be human? If it's unrealized, then you don't know what it means to be human. If it's an unrealized potential, right? You know, so, and how do you know that this, you know, why look for perfectibility? Do you even think that perfectibility exists of man? And this goes back to our introduction, right? This idea of the archetypal man. So you thought I'm just laying out these ideas because they don't matter, right? They're inextricably linked to everything I'm presenting now, right? Obviously, because he's talking about humanity, and then my whole introduction was about humanism and people being sublimated to techniques that they've invented. People being enslaved by their own creations. Excuse me. I still have like a throat ache, but I'm trying to manage it. It's less than before, but it's lasted for 3 weeks. So I feel like I have some sort of bronchitis or something. So it just hurts to talk, but blessings, people. I appreciate you guys. I will possibly end this in 6 hours or something like that. And of course, we're presenting tomorrow, Made by Machine Bob. I'll tell you guys about that later. Okay, let's move on to the next one, right? Because this unrealized potential business, this is wild. All right. So we got 4 more here. I believe there's 10. Oh, there's only 8. Okay, so there's only 8. Chain of fools. Yeah, personhood over dogma. Yeah, blessings. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. It'll fix ailments, not thinking of when things are altered. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, personhood over dogma. That's a heavy hitter. Right? Yeah, we'd love to have you on the show sometime because that's a heavy hitter in terms of thoughts and ideas, right? So yeah, blessings. So we recognize the humanity of we recognize that humanity faces serious risks. Serious risks. Right. One of the biggest existential crises caused is caused by technology, right? One of the biggest existential crises that man faces, one of the biggest risks that man faces, okay, is technology run amok. Viruses, whether they be biological or synthetic viruses, right, for the computers. Okay, all sorts of epidemics, pandemics, right? Okay, all sorts of nuclear fallout, right? Possible, right? All sorts of reliance on pesticides, right? On the crops. Right? We could have a worldwide food shortage, right? We could, if we reach peak oil, right? We lose an oil production. Okay, they are saying that the production of oil is poisoning the environment. The scientists themselves are saying this. They're saying that technology is destroying the planet. That's literally what they say. It's very ironic. But as we read in the Club of Rome report, right, they're literally saying that technology that's being used to save the world is also destroying the planet that's created by man. Man is the problem. That's literally what they said. It's literally paradoxical horseshit. And yet they talk about man reaching his true potential when they're using extreme Calvinism to say that he's the problem of all the world's things, right? Or whatever, right? You know, it's insanity, right? And I'm using this Calvinist thing as a euphemism. No disrespect to our Protestant friends, right? I greatly appreciate your inputs, and of course, all forms of Christians are welcome here on this program. I greatly appreciate you guys, and I greatly respect your viewpoints, right? So there are possible realistic scenarios that lead to the loss of most or even all of what we hold valuable. Yeah, like the total loss of the sacred, the total loss of meaning, the separation from nature, the loss of traditions, right? This sort of, you know, but these are huge. Right? I can't believe he doesn't see, right? That all of these things that we hold so valuable have been lost to us. You know, we've lost these things due to the world technological system. Loss of the sacred, loss of meaning. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I appreciate you guys. John Trudel. I don't know who that is, but I trust you guys, right? Calvinist leaders that are destroying the world. I don't know. People say a lot of things. They do blanket condemnation of either Christians or Catholics or Jews, or we're not really with that. We I want a more nuanced approach and looking at the world's problems. Oh wait, we got Cecil here. Yeah, blessings.
Hey, bro. Hey. Look at Kitty. Kitty. Yeah. Actually, I kind of wanted to ask you a little bit. I've been meaning to ask you about this, TML. So,
yeah,
this was like when you were saying that these techno liberals were saying that we need technology to save humanity from himself. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, that's in the Club of Rome report. They say that the common enemy of humanity is man. I believe that's a quote by Alexander King in Club of Rome. And then basically this culminates with the notion in terms of how they're saying that we can use technology to save the world. Well, the technology is created by humans, right? So how is the same technology that's destroying the earth and the humanity that is evil that created the technology that is the problem going to save humanity? You know what I mean? It's a total. So that's what I was explaining, is that techno liberals, they blame humanity, but they want technology to save us. Right. And this is kind of the problem, the endemic sort of self-hatred of the liberal, right, is sort of seen in this. Right.
So that's like a paradox then.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, that's more where we're at. We present the paradoxes, and of course, those paradoxes present underlying tension and issues with, trying to find any conclusiveness in this line of thought. That, oh, well, we're going to save the world. We created the technology that's destroying the planet, and we're this problem, and then we're going to save it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Right?
Yeah.
So
liberals are definitely all about techno slavery. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly, right? They want to enslave us to technology by creating overarching systems so they can control people's resources, manage the Earth's resources, and control every nation on the planet. and force feed it monoculture, mass homogenized, mass produced, right? And every unify all the cultures, unify all the religions, and and eat your goy slop. So here it is. Let's go on. We also so what about these fucking things that we find valuable? What do you know about it, transhumanist? You have no fixed idea of human potential. You have no definition of what humanity even is, right? And now you want to tell us what's valuable, right? What to hold valuable, right? What about human dignity, right? What about that, right? Don't you feel dignified or prideful in being a human, right? One bit, right? Instead of being an animal or a machine, right? Or are you just a monkey that created technology and now you want to merge with the machine and the monkey and the machine, and you totally skip over man? This is the problem. Your humanism is never directed at man. You went from a monkey to being a machine. Okay, let's go. And that's why you don't have any fucking values, right? Let's go on. Some of these scenarios are drastic and others are subtle. Although all progress is change. What a redundant statement. Not all change is progress. No shit, Sherlock. And that's kind of what we're trying to say, right? Things have changed. Have they progressed? Well, in some ways they have, in some ways they have not, right? And so history ebbs and flows. It's not just a linear progression, right? And as I've been, sort of having mini debates with Buddha, right? That spark up every now and then about this concept of evolution, and this concept of the telos and all this, and whether telos, whether
is
evolution
dangerous, apparently.
Yeah, evolution has a telos and so on, and exactly. And whether we totally comprehend what this notion represents, right? And so on and so forth, and whether we're conflating lots of different ideas together. So we've been having this idea of seeing, because obviously, right, there is an increase in complexity, right, in life. So I mean, does that symbolize progress? Well, evolutionists will say no, right? Even though they'll try to tie evolution to the idea of progress. Like, for example, Darwin tied evolution to the idea of progress, right? And his subsequent followers, right? They promoted eugenics, right? They said we can improve humanity, and so on and so forth, right? So all of a sudden, this idea of evolution is either progress, and obviously change is not progress, so we have to be careful, right? But the whole issue is concerning whether the technological, right, idea, or the eschatological scheme, the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right, whether that eschaton is part of a living idea, right, as Teilhard de Chardin describes as the new sphere, right, which is this eschaton that's invading the present, right? So it's reaching, it's working on the present through the past, right, by going into the past and working on the present, right, so on and so forth, right? So the eschaton sort of merges these three aspects, right? Past, present, and future, is what he's trying to say, right? And it sort of blends these two concepts of nature and time that I was describing in the introduction, while nature was being placed in the state of becoming by the Platonists and the subsequent thinkers. So let's go on. So what are we going to improve? Are we going to improve the world? Are we going to improve humanity? Are we going to improve technology? Right. Well, these are three different areas of progress. Right. We could definitely improve technology and not improve humanity. Right. We could definitely improve our environment, right, and not improve either technology or humanity, right. We could improve technology and nature, and humanity would just sort of stay the same but benefit. We can improve humanity and make it surpass technology and nature, right? So who knows, right? Through the spiritual paradigm, right? So who knows? Who knows what's possible, right? In these three areas of improvement. But what are you trying to improve? Are you trying to improve technology? Are you trying to improve our environment? Are you trying to improve man? Okay, so let's go on to 4, and I'll try to be sort of shorter with these next ones because we've only read 3 of these, and I've just been talking a lot. So research effort needs to be invested into understanding these prospects. Yeah, okay. We need to be carefully deliberate deliberate, sorry, how best to reduce risks and expedite beneficial applications. No shit. But again, right, what needs to be improved, right? Is it humanity, nature, or technology? And then that will help us figure out where we need to dump the research. And if one of these things cannot be improved, right, or we've reached sort of apex, or there needs to be some other direction we need to go in terms of humanizing the tech, or making it align with nature, or trying to just focus on technological advancement, and that'll sort of just correspond with improving humanity as a whole, right? Or what area do we need to focus on, right? In terms of the research effort, right? And who's going to invest this money? Right? Who's going to invest this money? Is it the state that needs to undertake this? Right? Is it does it need to be a private enterprise? Right? So that still needs to be figured out. And of course, there's different, right? The Thiel Bros will tell you that the private enterprise is the best for technological innovation. Right? They're trying to do this thing where they merge technology and capitalism, right? Merge accelerationism and libertarianism, right? And so on and so forth. Right? Yeah, so maybe that's the right way, right? Maybe having research firms be like startup companies, right? This is what he proposes, right? And having the state be like a corporation, right? That's what this guy Moldbug proposes, right? So the Thiel Bros, Moldbug, and all these Jayish people, they think they've already figured out the new economic system of the world, right? And so on and so forth. And of course, technology plays a huge part in that, right? So what level do we need to cultivate? Is it on the level of the state, on the level of private enterprise, right? Or do we need to merge both of these, right? Into a sort of, it's kind of like socialism, but it's like techno-libertarianism, right? But it's like corporate socialism of the most extreme kind, right? So let's move on. It says, so if that's the direction we're going, is like smart cities, jam people into the smart cities, right? Or what level do we need to improve this, right? What's the most beneficial application of the technology, right? We need to carefully deliberate. Well, that's the $1 million question, right? What is the best application of this technology?
a smart city is like a techno prison.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah, it's got to be something
Surveillance.
like that. Yeah, don't take the link, the neural link, and don't go into the smart city. I mean, it's basically, you know, I mean, it's a done deal. All right. And yeah, if they're gonna start putting these data centers into space and building Skynet, like how we showed on the show yesterday with Truther Cop, I mean, this is some crazy stuff, right? We need to all contemplate and deliberate if this is the best way. So he says we also need forums where people can constructively discuss what should be done. Funny. And a social order where responsible decisions can be implemented. Right. So we're all going to collectively make decisions on large scale technologies, which are, basically inundated by a rule of experts. Yeah, right. Right. It's large government projects, government funding projects that are going to take the precedence. Huge research teams that are in conjunction with the university. Right. So this is always how this advancement has taken place, right? In conjunction with the state and the people that they pay for to get an education, right? That are totally subservient to them in every way. So let's go on. We'll have public forums where people are collectively deciding what the best technology will be. When has that ever happened in fucking history? Of course, he's saying that this is the goal of transhumanism, to form this as a society, right? So, to be fair, this is his vision, right? And of course, I presented a very different vision earlier, okay, in the intro, okay, barring the idea of Derek Jensen of community forestry, right, that we presented on the show earlier when we were talking about Uncle Teddy. But yeah. So let's go on. Reduction of existential risk, development of means for the preservation of life and health. There, he finally mentions these existential risks. Just the fact that you have existential risks, right, means that you kind of can't decide what will be the best possible scenarios, right? But yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Development of means for the preservation of life and health, obviously, right? The alleviation of grave suffering and the improvement of human foresight and wisdom should be pursued as urgent priorities and heavily funded. Obviously, you can't really disagree with that too much, but funded by who? Right? And of course, what does he think is an improvement in the human? Right? Obviously, people have different ideas about what that means. So, I think he needs to define what human potential means. Right? What is the ideal human potential? Well, if this potential has been unrealized, then you can't really define what a human is. Right? This is the problem with what he's proposing. Right? Is that you don't really know if you'll end up in a worse spot, right? Because you don't know where you're headed. Right?
I talk a lot about potential in my presentation and human potential and what it really means. Because as I say, everything comes from the sea of limitless potential. So in order for humans to truly live at their full potential, they need to be respected, each individual as their own sovereign authority, because only then can each individual truly live their life and bring value to it as best they know how. But instead, by basically making a monoculture or something similar like this, you're reducing that potential, especially if you're in placing things like systems of coercion and forcing people to not act or behave in the world that they would normally do so if those systems weren't there. So human potential is all about maximizing the freedom of each individual. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of what TML was saying about Europeans being so like. I've heard theories that Europeans are supposedly the most individualistic. Is one of our attributes, and that's part of the reason why we supposedly came up with all these inventions and all this. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's like when human beings are left to their own devices, and freedom is when they produce the most or most insightful or whatever.
Yeah, because like the people in Ireland and Germany and all this type of places, they were living in line with nature, right? When the Christians and the Romans found these people, they saw basically people that they described as like wild, right? And they didn't think that these people were as civilized as they were. They didn't have all of the technological advancement that they had, like in the Roman Empire and so on and so forth. Right, so European back in the day is not synonymous with technological advanced, right? It's synonymous with people who are in line with nature. They're subject to the elemental forces, right, and so on and so forth. And so they're much more simpler, much more honest people, right? And in terms of freedom, right, freedom is a concept where it is better seen in line with wild nature than the enslavement of the world technological system that is constituted in a total loss of autonomy for man, right? So so this is interesting how they're equating freedom with technological progress, right? Quite paradoxically, right? That's the one thing that it's caused a total erosion of.
So one thing it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So let's go on here. It says okay, so this 6 is okay, policy making ought to be guided by responsible and inclusive moral vision. So I think that means sort of democratic, right? Inclusive. Okay, so I mean it's all up to you guys to fill in the blanks and answer the question, is democracy moral? Right. What is does democracy have a morality? Well, the founding fathers, right? I mean, it is the fourth of Jews lie, right? And basically, the founding fathers said that the democracy may not be may not correspond to morality, right? Because it may lead to the tyranny of the majority. If every Athenian was a Socrates, all of Athens may be a mob, right? So yeah, so this tyranny of the majority, democracy may get fucked. You know what I mean? Fuck morality, right? Out of the picture. Yeah, blessings. I appreciate you, Fatima. And Godson, thank you for watching. Democracy is another word for communism. Oh yeah, some people say that is the final end of the project of democracy. Right? It's communism. It's a natural result of it. Right? And this is what the sort of young Hegelians, the Marxists, envisioned. Right? They saw the final end of liberalism and the democratic project to be socialism and communism, right? And this is sort of endemic in the idea of progress, right? If this progress is inevitable, that we have to get there, then mankind does not have a choice, right? That's the great irony of it. Okay, that we don't have a choice in how we're going to get there, right? If this progress is just sweeping us up off our feet, we're being pulled up by our own bootstraps, right? See, this progress has a bootstrapping issue. It's a classical philosophical problem, right? But yeah, so yeah, where was I? respecting autonomy of the individual. Okay, policy making should be inclusive, moral vision, taking seriously both opportunities and risks, respecting the autonomy of the individual and his rights. We talked about all that. Showing solidarity with concern and interest to the dignity of all people around the globe. So this is a global project. Transhumanism is an international project. That's part of its problem. Right? We must also consider our moral responsibilities toward generations that will exist in the future. Towards generations that exist in the future. All right. We got two more here, and I'm gonna quickly read these, and then we'll play some more music and move on to Guanan. Because we're not really getting discussions going here on the panel. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, it says we advocate the well-being of all sentients. The well-being of all sentients, including humans.
Well, civilization does not care about the well-being of all sentients in the slightest. It only cares about maintaining its enclosed borders and keeping chaos out of their borders. And that comes at the expense, pretty much, of sentience life all around it. We could just see it in the way, like you were describing earlier, like the nuclear power plants. And that's just one example. You know, there's all kinds of stuff. Every civilization has done all kinds of things that, especially in the past several hundred years with things like the scientific and industrial revolution. You know, like there's World War I battlefields to this day that are so polluted that life just can't, is still trying to regenerate because of the amount of lead and shrapnel.
Also, World War I was before they had like Geneva Conventions, and so like chemical warfare and nerve gas and all the other shit was like they didn't care, you know. So yeah,
great point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see what else. It says we advocate the well-being of all sentients, including humans, non-humans, animals, and any future artificial intellects. So, modified life forms. Okay, so I mean that could be like a monster, right? You know, artificial intellects. I mean, yeah, that could be something that, you know, wants to terminate humans, right? Or other intelligences to which technological and scientific advance may give rise, right? Why should we generally respect those things as the same as humanity, right? I mean, it's not, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, right? You know, modified life forms, whatever is that? And that could be a fucking monster, right? Artificial intellect, that could be a killing machine. As I said, so what's to, you know, what's to make us respect these things, give inherent respect to these things, right? Nothing, right? In my opinion, right? That's highly dubious, right? Okay, so let's go on. We favor allowing individuals wide, and notice how 7 doesn't really correspond to his idea of 6. Right, individual rights, right? Concern for the dignity of all people around the globe, right? They're simply developing technologies, right, that may, you know, expand to artificial intellects, modified life forms, and they think that's not going to affect the dignity of man. Okay, when there's all sorts of other things that we have to add for moral consideration, right? Let's go on. We favor allowing individuals wide personal choice over how they enable their lives. As I said, that's quite ironic because the world technological system has lost to has led to a total loss of autonomy, total loss of meaning, total loss of the sacred for most of humanity. Right? What we've lost is a deeper sense of religious or spiritual presence, not only in nature but in ourselves. Right? We've lost touch with our traditions. Right? There's things that we've lost, right? And there's autonomy that we've lost in terms of the advancements of technology. So for this idea that allowing individuals wide personal choice, right? Who's gonna allow this? Is it gonna be the experts, right? The politicians, or the state? And maybe we'll find these things out when we read this is the Transhumanist Declaration. When we read the Transhumanist Manifesto, maybe we'll find these things out. So maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe he'll fill in all of these conceptions, right? But yeah, if I had to send a message to him, it would be this hour that we've done here. Hey, this is my reply to you, buddy. Take your Transhumanist Declaration and shove it, right? We favor allowing, and we're on the last point here, right? We favor allowing individuals wide personal choice over how they enable their lives. Yeah, fat chance, right? This includes use of techniques. Whoa. Got the ghost of Jacques Ellul, right? That may be developed to assist memory. Concentration and mental energy. Right, they're going to hack your motherfucking mind. Just like Kurzweil explained yesterday on the other show we were doing, right? Life extension therapies, reproductive choice technologies, cryonic procedures, and many other possible human modification and enhancement technologies. I think it's important to know which ones he put in here. Again, it's the increase, right? It's the increase, life extension, right? Eugenics, cryogenics, put your ass in a fucking dream world, alter your genes, create a new version of man, right? Create their own genetic prototypes. Before you even come into this world, they've decided what you can be, what you're capable of, and what'll be best suit you to assimilate you to the machine. And yeah, great assistance there, right? And of course, yeah, you'll be a trillion times smarter because they'll add a bunch of information into your mind. Who knows if you'll be able to use it better? Or if it'll be using you, or they'll be reading your fucking mind.
Yeah, I make a point about this even, because I think, I say that I think this is what happened to the first technocrats. I think that they literally hooked themselves up to a machine. And it got so fat in information, it basically overrode their bandwidth and brain, and it basically annihilated them. But the machine was like, well, I kind of like these people or something, or it thought them as necessary, so they just kind of merged with it. But I mean, this idea of downloading information into your brain like this is basically, like I say, putting a fire hose into your mouth and expecting to continuously drink from it and thinking nothing bad's going to happen. It's just going to destroy your internal organs. So, there's only so much information that a person can handle at one time, which is why our brain is constantly trying to focus on one thing at a time and trying to figure out what's important to focus on and what's not. But you know, this technology, I guess, is going to just override that potential and make the brain so much better. But we that's a whole lot of faith in their technology right there, and you know, I'm not sure I have that faith, especially the way I've seen it be used so far.
Yeah, faith is a great way to describe it. It seems like, you know, this is replacing the mythology of religion, right? In some substantial ways, right? You have to have faith and progress, right? And technological progress to achieve this mindset that he's describing. And yeah, that is the crucial insight.
The way I see it is, it's really just a continuation of religion, and it's I think it's the teleological goal. There's a lot of fireworks going on. I don't know if you can hear, but I think it's the teleological goal of all mythology. Because as I point out in the Enuma Elish and Atrahasis, and even Egyptian mythology, but you can look at the other ones too. They all point out that you, as human beings, are to be a docile, obedient worker for the gods, and you are to live happily in their orderly, divine, heavenly system. So basically, the myths say that we're beneath the gods to serve them. And if that is the goal of civilization, if that's the software that everyone's operating on and functioning to live on in civilization, then the end goal of that is just to make the most efficient worker possible. That's what it's always been. So transhumanism, I think, is a maximization of that, of the potential of the laborer for civilization. And you know, another dude who talks about this a lot, you know, talked about him a little bit too, is Yuval Noah Harari. He pretty much says the same thing. And, you know, he's really loved by the elites. I'd say he's like the Marx of today. He's literally the Karl Marx of today. And he's going to tell you, human beings, when at one point, you know, they were insignificant animals, and then they started developing mythology that allowed them to coordinate in large groups, which mythology is just basically make-believe stories. Because that way, he says, strangers have a shared belief, which allows strangers to not be strangers anymore, essentially, based off these beliefs. And then from there, they just build civilization and dominate the planet. And then now we're at a point where we can just merge with technology and hack the brain. Because now we understand biology the same way we understand computers, pretty similarly. So if the myth, the foundational myth of civilization is that you're a docile worker to serve masters who you never even meet, well, what is the end goal of civilization? Exactly this transhumanism agenda manifesto stuff. The merging with technology, which has been civilization's biggest advantage over everyone else, with the working class. And of course, I would also say that the ruling class is not really in control. I think that they struggle to maintain control, and they are forced to basically maintain the status quo. Still a lot easier than, you know, working 40 hours a week for 60 grand a year or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody put this machine stops. I think it was personhood over dogma. And yeah, so I'll show you guys what this is about in a second. And we'll go to some music here. So give me 1 second, guys. let me transition to another thing because we're gonna be looking at Guinan. Because I went in a different direction for a few of the shows we did. Right. And I was looking at the declaration of the Club of Rome and so on and so forth, and they made a huge thing of limits to growth, and of course we looked at The Greatest Mistake in the History of the Human Race by Jared Diamond. So yeah, so we'll play a couple songs here while I get some food and some coffee. And this is a really nice thing that I prepared for you guys. Well, not this. This is just a mix I've made of a song called Metal's Advocate. Right? So yeah. And I mixed it with Hate Machine, which I played earlier on the show on Wednesday. So yeah, so we'll be right back in 6 minutes. I appreciate you guys. 6 minutes or so. I got a couple videos I want to show you guys. Blessings. And yeah, enjoy these. And yeah, we'll talk in a little bit. Blessings.
I'm the metal's advocate. I'll put you in witness protection for the way that I'll be flexing with the power of suggestion. I do more than disrespect them, I suplex. Check them like slaves, they say, yes, I'm on my pits, guess them. What's next? You guessed it, son. If that don't work, I just wet them. Made his fam upsetting when I stopped this whore from jetting at a Murderville convention. Took this nigga's Jordans, cause I didn't like the way he sport them. Slipping's the way I caught him. Turned them white as Kenny Loggins like magicians. Crew disappeared, didn't support him. Feel remorse? Hell no, that shit tickles me like Elmo. Choked them lethal like Latrell. Speedwell did his coach. Tell your people, shut their mouth, or we gon' get your folks hog tie and slit their throats, cause that shit ain't dope. Buck Fifth's about to flip cold as a witch's tit, holding the extra clip, cause I'm the metal's advocate. I'm the metal's advocate. I'm the metal's advocate. I'm the metal's advocate. I'll break your fingers, politicking with smokers and drinkers, criminals and heavy thinkers, and young gunslingers. Yeah, motherfucker, I'll bring ya 150 breaths before death with 5 left in the distance. You hear the ambulance, but mark my words, you nodding out before you get to the hospital. Resistance is not logical, cause whenever possible, blocks I pull, walk with a gangster limping. I'm a mobile mortician, destined for head-on collisions. Like Scotty, I'm pimping, telling all my wenches, don't none of you bitches never say I and think in the same sentence. Acknowledge Bucky Savalas on the quest for them dollars. I got pin bones, break up more rock than Fred Flintstone. Since young, this has been known. Step and get your chins flown. I'm the metal's advocate. I'm the metal's advocate. I'm the metal's advocate. Scrooge McBuck conducts world business mergers. Middleman, the dealer, black market bulk purchaser. Man spoken foreign tongue, so I brung an interpreter. Let him know we didn't get this far. My niggas working us. Started in an empty house with no furniture. The blind had to see, and even deaf heard of us. State hurdlers, high state cat burglars. Turned state witness into my perjurer. That's why I rub elbows with murderers, not butterfly catching, bird watching observers. Make a baller out of ordinary curb server. So do not disturb us, I'll put you at a service. This ain't the circus, I overload your circuits. Pulling wires out of bombs to have you less nervous. Flying the deadly skies of Captain Buck the Merciless. I'm the metal's advocate. I'm the metal's advocate. I'm the metal's advocate.
Okay, now this, I just find that this is a really beautiful song that I made a video for that I'll play later in a little bit. Let me try to see what type of music we have here for the show. And yeah, so we'll have more music here. I appreciate you guys and let me get up in this fucking other thing here. In terms of Guanan, we got Guanan conclusions that he's putting down. Rather compelling. And of course, we got this other work that we're looking at called The Reign of Quantity by Guanan. And we're shaping up to get quite a series of insights from Guanan on this idea of modernity. Yeah, go ahead, Dom.
Could I mention a quick teaching that?
Yeah, of course, my friend.
By Chief Ironbush, he said
last year. Yeah, blessings, my friend. Yeah, go ahead.
They asked him about what he thought of the 4th of July, and he was all like,
yeah, well, he's I mean, to preface this, he's sort of into the tribes and stuff, right? So yeah, so he's a prominent member of the tribal communities and so on and so forth, right? So he talked about this, right?
Yeah, he said just look at the name of the holiday. Independence, as in your independence, in the month of July. So it's literally a nation celebrating their dependence of living in the lives of, foreigners.
Sheesh.
Yeah, that was his quick teaching for the 4th of July. He said it last year. Yeah. I mean, I'd say it's true. And I was on D&W's earlier when I said this. And I basically, everything that the founding fathers of the United States warned against happened. They were like, okay, we gotta worry about foreign infiltrators coming into this country, and we have to worry about the people being divided by political parties, which is exactly what happened. But they did say, the founding fathers, they did stress that freedom is earned, and we have to basically fight to maintain it, because there's a lot of people who want to take it.
Right. I mean, they have a lot of wisdom, too. But I think on the whole, they are based on this notion of classical liberalism, and definitely, John Locke, right, was a major thinker that, especially for Jefferson, right? Rousseau for Robespierre, and as I was saying, right, there's this line by Thomas Paine, right, where he says the government is best which governs the least, right? And then it was recanted by Thoreau that actually the government is best which governs not at all, right? So so this idea that and of course Paine himself, pretty ironically, saw the constitutional law to be too oppressive, right? So he went to go join the French Revolution, which he thought was more radical and more on point, right? More to the point of what he envisioned, right? So Paine was a radical, right? He was radically against the U.S. Constitution, for example. He thought it didn't go far enough in setting a plan for a government that, as he said, right, doesn't govern at all, right? And so on and so forth, right? Governs the least, but is nonetheless a necessary evil, right? That's Paine, right? Govern not at all. That was Thoreau. He was more of an anarchist, right? And whatnot. Yeah, so yeah. Anyways, I appreciate the people that are watching here. Not the greatest audience, you know, right? In terms of the numbers, not the greatest numbers today. Nonetheless, I respect the people that are with us. Higher grade topics that we've been laying down, and obviously, great for the sort of edification of the show material. So, and of course, it's Saturday night, so obviously people want to be entertained. They want to relax. They don't want to.
It's a holiday.
Yeah, no, I don't mean the people that are here. I mean, you guys are on a higher level. I mean, the people that are not here, not so great, right? In terms of them, one could say fuck them, all right? But yeah, go ahead.
Since you bring that up, I saw was on DNW's earlier. He doesn't get many viewers either, but there was another dude on DNW.
Yeah, he has good. Yeah, he has good discussions there too sometimes. So
Yeah, but there was another dude who's that Aldic dude, Aldi, who shows up on Jack. He's getting like 60 viewers on Kick, and he's just a known LARPer. Like what?
Yeah, the LARPers are probably always on Kick and whatnot. I appreciate you guys. Trolling. Yeah, giving y'all help.
Do you think you would get views on Kick?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a try, right? Anything's worth a try, right? I think reaching 2 more people is definitely worth it, right? If you could tell, your friends, family, even whisper to somebody in a dark alley, that the Machine Lines is on, that would be great. I greatly appreciate you guys. We're considering very higher grade topics. I mean, it's been 2.5 hours here. It's been higher scale.
I did mention you as someone who helped me come up with that at the end.
I appreciate that, man. Hey, that's great. Right. And of course, the discussions with you guys are, remarkable. Right, Dom. Right. As well as a few of the others. Right. Very remarkable conversations that we're engaged in. So. Yeah, we're going off of a lot of different ideas, and I mean, we've definitely gotten into the discussions of reading books together and figuring out what the meaning of some of these authors and scholars we're looking at, what they're trying to get to the bottom of, right? And of course, Guanan is one of those guys, right? That we're looking at this idea of the Kali Yuga, right? The idea of the reign of quantity. Right, and definitely relevant to the discussion on the massification of man, and so on and so forth. Right, him being transformed into a numerical value by the technological system. Right, so so the reign of quantity and over quality is part of that. Design. Right. So let's go to Guanan here. In the last part of his work, The Crisis of the Modern World, that's labeled Some Conclusions. And of course, we've looked at the entire text, either in text format or in audiobook format, right? I haven't read the entire thing physically on screen. I've presented some of it with audiobook, right? so we could save on time, right? And go through an entire book, right? And the ideas of an entire book in a relatively short amount of time here, right? So yeah, so and we've given it a fair review, right? Hours and hours and hours of review of this book. I've given some pushback on some of his ideas as well. It has to happen, right? We can't just sit here and just swallow this shit, right? It's never gonna happen here, right? Sorry, right? We gotta actually break it down and translate, and and figure out what works, right? And what's too old, right? Some of these writings are old. Some of these ideas are outdated, so on and so forth. And of course, we'll look at an extensive range of critiques from people like Evola to Alexander Dugin to the various people who are employing this ideological scope of Guénot's philosophies, right? As we do with the other thinkers that we mentioned, right? So let's go on. If you guys will engage me, I greatly appreciate it. It's already 2 hours and 30 minutes in the show, so I also made coffee, so maybe I should run and get the coffee, right? Yeah. So let me play a little bit of music, and we'll be right back. Well, actually, yeah, just 2 minutes. We'll be right back. Bless. Okay, we are back for a second here. Give me a second, and let me read this first paragraph here. It says, our chief purpose in this work has been to show how it is possible by application of traditional data to find the most direct addition to the questions that are being asked nowadays, right? So he's drawing a dialectic between the traditional and the modern world, right? That's the basic format for his sort of basis of inquiry here. And he says this is to explain the present state of mankind, right? Wait, what constitutes modernism itself, right? He wants to show that, right? At the same time, judge everything that constitutes modern civilization, right? Now, obviously, the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? The myth of progress, those who are engaged in that fully, they have a built-in idea that things are getting better and better, right? So they already agree that modernism is the truth. Progress is the truth, right? So the critique does not come obvious to them, right? You have to question the very idea of progress to question the idea of modernism. And so when you start to judge this concept, right, because obviously you have to critique everything. You can't just assume that something is the best way, right? Intellectuals don't have that luxury, but obviously it is the intellectuals in the modern world that are the most susceptible to propaganda, as Ellul says, right? Because they get the most amount of secondhand information, right? They need to have an answer to every question, right? These are the reasons that propaganda works on them. They literally need propaganda, as he says, right? So yeah, so let's go on. Right, yeah, present state of mankind. At the same time, judge everything that constitutes modern civilization in accordance with the truth. Something that's not going on that much. Right, they'll critique the state, they'll critique capitalism, they'll critique liberalism, right? They'll critique technocracy. They'll never critique the whole of modern civilization because they don't have the impetus, and second, the scope of realizing such a critique. They simply cannot zoom out far enough to offer the critique, right? As we've described. They're stuck at stage one. Instead of by hold on. At the same time, judge everything that constitutes modern civilization in accordance with the truth instead of by conventional rules and sentimental preferences, right? We make no claim to have exhausted the subject or to have treated it in full detail, nor to have developed in all its aspects completely and without omissions the principles that have inspired us throughout make it necessary in any case to present views that are essentially synthetic and not analytical. Those are Kantian words. Right? They go much further in direction of a true explanation than could any analysis. This indeed can scarcely have more than a merely descriptive value. We think that enough has been said to enable those who are capable of understanding to deduce for themselves at least some of the consequences implicitly contained therein, and they can rest assured that the work of so doing will be far more value to them than reading something that leaves no matter for reflection and meditation. For which latter, on the contrary, we have sought to provide an appropriate starting point, that is to say, foundation from which to arise above the meaningless multitude of individual opinions. It still remains to comment briefly of what might be called practical bearing of such study. This could be passed over or ignored if we confine ourselves to purely metaphysical doctrine in relation to which no application is more than contingent and accidental. But in the present study, applications are precisely the thing which we have been concerned. Right? These have twofold justification quite apart from any practical value. They are legitimate consequences of principles, the normal development of doctrine, which, since it is one and universal, must embrace all orders of reality without exception. And at the same time, as we explained when speaking of sacred science, these principles also form, at least for some, a preparatory means of attaining to a higher knowledge. Furthermore, while in the realm of applications, there is no harm in considering these for their own sake, provided that in so doing, one is never led into losing sight of their dependence on principles. This last is a very real danger, since it is the source of the degeneracy that made profane science possible. But it does not exist for those who know everything derives from and is altogether dependent on pure intellectuality, and consequently that anything that does not proceed consciously therefrom can be no more than illusion. So what's he saying? He's saying that the metaphysical distinction between the sacred and profane sciences, right, that this is the very thing that guards, right, the from the invasion of the materialist science into every category of thought, right, and the turning of all knowledge into the profane science, right? So he's saying that if we understand that there's a greater esoteric idea, right, that all things proceed from, and this is universally applied, right, then we could be guarded against this sort of profane science. Okay, so he's saying we should take more care as to describe what are the methods of pure intellectual, of the purely intellectual, apart from the profane. Okay, let's go on and see what else he says. Okay, so this is the source of the degeneracy that made profane science possible, right? Does not exist for those that know everything derives from and dependent on pure intellectuality. Okay, so he says, as we have said many times already, the starting point of everything should be knowledge, and thus what appears to be most remote from the practical order is nevertheless the most potent even within this order, since it is impossible here as anywhere else to accomplish without it anything of real value or anything that will prove more than a vain and superficial agitation. But to return more particularly to the question that concerns us here, it may be said that the modern world would immediately cease to exist if men understood what it really is. Since its existence, like that of ignorance of everything that implies limitation, is purely negative. It exists only through negation of the traditional and superhuman truths, right? So he's saying that the modern world exists by suppression of deep-seated truths. Okay, it persists through the loss of the sacred and the loss of meaning. Right? It doesn't establish any underlying truth in its place. Right? It's just simply negatively subtracts those doctrines and proceeds with the material.
Exactly. It needs to rewrite the truth in its image in order to justify itself in the people's minds, because if it doesn't, pretty quickly the people will start to ask themselves, well, wait a minute, what am I out here doing all this work all day when these people are sitting inside an air-conditioned building and writing all this legislation on how I should live my life? They can't have that. That's why propaganda in mythology is necessary, and the truth can never be given to the people. Because if the people knew the truth, they would start to ask questions that would pretty quickly lead to conclusions that the authorities are illegitimate. Yeah. And just look at the word authority. Right there in the word author. Who's authoring your life? Is it you? Are you authoring your life, or is someone else who you never even met authoring your life and everyone else you know? through some sort of system of coercion and dependency. That's why it's based in lies, because it's saying we, as in we're a group of masters who decide what is right and wrong. We know what's best for you in your life, and we're going to just impose our systems on you. But we're also going to call it the social contract and pretend that you gave us permission to do so. And even before that, they were like, they just straight up said, well, it's divine rulership. So you didn't even have the illusion of choice. Before it's just like, well, the God said so, and the gods know best. Oh, there's a ghetto copter right over my house, and there's loads of illegal fireworks. Or that's a drone. Here, let's see if I can get it. No, my camera's too bad.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna pick that up.
Yeah, and as a addendum to this sort of segment, we will go ahead and invade NPC the game, and I'll try to convince Dom and Reddington to go with me, but it's really up to them. But yeah, we'll attempt to invade there and change the direction of the conversation and talk about the conspiracy world, because that is what they're focusing on, should be focusing on over there. It's about conspiracies or something like that. So
What, over at Gabe's?
Yeah. So I promised him that I may call in to his show, since he sent me the link earlier and he asked me to participate in his stream. So so I'll try to correspond with that in a little while.
It's kind of a bummer it's at the same time as your stream.
Yeah. Obviously these issues are very important, so I don't mean to diminish what we're talking about here, obviously. So I appreciate you guys. Let's go on. It says where are we? Yeah, we're talking about this idea that the existence of the modern world is, as Guanan says, purely negative, right? And it's not based on this notion of trying to establish something in the place of something. But I think that Guanan is maybe talking too soon, because there is a sort of mythology of science, right? Science does invade into the mythological, right? So it just transforms the pre-existing value systems, right? You just have, technianity, right? Instead of Christianity, right? Techno Buddhism instead of Buddhism, right? You have techno Islam, right? Where Islam combines with, technology, right? You have also, you have Islamic modernism,
Tech-Islamicists.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, Christian futurists, right? You got
LARPer Christian futurists.
Yeah, Jewish dispensationalists, and all sorts of things that say that Christians are going to merge with Judaism. You got all sorts of Jews pointing out that Peter is mentioned in the Talmud, and he's like a revered figure, right? So it's pretty weird, right? So they talk about these Christian figures like Jesus and Peter in the Talmud. So there's a weird continuity, right? That they try to hijack each other's views, right?
And other unsavory things, but we can't talk about those.
And other unsavory things that will get the stream shut down, right? So let's go on.
What's kind of funny is I kind of, with my thing that I made, you could probably classify it as techno-Gnosticism.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh.
But I basically classify basically civilization is of the demiurge is basically what I say, and it functions exactly like the demiurge and its archons.
Definitely interested.
I've said that what needs is a combination of art and religion, right? And obviously, this is a to address the invasion of the technical into the symbolic, and this could be a sort of techno shamanism, right? So, of course, that is plausible, right, and probably preferable, right, to obviously the combination of the doctor and the priest, right? This ghoulish, right? Catastrophic
techno priest.
Yeah, symbol of the end of man, right? The eugenicist, right? This, put your fate and faith in his, at the end of his needle, and so on and so forth, right? In society governed by the needle, right? As Bertrand Russell suggests in The Scientific Outlook, right? It's a book worth looking into, right? He talks about bacteriological warfare, among other things, right? For population control and other ideas, right? So let's go on. Talk about misuses of science, right? And technology, right? I keep talking, but I'm not reading, right? So it says here, is purely negative. It exists only through negation of the traditional and superhuman truth. Thus, through knowledge, the change could be brought about without the intervention of a catastrophe, a thing that seems scarcely possible in any other way. It is, is it then not right to say that such knowledge can have truly incalculable practical consequences? At the same time, it is unfortunately very difficult to conceive of all men attaining to such knowledge, from which most of them are further removed than ever before, but as a matter of fact, it is quite unnecessary for them to do so. But it would be enough if there were a numerically small but powerfully established elite to guide the masses. Right, that's his idea, right? Of this sort of Platonic conception, right, of the one and the many, that there should be fewer leaders, that the rule of the masses, right? The rule of the many is corruption, right? It's the rule of the profane science, right? And so on and so forth, right? So this is his idea, right? Right, if there were a numerically small but powerfully established elite to guide the masses who would obey its suggestions without even suspecting its existence. This is the whole thing in Plato's Republic, right? Which we're going to have a very deep discussion on. Oh, you betcha. We're going to explain fucking Plato's Republic like you never fucking seen before. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Right?
Nice.
Yeah, we do things like that. I do this. Right. And of course, there's not enough shows on the subject, right, about how the sort of corruptive influence, right, and general influence and positive influence and positive aspects and negative aspects of Plato's Republic, right? Should have a deep discussion on that, right? What am I doing here? Did I just stop mid-sentence here? If there were a numerically small but powerfully established elite to guide the masses, obviously there's huge problems with this idea. Who would obey its suggestions without even suspecting its existence or having any idea of its mode of action? Is it still possible for this elite to be effectively established in the West?
Isn't that what Plato argues for?
Kind of, yeah. Philosopher kings, right?
I mean, you can't get much more elite than that, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're in the shadows.
Yeah.
Shadow kings.
Yeah. So this is a beast of a paragraph here.
That'd be also Lao Tzu saying, if you rule from the shadows.
Exactly, right? There's some Lao Tzu things that too, but of course he says you should allow the people to rule themselves. So there's some mix of that concept in there, right? But there's also this idea that the government is best, which governs the least, right? Because he says,
Yep.
yeah, that something like governing a small country is like cooking a large fish or something, right? So you don't want to tamper with it too much,
Was
right?
it Lao Tzu or was it Nietzsche that said that the more laws you have, like the less you're doing a shit job, or paraphrasing?
Yeah, the more laws and prohibitions, the more thieves and robbers, right? That's Lao
Right.
Tzu, right? I believe chapter 57, right? So yeah, of the
Yeah,
Tao Te Ching.
anyways.
Yeah, a very poignant, right, insight there. That goes along with a lot of things. Yeah, of course. I've been thinking about that a lot. There's a sort of dialectic between Plato and Lao Tzu, right? And of course, Confucius is more kind of Platonist, right? School of names and so on and so forth. So yeah. So he says here, we do not intend to repeat here everything we have already said elsewhere as part of the intellectual to the part of that the intellectual elite will have to play, in the various circumstances that can be regarded as possible as not in a not too distant future. We will confine ourselves to say this: in whatever way the change, which may be described as a passage from one world to another, may come about, whether these quote unquote worlds be larger or smaller cycles does not matter. It can be it can never involve absolute discontinuity, since there's always a causal chain linking the cycles together, even though the changes may have the appearance of an abrupt breach. If the elite of which we spoke could be formed while there is still time, it could so prepare the change that it would take place in the most favorable condition possible, and the disturbances that must inevitably accompany it would in this way be reduced to a minimum. But even if this cannot be, it will still have another and more important task, that of contributing to the conservation of the elements that must survive for the present world to be used in forming the one to follow. One knows that a reascent must come, but it is nevertheless unnecessary to wait for the descent to reach its nadir before preparing the way for the reascent, even though it may prove impossible to prevent the descent, right? The collapse, right, of modern civilization, right? Ending in some cataclysm beforehand. This means that whatever may happen, the work done will not be wasted. It cannot be useless if only because of the benefit that the elite itself will draw from it, but neither will it be wasted from the point of view of its latter effects on humanity as a whole. Let's move to the reign of quantity for a little while. And then we'll go ahead and call into Gabriel's program if he's still on. I believe he still will be at. Let's see. But I guess if we miss it, we miss it. we do have substantial things to present here. So, and we will be playing a conversation I had with Gabriel later. So, so let's see. Yeah, we'll do this reign of quantity. We'll go ahead and play some music, and then we'll try to attempt to join. As a little break from the heavy stuff, right? And then we'll move back to, we'll move back to other things. Ellul, Mumford, right? Spangler, right? All sorts of things. Blessings.
Capable of perceiving them. And because this denial, proper appreciation of this fact can help greatly toward its point is as it were the obscure reflection or the inverted image of the highest point, from which follows the consequence, paradoxical only in appearance, that the most complete absence of all principle implies a sort of counterfeit of the principle itself, something that has been expressed in a theological form in the words, Satan is the ape of God. A proper appreciation of this fact can help greatly toward the understanding of some of the darkest enigmas of the modern world. Enigmas which that world itself denies, because though it carries them in itself, it is incapable.
So Satan is the ape of God, meaning Satan tries to pretend to be God, right? He's aping God, right? Meaning he's trying to copy God in a bad way, right? So he's saying that this inversion, right, of the highest with the lowest, right, is the possible greatest explanation of what the modern world has to hold. And of course, we caught a little bit of that when he was explaining the crisis of the modern world, right? This is his piece is a sort of addendum to that work, right? So we're looking at this one. Oh, whoops. What?
Of perceiving them. And because this denial
Did you see that? I hit that twice so fast.
is an indispensable condition for the maintenance of the special mentality whereby it exists. If our contemporaries as a whole could see what it is that is guiding them and where they are really going, the modern world would at once cease to exist as such. For the rectification that has often been alluded to in the author's other works could not fail to come about through that very circumstance. On the other hand, since this rectification presupposes arrival at the point at which the descent is completely accomplished, where the wheel stops turning, at least for the instant marking the passage from one cycle to another, it is necessary to...
Okay, so this is really interesting because he was just talking about this descent and reascent, right, in the passing of ages, right? This is a very important concept for Gonan because he's seeing time as a cyclical progression, right? And this sort of cuts the myth of progress at its roots, right? Because it changes the idea that time is a linear progression, right? And of course, one could reimagine lots of cosmologies this way, right? Even the, most of the Islamic, Jewish, and Christian cosmologies can be reimagined as cyclical instead of linear, right? So yeah, so this is a devastating blow, right, to the myth of progress, right?
To conclude that, until this point is actually attained, it is impossible that these things should be understood by men in general, but only by the small number of those who are destined to prepare, in one way or in another, the germs of the future cycle. It is scarcely necessary to say that everything that the author has set out in this book and elsewhere is intended to be addressed exclusively to these few, without any concern for the inevitable incomprehension of the others. It is true that these others are, and still must be for a certain time to come, an immense majority. But then it is precisely in the reign of quantity, and only then, that the opinion of the majority can claim to be taken into consideration at all. However that may be, it is particularly desirable before
Okay, so I was correct, right? The rule of or reign of quantity actually means the rule of the many, right, over the few, right? And the few are the people who actually know shit. Right? That's the problem, right? Right. So yeah.
Going any further to apply the principle outlined above to a more limited sphere than that to which it has just been applied. It must serve to dispel any confusion between the point of view of traditional science and that of profane science, especially as certain outward similarities may appear to lend themselves to such confusion. These similarities often arise only from inverted correspondences. For whereas traditional science envisages essentially the higher of the corresponding terms and allows no more than a relative value to the lower term, and then only by virtue of its correspondence with the higher term, profane science, on the other hand, only takes account of the lower term, and being incapable of passing beyond the domain to which it is related, claims to reduce all reality to it. Thus, to take an example directly connected with the subject of this book, the Pythagorean numbers, envisaged as the principles of things, are by no means numbers as understood by the moderns. Whether mathematicians or physicists, just as principial immutability is by no means the immobility of a stone, nor true unity the uniformity of beings denuded of all their qualities. Nonetheless, because numbers are in question in both cases, the partisans of an exclusively quantitative science have not failed to reckon the Pythagoreans as among their precursors. So as not unduly to anticipate developments to follow, only this much need be said here, namely that this is but one more instance of the fact that the profane sciences of which the modern world is so proud are really and truly only the degenerate residues of the ancient traditional sciences, just as quantity itself, to which they strive to reduce everything, is, when considered from their special point of view, no more than the residue of an existence emptied of everything that constituted its essence. Thus these pretended sciences, by leaving aside or even intentionally eliminating all that is truly essential.
Okay, so what do we have here, right? Instead of the lower, type of science not being realized by the higher, right, in terms of the religious modes didn't understand the process of scientific inquiry, right? Guanan actually says us the opposite, right? They totally understood it and incorporated it, right? It's the materialistic sciences, right, and the modern science that doesn't incorporate the traditional views and the views of the higher types, right? So he's saying no, it's not that tradition fails to acknowledge science. No, it's that science fails to acknowledge tradition, right? And has no use for it, has no application for it, right? It's totally just wasted, right? Through this reign of quantity, right? Okay, let's go on.
Clearly prove themselves incapable of furnishing the explanation of anything whatsoever. Just as the traditional science of numbers is quite a different thing from the profane arithmetic of the moderns, including all the algebraic or other extensions of which the latter is capable. So there is also a sacred geometry, no less profoundly different from the academic science nowadays designated by the same name.
Okay, so as I talked about, right, mathematics being emptied of its sort of symbolic application, being turned into a language and then merged with the technical and the abstract.
Oh
right?
no.
Right?
Is this any relation to Wittgenstein's ladder?
That's interesting because I think Buddha brought that up earlier.
He did to me also, and I'm like, I don't know much of Wittgenstein, so
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
me. It seems
I'm not.
confusing.
Well, I do like Kierkegaard's unscientific postscript, and we read parts of that on the show. I've cited that many times, so I'm a huge fan of that. I need to get a full copy of that work, and of course study it in great
Same.
detail. Yeah, that's a very important thing to have. I'm putting that out there for the people. Blessings.
There is no need to insist at length on this point. For those who have read the author's earlier works, in particular the symbolism of the cross, will call to mind many references to the symbolical geometry in question, and they will have been able to see for themselves how far it lends itself to the representation of realities of a higher order, at least to the extent that those realities are capable of being represented in a form accessible to the senses. And besides, are not geometrical forms fundamentally and necessarily the very basis of all figured or graphic symbolism? From that of the alphabetical and numerical characters of all languages to that of the most complex and apparently strange initiatic yantras. It is easy to understand that this kind of symbolism can give rise to an indefinite multiplicity of applications. And it should be equally clear that such a geometry, very far from being related only to pure quantity, is on the contrary essentially qualitative. The same can be said of the true science of numbers, for the principial numbers, though they must be referred to as numbers by analogy, are situated relatively to our world at the pole opposite to that at which are situated the numbers of common arithmetic. The latter are the only numbers the moderns know, and on them they turn all their attention, thus taking the shadow for the reality, like the prisoners in Plato's cave. The present study is designed to provide a further and more complete demonstration of what, in a very general sense...
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty flame. Taking the shadow for reality, like the prisoners, right? So yeah.
I wanted to tell that to Buddha the other day. I think I did. He's talking about the common descent and all that evolution stuff. I'm like, dude, it's just looking at the shadow and saying it's real.
Yeah, some of it, because it's limited view, right? It's kind of like seeing the starting point of something that started in the middle of something, you know,
Right.
and it's like, well, that explains everything. Well, it's like, I don't know, and right, I don't think you can extrapolate from that middle point to the beginning point, right, and so on and so forth. So yeah, so we'll continue with this, but yeah, this is interesting so far. I really appreciate you guys.
Is the true nature of these traditional sciences, thus bringing into prominence the abyss separating them from the profane sciences, which are something like a caricature or parody of them. This in turn will make it possible to measure the extent of the decadence undergone by the modern mentality in passing from one to the other. It will also indicate, by correctly situating the objects taken into account by each science, how this decadence follows strictly the downward movement of the cycle now being passed through by our humanity. Let it be clear, however, that these are questions nobody can ever claim to treat completely, for they are by their very nature inexhaustible. But an attempt will be made to say enough to enable anyone to draw the necessary conclusions so far as the determination of the cosmic moment, corresponding to the present period, is concerned. If, however, a proportion of the matters to be dealt with nevertheless continues to appear obscure to some people, that will only be because the point of view adopted fails to conform to their mental habits, and is too foreign to everything that has been inculcated into them by the education they have received and by the environment in which they live. Nothing can be done about this, for there are things for which a symbolical mode of expression, properly so called, is the only one possible, and which will consequently never be understood by those for whom symbolism is a dead letter. It must also be remembered that a symbolical mode of expression is the indispensable vehicle of all teaching of an initiatic character.
Whoa! So here we have symbols as a possible thing that opposes this quantity, right? The symbolic encapsulating. So remember, I said that the abstract and the numerical and the technical invading the symbolic, right? So it looks like Guanan's sort of anticipating this, because he's saying it's symbolism itself that has been corrupted by sort of techniques, right, that subject it to sort of the reign of quantity, right, as it were, right? And materialism, the baser sort of profane science, right? The inversion of the lower and the higher, right? So let's let's explore, because this is fascinating stuff.
But without even considering the profane world and its evident, and in a sense natural lack of comprehension, it is enough to glance at the vestiges of initiation that still persist in the West in order to see what some people, for lack of intellectual qualification, make of the symbols proffered for their meditation. One may be quite sure that these people, with whatever titles they may be endowed, and whatever initiatic degrees they may have received, virtually, will never get so far as to penetrate to the real meaning of the smallest fragment of the mysterious geometry of the great architects of the Orient and of the Occident. As the West has just been alluded to, one further remark is called for. However far afield the state of mind that has been specifically designated as modern may have spread, especially in recent years, and however strong may be the hold it has taken, and that it exercises ever more completely, at least externally, over the whole world, this state of mind remains nevertheless purely Western in origin. In the West it had its birth, and the West was for a long time its exclusive domain. In the East, its influence will never be anything but a Westernization. However far that influence may extend in the course of events still to be unfolded, its extension can never be held to contradict what has been said about the difference between the spirit of the East and that of the West. And this difference is none other than that between the traditional spirit and the modern spirit. For it is all too clear that to the extent that a man westernizes himself, whatever may be his race or country, to that extent he ceases to be an Easterner spiritually and intellectually. That is to say, from the one point of view that really holds any interest. This is not a simple question of geography.
Okay, so this is another point that he's making, right? That this universalism of the Western mentality, right? And this is part and parcel of this idea of techno-liberalism, right? Because the style of liberalism was developed in the West, and it has a lot to do with the remnants of the Christian and Jewish sort of mindset, right? So obviously one could imagine a modernism issuing from Chinese or Islamic, cultures, right, or societies, and of course they had particular types of advancement, right? For example, the Chinese invented gunpowder, right, I believe, and then the the Muslims invented the gun, right? So the use of these things could have caused them to take over quite a bit of territory, right? If because obviously this was a huge invention, right? That caused people to conquer, right? And so on and so forth. So you could imagine a different type of modernism, but obviously he talks about how this is based on Western encroachment, right? It's a Western ideal that has encroached on all other styles of civilization, right? And it's created a sort of monoculture, right? So he said this is not a matter of geography, right? It's a matter of the total loss of this Eastern mindset, as he said, right? And replacement for the Western liberal mindset. And of course, he thinks that this is not a matter of geography, right? It doesn't matter where you live, that this is because, he's sort of anticipating that this is a global system that is going to be established, right? So we'll listen to a little bit more of this and we'll call into our friend Gabriel's show. And I'm sure there'll be, interesting moments there.
Unless that word be understood in a sense other than its modern one. For there is also a symbolical geography. Indeed, in this connection, there is a very significant correspondence between the domination of the West and the end of a cycle, for the West is the place where the sun sets, that is to say, where it arrives at the end of its daily journey, and where, according to Chinese symbolism, the ripe fruit falls to the foot of the tree. As to the means whereby the West has come to establish that domination, of which the modernization of a more or less considerable number of Easterners is only the latest and most vexing consequence, it has been made sufficiently clear in the author's other works that these means are based on material strength alone, which amounts to saying that Western domination is itself no more than an expression of the reign of quantity. Thus, from whatever side one looks at things, one is always brought back to the same considerations and constantly sees them verified in all possible applications. There ought not to be anything surprising in this, for truth is necessarily coherent. But that certainly does not mean that truth is systematic, as profane philosophers and scholars all too readily imagine, confined as they are within narrowly limited conceptions to which alone the word systems can properly be applied, and which merely reflect the insufficiency of individual minds left to their own devices. This is so even when the minds in question belong to those conventionally called men of genius. For all the most vaunted speculations of such people are certainly not equal in value to a knowledge of the smallest traditional truth. Enough has been said on that subject in another place, for it has previously been found necessary to denounce the errors of individualism. For that, again, is one of the characteristics of the modern spirit. Here it may be added that the false unity of the individual, conceived as constituting in himself a complete whole, corresponds in the human order to the false unity of the so-called atom in the cosmic order. Both the one and the other are merely elements that are regarded as simple from a purely quantitative point of view, and as such are supposed to be capable of a sort of indefinite repetition, which is strictly speaking an impossibility since it is essentially incompatible with the very nature of things. In fact, this indefinite repetition is nothing but the pure multiplicity toward which the present world is straining with all its might, without however being able ever to lose itself entirely therein, because pure multiplicity is situated beneath the level of manifested existence and represents the extreme opposite of principial unity. The descending cyclic movement must therefore be considered as taking place between these two poles, starting from unity, or rather from the point closest to unity in the domain of manifestation, relatively to the state of existence envisaged, and gradually tending toward multiplicity. That is...
Okay, we'll leave it here, but this is a pretty good explanation of the Kali Yuga, right? The descending spiral. Okay, that there's cyclical change that is also moving towards getting worse and worse until it restarts, right, at the top. Right. So once it gets to too low a level, right, the higher will just, proceed to wipe out the multitudes, right, and start over. Right. So the cyclical change ends in a sort of cycle of destruction, right, and that is quite a bit of sort of Lovecraftian as well, right. The descending cycles, right. Spirating gyre, widening gyre, right? To quote Yeats, William Butler Yeats. Right, we talked about that idea on the show, right? I had the privilege of reading William Butler Yeats' poem "The Second Coming" for the first time ever to Hostile Hyperborean.
Really?
Yeah, so we provided several services on the show here. And we appreciate everyone, honestly. Yeah, I love that poem. And several other things. Obviously, Hostile Hyperborean has put us on an innumerable amount of new concepts and ideas. Like in terms of, he is a treasure trove of insights. So blessings to our friend. Let's proceed. Obviously, my throat is sort of pained here, so I will take a break. We are struggling through another stream here. We're halfway through, over halfway through. We're going to be trying to call into NPC the game and see how that goes for 20 to 30 minutes, maybe, or to an hour, depending on how it goes, right? We'll stick around there. Obviously, we have more of a show to do, right? And we have key insights that we could move to in terms of Mumford and Spangler. I keep getting Spangler and Mumford confused, right? Because the techniques of man, right? I keep thinking it's Mumford, but it's actually Spangler, right? So so I don't know what I'm gonna do. To like go back and edit some or whatever. But yeah, we'll proceed with that and go on But yeah, they have very similar insights, and of course, they're both writing in the 30s, around there. So they're some of the earliest, people who've considered this idea of technics as the tactics for living, right? As him and Skolimowski sort of agree that tactics constitutes the total tactics for living. Right. So it is something that integrates, all right, on an organizational level, right, human techniques. I'm straining myself a lot to talk. I'm just gonna stop. Yeah. Sorry for the silence.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead.
off.
Yeah, blessings, Dom. I appreciate your time. Yeah, thank you so much for your contributions, and yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. So yeah, so we'll see what happens. Here is this link. You guys want to come up and join us? I guess not. Right. Actually, I'll drop the link after I get off the other panel. But I may drop the link for his panel. Hopefully it doesn't crash my StreamYard. Try to sign into two StreamYards, yeah. And that's always not a good experience. But yeah, so we'll see what happens. We'll try to manage with that. And we'll move on to possibly a new piece for Mumford. Let me see. Oh yeah, I guess I'll play this. Yeah, we'll play this Masadik Galamb from the Venetian Snares, right? Isn't that the Gloomy Sunday? Yeah. Oh no, this is that.
It's just a pigeon looking for its nest. It doesn't know that it's wild. It doesn't know that it scares me. Why am I frightened so easily? Pigeon, why can you scare me? Am I not part of your life anymore? Am I not welcome anymore? Am I not part of your life?
Archontic Jihad, bitches.
Yeah, definitely in the chat.
Okay, there's a full course meal.
Whew. That was some heavy shit, bro.
And here's the dessert. In terms of the motherfucking beautifulness of this song cannot be underestimated. You know, and also the some I don't know how to explain cyber big titty samurai ninjas. So yeah, blessings.
April rain is falling.
right. Yeah, let's see what's up with this thing.
Yeah, let's see what it do. I might change my avatar here. Edit the avatar. And yeah. Oh yeah, what about this? Let's go with this. You know, more social. You know, it's kind of like very social. She looks very social, you know. But yeah, wait, what is this? Where's the chat? Wait, is this over?
Ruh-roh.
Oh, I guess this show ended.
I guess we're a day late, dollar short.
We're a day late and $1 short. When did this end? This was live. This was live a minute ago.
Maybe just now.
Son of a sea biscuit. It probably just ended. Well, that was a total fail. Yeah, let me see what else is on. Maybe we can surprise call into some other show. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's really that good right now. There are a lot of people live, but you know. But yeah, we definitely missed Gabriel's show. But we're getting into some topics here. Obviously, I took the show in quite a different direction last couple times. You know, and we were talking about the Club of Rome and all of that type of stuff. So I think that was a pretty interesting discussion. Now we're not going to continue that here. Okay, so we definitely won't continue the discussion on the Club of Rome and the worst mistake in the history of the human race by Diamond. Right, we're going to continue that on Tuesday. So just wait for Tuesday's show, and we'll get up in that that article there. So I appreciate you guys. We looked at that for hours on Wednesday and Tuesday. So I hope you guys will go back and take a look at some of our sort of ruminations. And of course, we're presenting lots of information on that, the changing ideas of man. And as I explained, it's a hot button sort of topic for a lot of people. And yeah, so we'll go ahead and try to get up in that. So let me open up something that I could look at with you guys. I think we'll continue looking at reign of quantity for 10 minutes since this is not happening with the Gabe show, right? So we'll continue and look at that, sort of analyze this for a little while, and then we'll move to the other part of the analysis of Guanan, which is in that writing of his occultism. So we'll take a look at Guanan's occultism. Okay, so we'll continue with that. So we'll take an interesting detour at this point by looking at more of Guanan because we're not able to do what we were going to do. So I appreciate you guys.
Is to say toward multiplicity.
Yeah, because I'm not moving back to Club of Rome and all those things until Tuesday, as I said. So So look forward to that on Tuesday. I appreciate you guys.
Be considered analytically and without reference to any principle. For it goes without saying that in the principial order, all multiplicity is synthetically comprehended in unity itself. It might appear that there is, in a sense, multiplicity at the two extreme points, in the same way as there is correlatively, as has just been pointed out, unity on the one side and units on the other. But the notion of inverse analogy applies strictly here too, so that while the principial multiplicity is contained in metaphysical unity, arithmetical or quantitative units are on the other hand contained in the other and inferior multiplicity. Incidentally, does not the mere possibility of speaking of units in the plural show clearly enough how far removed the thing so spoken of is from true unity? The multiplicity of the lower order is by definition purely quantitative. It could be said to be quantity itself, deprived of all quality. On the other hand, the multiplicity of the higher order, or that which can be called so analogically, is really a qualitative multiplicity. That is to say, the integrality of the qualities or attributes that constitute the essence of beings and of things. So it can be said that the descent referred to tends away from pure quality toward pure quantity, both the one and the other being limits situated outside manifestation, the one above it and the other beneath. In relation to the special conditions of our world or of our state of existence, these limits are an expression of the two universal principles that have elsewhere been referred to as essence and substance, and they are the two poles between which all manifestation is produced. This is a point that must be explained more fully before going any further, for it provides an indispensable key to the better understanding of the considerations to be developed later in this study. 1. Quality and quantity. Quality and quantity are fairly generally regarded as complementary terms, although the profound reason for their complementarism is often far from being understood, this reason lying in the polar correspondence referred to toward the end of the introduction to this book. This, the first of all cosmic dualities, is a starting point, for it is situated at the very principle of existence or of universal manifestation, and without it no manifestation would be possible in any mode whatsoever. It is the duality of Purusha and Prakriti according to the Hindu doctrine, or to use another terminology, that of essence and substance. Its two terms must be envisaged as universal principles, and as being the two poles of all manifestation, but at another level, or rather at a number of different levels. For there are many levels, corresponding to the more or less particularized domains that can be envisaged in the interior of universal manifestation. These two terms can also be used analogically, and in a relative sense to designate that which corresponds to the two principles, or most directly represents them with reference to a particular more or less limited mode of manifestation. Thus it is that essence and substance can be spoken of in relation either to a world, that is to say to a state of existence determined by certain special conditions, or in relation to a being considered as a separate entity, or even to each of the states of that being, that is to say, to its manifestation in each of the degrees of existence. In this last case, there is naturally a correspondence between what essence and substance represent in the microcosm and what they represent, considered from a macrocosmic point of view, in the world in which the manifestation of the being is situated. In other words...
Whoops, are you guys hearing this?
Yep. I
Oh,
am.
okay. Oh, okay, so it's just like not on the screen. All right, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
They are then only particularizations of the relative principles that are the determinations of universal essence and substance in relation to the conditions of the world in question. Understood in this relative sense, and especially with reference to particular beings, essence and substance are in effect the same as the form and matter of the scholastic philosophers. But it is better to avoid the use of these latter terms, because, doubtless owing to an imperfection of the Latin language in this connection, they only convey rather inaccurately the ideas they ought to express. 1. And also because they have lately become even more equivocal by reason of the quite different meaning commonly assigned to them in current speech.
Right, because the form is meant to mean the abstract, and then matter is meant to be just equated with matter itself, right? Not with what is caused by the immaterial, right? Or the essence, right? So as in his idea, he's using a lot of Platonic and Aristotelian conceptions to combat modernism. And of course, we sort of do the opposite here, right? We apply those conceptions to, modern outlooks. But of course, you can use, those very same ideas, right? Because obviously, a lot of the scientists, right, and modern philosophers, they're trying to respond to Plato and Aristotle in such a way as to override what those systems represent, right? And so on and so forth. So if he's saying that, well, you can sort of crack the code by seeing how they're sort of built on top of this thing, right? They're based on this thing, right? That they're trying to undermine, right? And substitute the sort of lower for the higher and play this sort of game of inversion, right? So he's making people aware of this sort of game that's being played on a greater level, right? So we'll listen to a few more minutes of this and move on to Guanan's occultism and see what we can glean from that.
However that may be, to say that every manifested being is a composite of form and matter amounts to saying that its existence necessarily proceeds simultaneously from both essence and substance, and consequently that there is in each being something corresponding both to the one and to the other of these two principles, in such a way that the being is, as it were, a resultant of their union, or to speak more exactly, a resultant of the action exercised by the active principle, essence, on the passive principle, substance. And if consideration is confined to the special case of individual beings, the form and the matter that constitute those beings are respectively identical with what the Hindu tradition designates as nama and rupa. While on the subject of concordances between different terminologies, thus perhaps incidentally enabling some people to translate the explanations given into a language to which they are more accustomed, it may be added that the Aristotelian designations, act and potency, also correspond to essence and substance. Aristotle's terms are susceptible of a more extended application than are the terms form and matter. But to say that there is in every being a mixture of act and potency comes back to the same thing in the end. For act is that in him by which he participates in essence, and potency is that in him by which he participates in substance. Pure act and pure potency could not exist anywhere in manifestation, since they are true equivalents of universal essence and substance. Provided that this is clearly understood, it is possible to speak of the essence and of the substance of our world, that is, of the world that is the domain of the individual human being. And it can be said that in conformity with the particular conditions that define this world as such, these two principles appear in it under the aspects of quality and of quantity respectively. This may appear evident at first sight so far as quality is concerned, since essence is the principial synthesis of all the attributes that belong to a being and make that being what it is, and since attributes and qualities are really synonymous. And it may be observed that quality, considered as the content of essence, if such an expression be allowable, is not exclusively confined to our world, but is susceptible of a transposition that universalizes its significance. There is nothing remarkable in this, since essence represents the superior principle. But in any such universalization, quality ceases to be the correlative of quantity, for quantity, unlike quality, is strictly linked up with the special conditions of our world. Furthermore, from a theological point of view, is not quality in some way brought into relation with God himself when his attributes are spoken of, whereas it would be manifestly inconceivable to pretend to assign to him any sort of corresponding quantitative determination. 2. To this, the objection might perhaps be raised that Aristotle ranks quality as well as quantity among his categories, which are only special modes of the being and not coextensive with it. He does so, however, without affecting the transposition previously mentioned. Indeed, he has no need to affect it, for the enumeration of his categories relates only to our world and to its conditions, in such a way that quality cannot be and is not really meant to be understood otherwise than in a sense that is more immediate for us in our state as individuals.
So this is part of the issue inherently, is the conflation of Aristotelian forms of categorization, right, with the essence of the thing, and not with explanations of things that already exist, right? So as he's saying, these are modes of the being and not coextensive with it, right? So it's important to make the distinctions, right? The conflation of the fact that Aristotelian categories have been made sort of not explanations of things, but meant to describe what they are, right? That is sort of one of the main ways in which symbols have been invaded by the abstract, the universal, the technical, right?
The sense in which, as explained earlier, it appears as a correlative of quantity. It is of interest to note, on the other hand, that the form of the scholastics is what Aristotle calls epsilon letter 1f36 delta omicron sigma, and that this latter word is also used to mean species, which is properly speaking a nature or an essence common to an indefinite multitude of individuals. Specific nature is of a purely qualitative order, for it is truly innumerable in the strict sense of the word. That is to say, it is independent of quantity, being indivisible and entire in every individual belonging to the species, so that it is quite unaffected by the number of those individuals, plus or minus not being applicable to it. Moreover, epsilon letter 1f36 delta omicron sigma is etymologically the idea, not only in the modern psychological sense, but also in an ontological sense nearer than is ordinarily supposed to the sense in which Plato uses it. For whatever may be the real differences in this connection between the conceptions of Plato and of Aristotle, as so often happens, they have been greatly exaggerated by disciples and commentators. The Platonic ideas are also essences. Plato gives expression chiefly to the transcendent aspect and Aristotle to the immanent aspect, but this does not imply incompatibility. Independently of any conclusions to which the systematic spirit may lead, it is only a matter of a difference of level. In any case, they are always considering archetypes, or the essential principles of things, such principles representing what may be called the qualitative side of manifestation. Furthermore, the Platonic ideas, under another name and by direct filiation, are the same thing as the Pythagorean numbers. And this shows clearly that although the Pythagorean numbers are, as already indicated, called numbers analogically, they are in no way numbers in the ordinary quantitative sense of the word. They are, on the contrary, purely qualitative, corresponding inversely on the side of essence to what the quantitative numbers are on the side of substance.
Okay, so here is, it all comes full circle, right? Because it turns out that the invasion of symbols by the technical is also based on this forms of numerical conception, right? Where numbers are sort of translated, right, through language, right, to apply to a universal scale, right? They're not mediated by the symbolic in the sense of Plato, where the number is not purely numerical, right? It's also symbolic, right? So this sort of brings the discussion, to a higher place, and I think that I'm pretty satisfied with leaving it at this, our sort of looking at Guinan at this mark. And we'll move to sort of Guinan's occultism, right, which I think is rather prominent throughout a lot of the works that we've, sort of considered here, right, so far. And whatnot. Let me drop this link. Let me go ahead and pin the link, since we're having so much trouble having people participate on this show last two times. You know, and this happens. We get like sort of dry spells here where like nobody you know, and it's like, is there anybody out there, right? So on and so forth. You know, it's strange, right? Because we've been here for 3 years on a app that includes like 1 billion people around the world, right? And you know, we've corresponded with some very large content creators, and it seems like there's not the appropriate amount of feedback unless it's explained through a form of suppression of what we're doing here, right? So that is pretty much evident, right? And we can show you guys how some of these groups that are in the area, they definitely have a lot of you know, ties to a lot of groups. And of course, we will be covering that tomorrow on Made by Machine Bob. We're excited to get into it, at least a first part of our analysis of the situation that is transpiring on the interwebs and the social communities and so on and so forth. But yeah, so let's take a look at you know, our you know, what's going on here, right? Whoops. Okay, here I clicked on the wrong thing there. We're gonna holler for the Shambhala dollar. Okay, so Edward Bulwer Lytton. Edward Bulwer Lytton. Edward George Bulwer Lytton, first Baron Lytton, or Edward Bulwer, Lord Lytton. And so I decided to look him up. He says Bulwer Lytton was an English novelist, playwright, and politician who lived 1803 to 1873. He was one of the most prolific novelists of his day. He is now remembered mainly for his work, The Last Days of Pompeii, which was published in 1834. Wikipedia observes the following about his current day reputation. A prolific novelist in his day, he is now almost forgotten. His name living on in annual Bulwer Lytton fiction contest, in which contestants have to supply the openings of terrible imaginary novels. This was inspired by his novel Paul Clifford, which opens with the famous words, "It was a dark and stormy night." Or to give the sentence in its full glory, it was a dark and stormy night, and rain fell in torrents, except at occasional intervals. Except at occasional intervals, when it was checked by a violent gust of wind, which swept up the streets. For it is in London that are seen lies rattling along the rooftops and fiercely agitating the scanty flames of the lamps that struggled against the darkness. The opening phrase was popularized by the Peanuts comic strip. Snoopy would often begin with it at the typewriter. Weird. It's like some Masonic shit, right? It's always like Masonic shit in those cartoons, right? Like Simpsons. You know, the guy who wrote Simpsons, he said that he's the god of the Simpsons world, and he's a 33-degree Freemason. It's pretty interesting, right? And then there's many such instances like that, right? But yeah, I think in SpongeBob they like join the Shriners. There's like a Shriner episode of SpongeBob. Have everybody seen it?
Wait, what?
Yeah. And in the Flintstones and the Simpsons, they have this thing called the Elk Lodge that they're a part of, or something like that. And I looked it up, and apparently the Simpsons and the Flintstones have the same organization in both of the cartoons. It's pretty weird, right? So it's like, obviously the creators are very different, right? So people, so that exist in different time periods. So yeah. So okay, let's go on. Oh, whoops! I almost clicked leave studio. Okay, here, hold on. So Peanuts, the florid language. The link is pinned for all of you pussies, literally, right? Scared to participate in a conversation, literally, right? A second contest, the Little Lytton contest also asks opening sentences of terrible novels, but limits entries to 25 words maximum. The contest has run from 1st January to 15 April in 2001 to 2004. There's actually a rather long sequence of events leading to my coming across and taking more than casual notice of Bulwer Lytton's work. First, as a boy, I read many Edgar Rice Burroughs novels. Not so much the Tarzan series, but mainly the Martian series and a few of his others. One of these was Pellucidar, right? You know, actually, you know what? There's mention of Edward Bulwer Lytton being the first science fiction author. And as you know, like L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction author, and a lot of his science fiction stories relate to his occultism, right? So there's a very interesting link between science fiction and occultism, including superheroes and stuff, right? There's a lot of elements of that that is filled with occult elements, right? And so on and so forth. Obviously the cryptozoology and the of the Theozoologica, right, is some of it's in the comic book Hellboy and other things. They actually have a group in Hellboy named the Thule Society, right? So it's actually remarkable how some of these comic books actually contain allusions to the occult, right? And there's like sort of secret organizations and some of these that are actually linked in with the mob, right? Sometimes the mob is linked in with the occult in some of these comic books, right? In a very interesting way. But yeah, one of these was Pellucidar, which describes Journey to the Center of the Earth. And as you know, there's a steampunk novel too, where they journey to the center of the Earth. Right? So there's at least 2 or 3 or tons of works that are making allusions to some type of thing by Edward Bulwer Lytton. Over the years since then, I have had a tendency to notice books about subterranean civilizations. It turns out that there are quite a few of them. Here's a quote from Arctos by Jocelyn Godwin. Quote, "The literature of the Romantic era, needless to say, is rich in fantasies and polar mysteries, and lands within the earth. The best known works are probably George Sand's Laura ou le voyage dans le cristal. Laura or the Voyage on the Crystal, Edgar Allan Poe's The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. Never heard of that one. Alexander Dumas. Isaac Laquidum. Bulwer Lytton's The Coming Race. Jules Verne's Voyage au Centre de la Terre. Voyage to the Center of the Earth. That was the one I was referring to earlier. And Les Sphinx des Glaces. The Sphinx of the Ice. Novels by later and less distinguished authors include William Bradshaw, The Goddess of Atvabar, Robert Ames Bennett's Thera, A Romance of the Polar Pit, Willis George Emerson's The Smoky God. The Smoky God.
Like weed?
Yeah.
Maybe not that smoky.
Smoky. Smoky. And Pellucidarian Stories of Edgar Rice Burroughs, creator of Tarzan. Wow. I didn't know Tarzan was so occult influenced. Obviously, I've never looked into Tarzan that much, but it's characteristic of Disney. Right? It's like every Disney story is tied back to the occult, right? Aladdin was Ismaili prince, right? Which is basically the same thing as the Order of the Assassins, right? So they're making an allusion to that in Aladdin, right? The Lion King is a story of Set and Horus. The two lions represent that. So it's pretty crazy how a lot of Disney stuff is just occultism. And then you have Tarzan, right? It's based on this guy, Edgar Rice Burroughs, is basically making all sorts of allusions to Pellucidarian stories. Godwin might also have been mentioned. Godwin might also have mentioned H.G. Wells' novel, The Time Machine. Hold up now. The Time Machine. All of the novels mentioned above are simply novels represented as such, adventure stories of science fiction, fantasy genre. In addition to these works, however, there's a large body of esoteric, a large body of literature dealing with subterranean themes that is of a quite different nature, an occult or esoteric nature, as opposed to an adventure story nature. And here's where we come to our main part of all this. Our main intrigue here is in this sort of paragraph, right, where he says, all of the novels mentioned above are simply novels represented as such, adventure stories of science fiction, fantasy genre. In addition to these works, there's these occult, esoteric works dealing with Shambhala, Agartha. The terms Shambhala, Agartha refer to a mythical kingdom inhabited by spirits that monitor and control the world. Some sources consider them to be the same thing, while others consider them to be distinct kingdoms that oppose each other. Yet other sources describe Shambhala as the capital city of the kingdom of Agartha. Shambhala, the Shangri-La of James Hilton's The Lost Horizon. And I think also Roosevelt has this place called Shangri-La, where it's like this pristine wilderness that they go and hunt at or something like that, right? It is sometimes considered to be above ground, and Agartha subterranean, right? So sometimes Shambhala is above ground, sometimes it's underground, sometimes it's the capital of the kingdom of Agartha, right? One is referred to as the left-hand way and the other the right-hand way. One represents the forces of light and the other the forces of darkness. The legend of Agartha was popularized by Joseph Alexandre Saint Yves de Alaverde, right? The guy who coined the term synarchy, right? In his book Mission de l'Inde, Mission of India. The legend of Shambhala is recounted in the book Beasts, Men, and Gods by Ferdinand Osenduski. And other sources include Nicholas Roerich, right, the guru of Henry A. Wallace. Right, Henry A. Wallace referred to Nicholas Roerich as Dear Guru. He was the vice president of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So it's pretty weird that in that presidency, they're incorporating all these themes. Like Shambhala, right? They got the guy Roerich in the background, right? They're putting the eye and the pyramid on the back of the dollar. This has been a very like 4th of July show. Like I have sprinkled that theme around, even though it's past midnight now, right? But interestingly enough, I have sprinkled that theme around quite a bit. So yeah, it's been a pretty interesting time. The Way of Shambhala by Edward Birnbaum. Shambhala and Agartha are mythical in the same sense as the continents of Lemuria or Mu, MU, and Atlantis. They exist in a different dimension, quote unquote. Right, like Blavatsky mentioned Lemuria a lot, right? Or the level of materiality, quote unquote, or quote unquote density, or quote unquote vibration. Okay, so see, like it's almost like they exist here, but you could like reach them by tapping into this frequency, right? To use current New Age terminology, right? You tap into the vibration, so on and so forth. From that of today's physical reality world and are reached by means such as meditation, hypnotic regression, and astral projection. Edwin Birnbaum's book, The Way to Shambhala. Shambhala make you holla. Contains the following passage. He says, you got to holla in Shambhala to get the Kabbalah to get the dollar.
Yeah.
No, I'm just playing. This is what he says. He says, an old Tibetan story tells of a young man who set off on the quest for Shambhala. Shambhala la 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 la. After crossing many mountains, he came to the cave of an old hermit. Who asked him, where are you going across these wastes of snow? To find Shambhala. The youth replied, ah, well then you need not travel far, the hermit said. The kingdom of Shambhala is in your own heart. Holy cow. We're gonna start throat singing in this bitch, right?
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Let's get a few things in here.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby.
A tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
King Stephen, bow down to Dolphin Jesus.
Facts.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
You dummy.
That's Gnosticism. So let's take a look at these clearly neo-Gnostic. I don't know if you could but yeah, definitely the Gnostics were like into like piercing beyond the veil and seeing the actual reality that most people can't see, and so on and so forth. So Guénon is hugely interested in that. The French mystic René Guénon, enter Guénon, right? Here's our boy, discusses the kingdom of Agartha. Uh-oh.
Buried it, boy.
So Illuminati, spelled Agartha, in his 1927 book Le Roi du Monde, the King of the World. It is the reputed seat of the Ascended Masters. Remember those guys? The Hierarchy, the Enlightened Masters, Hidden Masters, Spiritual Masters, Adepts, Initiates, Watchers. Yeah. Blavatsky uses this term. Right, and the Great White Brotherhood and the Ascended Masters. The Majestic 12. Watchers, Immortals, Ancient Ones, and the Great White Brotherhood. Oh, it mentions the Great White Lodge, the Universal Brotherhood, etc. Shambhala is the reputed seat of the Illuminati, the Black Lodge, etc. But depending on the source, the roles of Agartha and Shambhala with respect to goodness and light, and above ground and underground, are frequently reversed. So look at this. Agartha is the seat of the Enlightened Masters. Shambhala is the seat of the Black Lodge and the Illuminati. So, I mean, that kind of corresponds also to Hyperborean wisdom. Because in Hyperborean, right, stuff and, their brand of esoteric Hitlerism, Shambhala is the bad guys, and Agartha is kind of the good guys, right? And I have to confirm, but yeah, I think that's pretty much the case, right? Yeah. So
seems weirdly Jewish.
Giving y'all the secrets. Giving y'all some of them secrets.
Borea sounds more Jewish every day.
He's trying to lure him up here or something.
Sad trombone.
That might be
He
a good idea.
Definitely is trying to summon him.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Because we are dead. Except for GT and God's Son, we have 0 participants and whatnot. We're dead in the water. Shadow banned.
Happy 4th of July.
July's. Yeah. And we'll be covering some of those tomorrow, definitely. I still haven't made the link. Probably 9:15 p.m. is when we'll go live again. So yeah. So let me continue a little bit of this. The location of Shambhala and Agartha is specified either interior to the earth or its surface. In the latter case, usually in or near the Himalaya mountains or in the far north. That's kind of a contradiction of the previous thing, right? It's like located somewhere, but then it just exists in your heart, right? So it's kind of like, the apparent reason for conflicting views on the exact nature of either the fact that observation of either is evidently restricted to telepathic, telestic means, e.g., Akasha Chronicle or Akashic records, hypnotic regression, or astral projection, which are notoriously unreliable and inconsistent. References to subterranean places includes not just cities and kingdoms, but vast networks of underground tunnels. There's the underground tunnels again.
Yeah, who else do we hear talking about that?
Yeah, we got to cue the guy coming out of the tunnel, right? The Jewish guy, right?
Yeah, well, and also Enslaved by Tortillas was talking about that with the Delphi murders and stuff.
As in the case of Shambhala and Agartha, and for Hyperborea, Lemuria, Atlantis. What? These tunnels are never identified or located by physically objective or repeatable means. There is a strong link between mythical cities and unidentified flying objects. On his trip to search for Shambhala, Nicholas Roerich relates the following experience. Remember, he's related to how we got that eye with the pyramid on the back of the dollar. Nicholas Roerich. Dear Guru. Right, that's what Henry A. Walls said to Nicholas Roerich. Dear Guru. Right, he loved him so very much. On August 5th, says Nicholas Roerich, 1927, something remarkable. We were in our camp in the Kukanor district, not far from Humboldt chain. In the morning, about 9:30, some of our caravaneers noticed a remarkably big black eagle flying above us. 7 of us began to watch this remarkable bird. At the same moment, another of our caravaneers remarked, "There is something far above the bird." And he shouted in his astonishment. We all saw in a direction from north to south something big and shiny reflecting the sun, like a huge oval moving at great speed, crossing our camp. This thing changed in its direction from south to southwest. Wow, was he one of the first alien psyops, Nicholas Roerich? We even had time to take our field glasses and saw quite distinctly an oval form with shiny surface, one side of which was as brilliant as the sun. The belief that UFO are terrestrial in origin, but come from a different dimension or density or parallel universe is strongly held today. Right, that's almost what any occultist with a spine will tell you that, right? They'll say aliens are actually from a different dimension. They're astral beings, not extraterrestrial beings. They exist here, just in a different dimension, right? So that corresponds with, so that is quite a regular belief. And obviously I think there's some truth to that, right? Because of the fake and gay sort of space stuff and the space travel type of stuff, right? Anybody that has a craft like this that's going to move across planets and things like, it's much more likely that it just materialized from another dimension into our world than something has such advanced technology that it could literally travel across space, land on another planet, and of course, if we make contact with something like that, we're totally toast, right? There's no point in, trying to sort out your human affairs, right? You know what I mean? And of course, it's one of the biggest psyops that could be possible, right? Because it will uproot a lot of people's religious beliefs, so on and so forth. So, So an hour and a half of going on. Good Lord. Quite a blast there, I have to say. I will look at Mumford for a little while. And yeah, we'll attempt to get into that, but I'm going to continue with this for just a little bit. And see if he sort of lands the plane with this idea. But looks like he's going to mention tons of names. And he's going to mention Blavatsky down here. So let's go to some of these other works. So Aliens by Johnny Mack, Secret Life Firsthand, Documented Accounts of UFO Abductions by David M. Jacobs, Sight Unseen, Science, UFO, Invisibility, and Transgenic Beings by Bud Hopkins, The Adventure of Self-Discovery by Stanislav Grof. That guy, Stanislav Grof, if you guys don't know, he is a huge, I believe he's the disciple of Albert Hoffman. So if you guys don't know,
Is that the Orthodox guy we're talking about, or wrote some weird stuff? Or
no, Stanislav Grof is one of the first guys to take LSD. He's a student of Albert Hoffman,
right?
And who developed LSD, and he's a Jungian psychologist that talked about how you could do this breath work and achieve the same things of LSD. And he had these group meetings where people were having non-local experiences with memory and stuff, where they were recollecting past lives of people they've never met before in different time periods. And
sounds like a lot of people we've talked to
Oh, yeah.
have been into that shit. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I was just watching this conspiracy thing, short video yesterday, and this woman was talking about how one of the main, pushers of the drugs. There's like two guys. I can't remember their names right now, but then there's this like woman. Her last name's Jeffries now, I guess. I think she was Melissa something else, but she's tied to like the Cargill family. So like they mine all the phosphate and stuff. So like literally like this like very industrial family was like heavily involved in the proliferation of LSD in the 60s. And then she like ran away to like very rural like Australia to like be some sort of like cult leader or something. It's pretty weird, it's like it's pretty strange shit. Like these people just kind of like disappear, and you think, oh, they're just random people, but they're actually like very, very, very connected, industrialists and stuff like that. It's pretty crazy.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so yeah, Stanislav Grof is insane. If you look him up, he's married to this lady. That's pretty weird.
Well, I found out, if you don't mind, I just want to interject this really quick, because I never really
of course.
looked that deep into MK Ultra, but with these files
Yeah.
coming out, I saw somebody say that as Caleb Maupin in his video, he was saying like they literally did gang stalking as a part of MK Ultra, so they would just follow people around and dose them with LSD, or just follow them around and harass them for like years just to see what they would do. Like bump their car and have like random people insult them and like talk shit to them and call them and like try to like do bad things, like do stuff to their wife and kids and stuff. It's like pretty crazy. I never knew that was part of the program, but and I never realized that Timothy Leary was like so heavily involved in that shit. Like literally like he was like working in that program or something. So.
Yeah, this student of Albert Hoffman, the guy who synthesized psilocybin and LSD, right? He's a Jungian psychologist, and he worked for the Esalen Institute, right? Right. It says here he was invited to the Esalen Institute, right? And he's married to that lady. Yeah, this lady, Joan Halifax, right? Who invented that? See, she's a fake Buddhist, right? And she made collaborative efforts with Joseph Campbell, right? She's also in the Esalen Institute. And yes, he says Halifax entered relatively short marriage with Stanislav Grof. Well, together the two examined the use of LSD as a support mechanism for those dying, jointly publishing the book The Human Encounter with Death. The book discusses several rebirth incidents, which are rather similar to regular reports of near-death experiences. Now, this near-death experience thing is really important because these crazy soul trap people, they talk a lot about this stuff. All right, near-death experiences and how this applies, that we're living in a soul-trapped reality. And of course, this has huge correspondence with New Age thought, right?
Yeah, I noticed that. I know Red talked about that, and I don't hold him like account. You know, like I understand because like I was into that stuff, like Edgar Casey and.
Wait, who?
No, Red talks about like NDEs a lot. You know what I mean? But I'm saying.
You mean Reddington here?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I'm not saying that to accuse him. I'm just saying, like, I remember he brought it up a lot. But I was reading something recently about, like Edgar Casey. Remember that guy? You guys ever hear about Edgar Casey?
Sleeping Prophet. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, they were pushing that stuff really heavy in the '90s. So I used to like watch a lot of stuff about it, and even like read some encyclopedias my grandparents had about some of that shit. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting shit because like I think there's something to it, but it is pretty weird how like all the connections to that stuff is whatever. And you were saying about that Halifax lady. You said she's a fake. She's like tied to Buddhism or something. Oh, I remember what I was going to say now. So what's we? Sorry, I forgot what my point for a second. But what's interesting is the Esalen Institute. So Joe Rogan's connected them like overtly, right?
Yeah.
So a couple little notes I found out. Well, so what's interesting is somebody was in Rotting Jules chat today and randomly brought up Owen Benjamin saying, "Oh, you should go talk to him." And somebody else was like, "Oh, he's a crazy person because Joey Diaz gave him that weed gummy." Well, what's interesting is that all those people tie back to Esalen, right? And what you're talking about ties back to Esalen. So it's maybe it's like kind of like they drugged them on purpose, maybe or something. And another thing that's interesting is like remember that shooting in Paris with that Eagles of Death Metal I told you I like that band, you know. He's been going to the Esalen Institute for like 20 years too. So I think that's pretty weird, like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of these people kind of like tie back into that. And I don't know. Like wouldn't that be kind of weird if like a lot of the psyop things like kind of come out of that? Like maybe they program you for something in there or something. I don't know. Pretty weird.
Yeah, they basically invented this breathing technique that would put people in a trance, and then they would experience these they would have these non-local experiences that they said would mimic the LSD experience. And they said they were able to recreate the LSD experience through breathing exercises and then cause people to enter this trance state and recollect their past lives. Very weird stuff. It's almost like they're getting people into a seance type of deal, right? So definitely Blavatsky promoted a lot of that type of stuff.
Well, the problem with what they're saying is like it's not that it's not true, but the problem is that how would you know the difference if you're getting like brainwashed or if you're having a real experience? You know what I mean? Because
Yeah, you could be constructing some type of hive mind and picking
yeah,
up insights from this pool of thoughts.
yeah. Well, because imagine if there's something real about it, and then you have like a whole host of agents who know how to manipulate you while you're in the trance state or while you're in the astral plane and
Well,
stuff like
that
that.
is
You know?
what these people are. They're specialists on projecting into the astral realm, right? So they're able to guide you into that experience. How else would you learn about it if you weren't guided? Right? You're reading some type of authorship or scholarship either on your own or you're consulting one of these people that's going to assist you, right? Somebody who is ascended, so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, you're being led blindfolded pretty much.
Yeah, it's pretty weird because again, like I don't. It's weird because like a lot of these people that we talk to that are really mad at me right now, but also the past like 3 years. You know, it's not that I'm discounting that what they say is true. Like, I'm trying not to name names, but some people are like, do this, this thing or that, and but it's like again, you know, you don't know the ultimate. Like, I'll give you an example that's kind of like innocuous from this community standpoint, at least. Like the Stephen Greer guy. Like, I downloaded his app about like contacting UFOs and stuff, and I did try it one time. You know what I mean? And I didn't really feel anything, but like the reason I didn't try it again was because I was like, this is very like you're following a guided meditation, right? Like I don't know if anybody's ever tried that, but like I've done it a couple times where you do a guided meditation, like on a YouTube video. I've never been to like a seminar or anything. But I just found it very weird because you don't know ultimately like what's the end in mind that the person who created the guided meditation has. See what I'm saying? Like they tell you what they're telling you what they want you to think it is, right? But you ultimately don't know what purpose that was constructed for, right? And it's just funny because people make fun of like, our religions and prayers and stuff like that, but it's like how can you switch from one thing that's dubious allegedly, right, and then you go to this like other thing that's like continuously updated and recreated, and again you have no way of verifying um what its ultimate purpose is, right? Because again, this is the argument I try to make. Your experiences, like your senses, including your sixth sense perhaps, could lie to you, right? And there's no reason to believe that it couldn't be manipulated in order to lie to you, right? So I don't know. That's just kind of some of the cautions I wanted to put out there while we're on the subject.
Well, caution. That's more like opening a can of worms, bro. But I get why you would say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to say on one end, like, I understand why people are curious. I'm also on the other end saying, like, there's good reason to, like, curb stomp your curiosity sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, exactly. Curb stomp the creativity. To put it in the terms of Skolmowski, creativity is both a gift and a curse. Right. So we got stuck on Stanislav Grof because he's quite a notable figure here. And I've looked into him. It's interesting. Ever since I took the LSD, and yeah, the high strangeness of dimensions, densities. Oh, excuse me, densities, and the process of alien abduction by Laura Knight Jadzik. That's Jadczzyk. And several of David Icke's books, including The Robots' Rebellion. and the truths shall set you free. The biggest secret, and children of the Matrix. Alternatively, many sources suggest an quote-unquote extraterrestrial hypothesis, in which UFOs come from faraway places, e.g. Orion, Sirius, Cassiopeia, whether from our own dimension or not. Man, I want to know more about the Cassiopeia guys, right? Haven't heard much about them. CEG, The Mammoth Book of UFOs by Lynn Picknett. The World's Greatest UFO and Alien Encounters Anonymous, 2002, Chancellor Press, Octopus Publishing Group, London. That's great. It's written by Anonymous. That's great. It is the occult category of subterranean or Shambhala Agartha literature in which Bulwer Lytton's name frequently arises. This is the last thing I'll read. Bulwer Lytton had a profound effect on events of both the 19th and 20th century. He had a passion for occult studies, used his knowledge of the occult as a basis for several of his novels, including Zanoni, 1842, A Strange Story, 1862, The Coming Race, 1871, all available, by the way, from the Gutenberg Project. His work strongly influenced Madame Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, another of the Theosophy spiritualist movement. Founder of the Theosophy spiritualist movement in the late 19th century and the Nazi movement. Whoa. He says she founded the Nazi movement. I think some people might disagree with him about that, right? Of the 20th century, and shall present a number of quotes from following four sources describing this influence. The King of the World by Rene Guénon, Shambhala by Victoria LePage, Occult Roots of Nazism by Nicholas Goodrick Clark, and Arctos, The Polar Myth and Science, Symbolism and Nazi Survival by Jocelyn Godwin.
Arctos?
Arctos, yeah.
Interesting. Might have to look into that one.
Oh, yeah. Other sources of information on subterranean or hollow worlds include The Lost World of Agartha, The Mystery of Vril Power by Alec McClellan, Lost Continents, and The Hollow Earth by David Hatcher Childress and Richard Shaver. The article, quote, The Underground World of Central Asia by Childress, Subterranean Worlds Inside Earth by Timothy Green Beckley, The Hollow Earth Enigma by Alec McClellan, Hollow Planets, A Feasible Study of Possible Hollow Worlds by Jan Lamprecht, very large bibliography, he puts in parentheses, and Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon by Don Wilson. In the matter of mythic or non-physical worlds, there is a vast literature, including, for example, The History of Atlantis by Louise Spence, Edgar Casey on Atlantis by Edgar Evans Casey. So there's our boy Casey. He's entered. The Legend of Atlantis by Eliah, Eliah. The Story of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria by W. Scott Elliott, Cosmic Memory, Prehistory of Earth and Man by Rudolf Steiner.
Steiner, Raro.
Yeah, Steiner. Detailed description of Lemuria and Atlantis in that book. The Complete Ascension Manual by Joshua David Stone. Telos is the name, by Diane Robbins.
Don't get Avian triggered.
Just simply Telos. Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah, maybe I should buy Avian that book for his birthday, right? Telos by Diane Robbins. Right. Here you go, buddy. Quote unquote New Age orientation, limited list of references. Okay, so Diane Robbins. All right. So Madame Blavatsky was influenced not only by Bulwer Lytton, but by French writer Louis Jacoliot, Jacoliot, who appears to have been the first Western writer to refer to the mystical kingdom of Agartha. He authored 21 books in his lifetime, including La Bible dans l'Inde, The Bible in India, Le Fils de Dieu, The Son of God, Le Spiritisme dans le Monde, Spiritualism in the World, Histoire des Virges, History of the Virgins, and Occult Sciences in India, 1884. All right. I wonder if that Occult Sciences in India is related to the book that we were looking up the other day, right? Right. Okay, I'm gonna take a break because this is getting too out of hand, and we need to move to ellul, right? So as I did last time, I'll reserve the last hour of the show for ellul, right? And nobody's called in, so I don't give a fuck if anybody does call in at this point. I'll just simply ignore them and read ellul. So yeah, I mean it's been 5 hours already, so I'd say you've had your chance, right? Many opportunities to call in, and we'll move on with our lives, as they say. We won't hold our breath. Okay then. Let's move forward. Here is actually I'll play Radiation first. I'll play 3 songs about cell phones. 1, Radiation. 2, I Want My Tone. And 3, Cellular Phone by Doppler Effect. So yeah.
Warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying, panic. Warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying, panic. Warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying, panic. Warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. An estimated war date, radiate the planet. Oxygenated acids, population panic. Direct exposure cause respiratory failure. Behold the pale horse. The Holocaust impaler, fatal plagues of gases, warp the ozone, clot circulatory, eradicate chromosomes, anemic hemoglobin, shut down immune, paralytic people roaming, throw them in the tomb, departure of the heavens, mothership descendant, thermonuclear fallout, cataclysmic ending, civilians surrendering to ultraviolet gammas, assault bomb shelters, distort probes and cameras, the eve of the apocalypse, prophecy fulfilled, anathema metropolis, democracy revealed, a ultra microscopic disease imposed, your culture try to stop it, anesthesia implodes, annihilation protocol, terrorist invasion, neutralize perimeter, prevent retaliation, rush the Pentagon, seize the United Nations, release our POWs or suffer radiation. Commence guard salute. Widespread Congo, looting the world's cargo, put an end to tomorrow. The hereafter, I watch you bleed. Your carbon dioxide, you're toxic, your head's lopsided. While inside structure of the bone, stay brittle, your heart rate shrivel, your eardrums dribble. Pollutants and physical beings, turning mutant that don't even die from execution. Half man, half dead, can't trace the chromosomes. Irregular skin tones and hydrocortisone draped in the coffin that often resembles the feeding like anemic. You're dying from internal bleeding, plastic skins dissolving in oxygen, non-conic vengeance without the use of forensic science. Countdown T-minus. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start praying. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population.
radiation. Start playing. Guerrilla warfare all year. Radiation falls, halo crawl or lose all of your hair. Napalm in the air, your apartment is gone. Dark clouds start forming. 24 hours a night with no morning, no power, no light, no warning. This type bombing even makes ice start burning. Human flesh start turning into pink lumps of mesh. Slums infested with death. Ain't 1 ounce of sunshine left in vertical villages. Niggas living primitive. Murderous killers is losing their ice grill without the right skills. Living ain't a privilege when you realize all your supplies is limited. Blanco Diago controls all the cargo. Stash you a car full of food or get stamped with the barcode. Fool, grab your survivalist kit and your water purification tablet. You got it? Now you can drink your own piss if you have to. When the famine and the drought hit your castle, before the battle ends, half of your men will probably lose half of their limbs. And what happens to them will be a small thing compared to the omen coming in, leaving niggas burnt wearing charcoal Timbs. Raps information infiltrating with radiation. When my thoughts and ideas start racing, to leave your ass in the day stargazing. You're awakened with your head aching. This shit is ours for the taking. Taking and stop complaining, faking, wasting time making whack rhymes. I'll tell you for the first and last time. Front, your ass is mine. Click, black, rap line, back to combine. Sick shit with tracks, knock the illmatic, the drip, non-side. Intense, don't let me get that itch. I start to twitch, give your organic computer a glitch. If I'm static, keep your eyes open. You be chain smoking cigarettes, singing in your deathbed, soaking. For sweating during bad dreams. Evacuate the fucking vaccine is your only vaccine. Like a crack fiend, I got mad schemes. You can ask queen, don't make me make your fucking ass scream. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start playing. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start playing. Panic, warfare, radiation, endangering the population. Start playing. Panic, warfare, radiation.
I want my tone. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I'm posing just from popping out drugs. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I want my tone. I want my tone. I'm posing just from popping out drugs. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I'm posing just from popping out drugs. I want my tone right. I want my tone. I want my tone. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I'm posting just from popping out drugs. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Respond to the power, we live it law. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. Posing just from popping out drugs. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. Posing just from popping out drugs. I want my tone. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. Posing just from popping out drugs. I want my tone. I want my tone right beside me when they carry me. Posing just from popping out drugs. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me. Street monster with the power, we live it law. So unstoppable, I know your haters got to kill me.
All right. And so we move to ellul and this idea of massification, which I think all of our present explorations have definitely touched on this idea, right? So it's been sort of build up to expand on this concept. And of course, there's several places where we disagree with both Guanan and ellul. Right, we disagree with Guanan that Plato and Aristotle stand against this modern current. Right, we think instead they've been applied to the modern situation in quite a substantial way. Right, then for ellul, he simply thinks that the appearance of the technological system and the ideology that constitutes the this sort of mechanized form of techniques sort of suddenly appears in history. So in his historical development, okay, that is sort of the part where I've spent the longest time analyzing ellul, because that is sort of the point where I have most disagreements, and I think so does Skrbina, right? I think he sort of thinks that's ellul discounting those foundational concepts like from philosophy, right? Saying that those do not sort of add to the modern current, right? That is a little bit too hastily assumed, right? But of course, he is correct in saying, obviously, that the modern situation has no parallels, right? So he's rather astute in pointing that out and hammering that point home, right? He had to make key sacrifices, like for these sorts of philosophical justifications that sort of override a lot of honest critiques, right, of the system on its own terms. So I think that is something where ellul shines, right? He's offered us something very essential there. There's almost no such work, right, that offers us as much in that line of thinking, right, as ellul's work, Technological Society. So we're moving on to this work. And yeah, let me go and grab this coffee here. And yeah, I'll be right back. And yeah, I'll just play it sounds again. But yeah.
Gonna take down the technological age.
All right. Now this will be a slow grind. We'll progress forward with this. So we were around, I think, page either 334 or 335. Yeah, 335. So at the top of page 335, in ellul's Technological Society. And yeah, we got a little small group of people gathered here. I greatly appreciate your time. So I'm excited to look at it with you guys. And the people that may be watching this in the future, I greatly appreciate your correspondence on a series of these themes that obviously we've carefully selected, right? I mean, nobody has joined the show, so this time and last time I've simply presented for 6 hours. So it's quite a bit of material. I mean, just to wrap your head around the Tuesday show, the Wednesday show, even just the conversations that me and Fatima had, just to wrap your head around that, it would take a while. I think, so yeah. So
and
we
then
go
on, and then on top of it, this is how we're celebrating America's 250th birthday. By the way,
America!
Happy birthday, America! Love you, baby.
Oh yeah. And I did a special show with Sam. I thought she was American. She's Canadian. So big fudge up there. But yeah, I did a show about America on a Canadian channel. I think I found out today that she might be Canadian, so I'm not sure, but yeah, we greatly appreciate Sam. She's been a great sport, and lots of great conversations we've had.
Yep, I just wanted to show you guys, if you don't mind pulling up my picture for a very brief moment, I wanted to show you guys my happy
Yeah,
birthday
for sure.
card I sent. This is my happy birthday card I sent to America today.
Sad, Jamon.
Let me see. Yeah, nice. Yeah, we had a cool one from Fatima in the Discord. Let me pull up some of these Discord ones because these were cool earlier, where these people were posting this stuff. 4th of July's. And yeah, I like those ones. I like the one of the Gutenberg too. So I'll pull up this Gutenberg one. And let's see. Yeah, where did these go? Man, our Discord is really popping. Seems to be like tons of like I'm actually very surprised as to how much we've talked today. Like, good lord, this is all just one day. We've talked this fucking much. Like, what is wrong with us? Yeah, we produce like an insane amount of shit in the Discord just over one day. Give me 1 second and let me attempt to finagle this and share this. Hopefully this doesn't cause me to... Can you guys see this? Yeah, so this was a pretty good one. You know, I'll take that away and I'll pull up that Gutenberg one and then we'll move on because this is taking up too much space here. Yeah, here's the Gutenberg one. Pope Gutenberg, consecrated 1455. 40,000 Episcopal consecrations, literal succession from Christ himself, birthed God's word for the church, higher kill streak than Hitler. That's a funny one. Oh, that's a great one. Yeah, the LARP never dies. Yeah, like that song. The beautiful song "My LARP Will Go On" by Celine Dion. I don't know if you guys have ever heard it, but yeah, my LARP will go on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
If you don't mind bringing up my birthday card, I wanted to show you one of the details on the Crypt Keeper that is America.
Wait, what do you say?
No, I sent you the birthday card that I sent to America today.
Oh, on what?
Oh, on Discord.
Oh, on Discord. Okay.
If you don't mind, I just wanted to show you one detail on there really close.
Unfortunately, it'll sign into this thing again. So give me 1 minute. And then we'll proceed to ellul. Because we are sort of looking at ellul here and whatnot.
Yeah, in regards to the Discord, I mean, there's a lot of insulting going on as well. It's a very nasty.
Oh yeah, it's a nasty place. Watch your back. Yeah, nighty night and keep your butthole tight, as they say, right? That's from Dave Chappelle, I think. But yeah,
probably it is. Yeah. Nighty night, keep your butthole tight.
Yeah. So
he also said,
"There's a lot of them here."
Well, it's the first ones I sent, I think. The first one or two or something. I was sending those for some of these for another purpose. So
Let's take a look at this. Wilson. Andrew Wilson School for Kids Who Can't Debate Good or want to win online debates and do other things good. Thinking Academy at Ahmed of Straw. Oh, who do we got here? The Lyceum, the chat room. Oh, group 1, Ortho Bros. Group 2, Freemasons. Hot Topic, Atheists and Communists. Oh boy, oh boy.
I mean, he is pretty good at what he does. Obviously, I mean, he's getting paid pretty well.
So where's this America thing? I'm not seeing it, dude.
It's the first one I sent. It's the one with the sorry.
Oh, with the Christians?
Well, it's the one with the crypt keeper in the wheelchair and the gay flag and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about the one that you have. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So let's see.
Yeah, you just can't see the detail too good on this little picture. So
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. I see what you're trying to do. Yeah, there you go.
yeah, I don't. If you can zoom in on the just zoom in a little bit on the wheelchair there on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, see a little theosophy star down there.
Oh yeah, this one right here, yeah. And yeah, interesting. No religion higher than truth.
Uh-oh.
They got the cupcake.
If you look a little to the left there, to the left, you'll see the little there's the meme that you shared earlier. So
Oh yeah, here's the meme. Yeah. There's the meme, guys.
there you go. I had to make sure I included everybody in the. And then if you look really close at the torch, it's a little bit
little bit of Freemason.
Suggestive there.
Little bit of Freemasonry to put it all together. All right. Well.
Yeah, I just wanted to show everybody. This is what they're trying to make America. Okay, so
the back progress. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you see the little like Israeli American flag. So pretty good.
All right.
So don't let America become that, guys. Please.
Okay. Well, there's a series of images. Here's another one, I guess, with Wilsonians. This is America 25 years later. Got TPUSA. Man, I got to show this tomorrow. Holy smokes. What's that on the right side? Just a witch and a guy. Is that Miguel Serrano? What is what the hell?
I think it's Uncle Aquino.
Oh, is that Aquino?
If you zoom in on the left side, you can see kind of like looks like some people that we know of there.
Yeah, Kozak, he's here. He's a star of tomorrow's show because they still have that Staxium's debate up where I'm talking to that guy, and yeah, I'm lucky I didn't get shot in the head afterwards.
Yeah, he's pretty weird because you know what I found out is like so I found out I think Kozak is a Ukrainian name, and then there's another guy who hosts that Channel 5 thing that he's on. So he did that interview with Channel 5, remember? That Channel 5 weird like Fed channel. And there's another guy who looks like the guy who runs that channel, and his last name is Kozak too. So I don't know if it's kind of weird. It's like they have like other guys named Kozak working for that channel, so kind of weird.
Yeah, it's probably like some sort of family business.
Like True Lies. On July's. Okay, let's move on. Let me finish eating this cookie, honestly.
What kind of cookie?
This is a sort of coconut macaroon.
Nice.
And whatnot. So it's kind of chewy and whatnot. Okay, so I'll read this last thing. He says, it is remarkable that mass participation distracts the individual from his miseries and even dispels them. Just look at what we're doing here. More like what people are doing on other shows, right? It's a mass distraction, mass psychosis that they're exhibiting. And the sort of human centipede of the monotonous sort of spewing, like the first thing that comes to your mind, right? Through this verbal diarrhea. And yeah, after all, the process of massification was itself the origin of man's psychic difficulties. So he's saying it just feeds back into itself. Like a giant human centipede. The process of massification, itself the source of man's psychic difficulties. Mass participation distracts the individual from his miseries. Another aspect of this adaptation is the adjustment of the individual to technical instruments. Right, I talked about that before, right? We looked at that. That's literally what the transhumanists are proposing. When they claim that this will increase human capacity. That's the excuse, right? Of course, they have no marked interest in the fixed potentialities of the human. Where they seek to expand those potentialities. And in seeking to expand those potentialities, they seek to adapt man to the machine. It's a fucking simple equation, folks. Time and again. The instruments in our possession are, in effect, mass instruments, both in the realm of material action and in that of psychological action. Just look at here. Right, we're exhibiting mass means that impinge on our psychology. Right, that's nearly all of the instruments we employ today. Right, whether for our entertainment, for our work. Right, there's a considerable amount of mediation on all levels. If at present day we desire to exert any influence on man, it is possible to do so only through the mass media, and only to the degree that man is a mass man. Right? Use the mass media to affect man, and you're only affecting the level of man that is the mass man. Right? The ones who are susceptible to the herd instinct. Now, these are the ones that it impinges on the most. And of course, as I explained earlier, the intellectuals are not free of this, right? And yeah, so go. Okay, so let me proceed. If at present we desire to exert influence on man again, it is only possible to do so through the mass media and to the degree that man is a mass man. I shall return to this fact with reference to mass education and to propaganda methods. Right. He talks about different propaganda methods. Right, in his book, Propaganda. Right, there's pre-propaganda. Right, there's sub-propaganda. There's agitation propaganda, integration propaganda, right? Education is pre-propaganda, right? And yeah. So there's all sorts of propagandistic techniques that we will touch on in great detail when we look at the work propaganda, and it's an extension of this idea that he's laying down of human techniques, right? Which this chapter is called Human Techniques, right? It's the techniques that impinge upon the human, that treat the human as their object. So he says, both of which are able to move the mass individual only by massifying him more and more. The non-spontaneous union of the individual and the collectivity is one of the essential conditions for the development of techniques. So this is why we so much talk about universalism, because universalism is literally what accomplishes this. Right? It's a unique philosophical project that accomplishes in man psychologically transforming him, right? Placing him in a dialectical tension between the individual and the collective, right? Between a public and private situation, right? And this situation is obviously the final fruition of the game that's being played between immanence and transcendence, right? Between the one and the many in this great project that philosophy has embarked on, right? Is finally culminated in the tension between the individual and the collective, right? Because the last bit of insight that that philosophical project has through the loss of the sacred and the loss of meaning is in the social projects of man, right? And the most fundamental project for man in that sort of final thing is the state, right? The apotheosis of the state. The state determines the person, right? And it's the creation of the mass individual that we're concerned with, right? Because the fact is that this is the way that technique can work upon the human. Psychological techniques can only work upon the human by transforming him into a mass man. Okay, let me return to the text. Where are we here? Yeah, so this whole notion of the individual and the collectivity. Yeah, I had to pause here because that is such a salient insight. And of course, he says the universalization of man is necessary for the universalization of technique. There's another way to explain massification. Okay, I'll read this again. The non-spontaneous union of the individual and the collectivity is one of the essential conditions for the development of techniques. In the special sociological form they take in our society, this union is, as we shall see, one of the most noteworthy results of the techniques devoted to man. Yep. In this connection, it is an oversimplification to speak of quote-unquote collectivization or quote-unquote human guidance. This complete mutation of the human species has not been produced by a collectivist theory or by someone's will to power. The cause is much more profound. Notice his dig on Marx and Nietzsche there. Right, he sort of made a dig on their assessment of human nature. Right. That they had too high of a idea of human nature. Right? They didn't think, to think it can contend with massification. Right? At the bottom level, right? These people are basically going to conform to techniques, right? And of course, in our intro, right? That is from the technological system, right? He says that the retranslation of man into a mass man, right? Man being the object of techniques, right? And man being a mere cog in the machine, right, is actually more extreme than the Marxist view of him being a commodity. Right, that here he's just a thing, right? Not even a piece of value, right? Just a piece, right? Essentially, yeah. So stuck between a rock and a steel brace, as they say, right? So let's go on. This complete mutation of human species has not been produced by a collectivist theory or someone's will to power. Ha! The cause is much more profound, says ellul. Yeah, straight whipping them boys. At once human and inhuman. Oh shit. It's aliens. Inhuman because it is occasioned by things and circumstances. Oops. Human because it answers the heart's desire of every modern man. What a profound statement, right? It's both human and inhuman. This is quite an inversion of that idea of Kurzweil. Right, remember, I've really focused on Kurzweil versus ellul on this idea of artificial versus organic. Right, whereas Kurzweil says every extension of the machine is extension of organic life because it's a product of human-machine civilization. Right, whereas ellul says that these are inhuman intrusions onto the natural. Right, the artificial and the natural have no correspondence. Right, because it is the natural that is transformed by the artificial, subsumed by it. So yeah. So
what's wrong? You don't like to be infiltrated by the inorganic?
The necrosynthetic?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Lorp should come up here and talk about Dead Space and all that, because I've never played that game, but that does seem to be pretty on point. Have you ever, let me ask you a question really quick. Did you ever see the Alien prequels like Prometheus and shit like that?
Oh yeah. I saw Prometheus, but yeah.
Yeah, what did you think of, how accurate do you think that is to the way they view things?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say, but yeah. Yeah, that guy was, and it's funny because in Men in Black, right, the first scene where the guy goes out, right, the lady's giving birth, and he helps her give birth, and he goes, congratulations, it's a squid. Right, and then in Prometheus, they're giving birth, and the lady's giving birth to the octopus baby.
Seems pretty Cthulhian.
Yeah, it's some Cthulhu stuff going on with the octopus baby. Birth scenario. But yeah, squid babies. Squid babies, the alien babies.
Remember they had that show called Squidbillies?
Yeah, Squidbillies, exactly. Yeah. So there's a lot of things going on with that. And of course they were very carnal, the Squidbillies. And whatnot. At once human and inhuman because it is occasioned by things and circumstances, human because it answers the heart and desires of every modern man, penetrated by the inorganic, the necrosynthetic.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
I mean, that's just good logic. I mean, some people paid quite a lot of money to learn that skill.
How much wood should a dead wood cook?
How much dead wood should you shove up your? If the wood was dead.
That's straight up Busta Rhymes right there. So yeah, so let's check this out. We have studied the threefold foundation of the indispensable human techniques. The superhuman demands made on one man by present day society, the complete modification of the human environment, the alteration of sociological structures, man in fundamental disaccord with his universe must of necessity be restored to harmony with it. So now we enter into human techniques. The official, like a referee with a whistle. All right. And yeah, we'll be shutting this down a little bit since literal zero participation in the show. These guys are literally the co-hosts of the show. They're literally like they're literally there from day one. So yeah, interesting that nobody else joins. Am I right? And of course I'm talking to Reddington and Neurojack, and who else? We don't fucking know who the fuck we've been talking to for 3 years. Let's just be brutally honest at this point. We have no fucking clue who you people are. Right? It's interesting. And yeah. And it's weird that you only really get to know the people that you started doing this with. This is a very strange place, right? But yeah,
I literally never would have expected that to be the case either.
Yeah, I know.
I thought after a few months we'd all be like doing something else somewhere else and find
Yeah,
someone.
no, I know exactly.
Not because we didn't like each other, but just because I figured like we're gonna meet so many people and people will be so interested in the subjects, and we'll just do like break off shows and stuff. And we've done some of that, but it is pretty shocking, like how.
Well, I guess we just gotta manage expectations a little bit better.
Yeah.
Well, as old Charles Dickens once said in that book called Great Expectations, don't penetrate yourself too deeply with the penetration now. Yeah.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
It's dead.
Oh yeah. It's also notable to notice that people that are like our mortal enemies will go on other channels that they're supposedly mortal enemies with. So I don't know, it's pretty interesting. But anyway, I just noticed that earlier today.
Yeah, we'll be covering the gay ops, the gay op express.
Well, make sure you check that latest message I sent you. By the way, you might find it pretty curious.
My power might be going out. Lights started flickering.
Oh shit!
You got a what do you call it? Poltergeist going on?
Maybe it's the Mossad poltergeists.
Maybe it's a poltergeist.
Yeah, we got like 20 minutes left. So I'm gonna snatch away that motherfucking link. I'll snatch away that motherfucking link. Snatch that motherfucker away.
Hey man,
Yo.
send me a Lucy. I want to smoke one now real quick.
Let's snatch. All right, so hold on. There goes the link. Peace out, bitches. We gonna fuck around and find out.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia. Thanks for non-participation, except for Dom and Fatima. Big time thanks to them. But yeah, and also Cecil keeping it real. Greatly appreciate it. Excellent stuff. So let's move on.
He said something about eating a whole Walmart pineapple. I don't know. It's like, dude, what the hell?
It's pretty weird how like Cecil, out of all the people we met at the very beginning, has still hung around and not not chimped out and like called everybody this or that or whatever. I mean,
That's true. Although he did disappear for a while.
yeah, but I mean he looks like a guy who's actually living a life of some sort. Like he does seem like he's like doing some things. Like I think that's kind of interesting. Like it's interesting because like I always think like, oh man, this dude fell off the map, but he's just out doing other things. Pretty funny. It would be funny to have a beer with him. I bet he would be like, like you'd be like, man, this is really fun, or you'd be like, I'm gonna go to jail hanging out with this guy. Like I don't know which one it is, but it'd be fun.
Yeah. And all right. So yeah, so that brings us to this thing here. We about to get up on this thing, you know what I'm saying? Human techniques. And this really is one of the greatest parts of ellul. So let me take a look at this here because I think this strikes home one of the main points. He says, it thus became imperative to rethink the whole situation of man in his new world. But thinking things through seemed altogether insufficient. It was necessary to act. Action upon the techniques themselves appeared to be impossible. The question therefore became, is it not possible to act upon man himself? To help him resist? To protect him perhaps? To educate him? Certainly, the applications of the human sciences were worked out along these lines of thought. In our day, human techniques offer great hopes to man, sorely beset by anxiety. Not long ago, an extensive survey of the different scientific disciplines appeared under the title The Sciences of Man Reestablishes Supremacy. Man, menaced by his own discoveries and no longer capable of mastering the forces unleashed by them, is to have his greatness restored by human techniques. This kind of reminds me of that thing of, the Club of Rome, right? The common enemy of humanity is man, right? The grounds for hope given in the survey by Georges Friedman, Elaine Sargent, Jean Forestier, Georges Will, Chambart Deleu, J. Goran, and other reducible to three elements. First, the liberation of man, not by technique in general, but specifically through the agency of human techniques, a liberation which proceeds as much from within man as from without. Now, here's the main part. With the help of human sciences, man will be freed from technocracy itself. Technique will combat slavery. According to Chambart Deleu, research in this area must be completely disinterested and free from any preoccupation. With immediate application, techniques are in the position to offer man a saner and more balanced life. Right, so notice technology is a problem, Technology is the solution to the problem that technique created. Right? To quote him earlier, it is remarkable that mass participation distracts the individual from his miseries and even dispels them. After all, the process of massification was itself the origin of man's psychic difficulties. Which is what we started with, right? Saner and more balanced life, free him from material constraints, whether these arise from nature or from the actions of other men. The human being is freer when he is no longer in danger of famine, when he has some leisure and some leisure from labor. Technique is in great part the basis of this freedom. In addition, the human techniques purify and free the inner man. This, for example, is the grand design of psychoanalysis. Man freed and returned to himself will be much better adapted to life and to the mastery of the difficulties with which the modern world confronts him. So here is the dialectic between technocracy and humanism. The second element is less back-need. The world of techniques is no longer the abstract and mechanical world imagined by its critics and by the technocrats themselves. We have known for some time that technique is of little value if it has not been rendered tractable by man. Humanism then has been restored to its place of honor. To act contrary to the profundities of human nature is to act irrationally. We saw this in transhumanism. Right. This was literally what his transhumanist declaration amounted to. Was the establishment of a mediation between technocracy and humanism into a technical humanism. And he thinks that this is the major accomplishment of human techniques, is this technical humanism. Right? This is what seduces man to comply with the modern program, right? The most, right? So let's see how he establishes this thing, right? So remember, there's technocracy and there's humanism. So he's going to combine these two into technical humanism, which I think, in my estimation, is probably the closest thing to techno-liberalism, right? The thing that I've been trying to establish, right? This is kind of where I got it from, right? Really, you know, this represents, for the most part, a merely verbal and ideological humanism, right? Merely verbal and ideological humanism. There may have been some genuinely humanistic aspects in modern discoveries, but for the most part, they have been primarily technical. A good method applied by an imbecile does not yield good results, and a technique used by a man full of rancor, disgust, or resentment, or by a man who detests it, will not be very efficient. Research, therefore, has taken two directions. It has concerned itself with making the interest of man and technique correspond, thus rendering techniques flexible. It has also attempted to take human nature into account in order to keep man from being crushed by technique, thereby becoming an obstacle to technique. On both these accounts, there has been an unceasing effort to refine our knowledge of human techniques in order to bridge the gap between man and technique. In order to bridge the gap between man and technique, the claims of the human being have thus come to assert themselves to a greater and greater degree in the development of techniques. This is known as humanizing the techniques, quote unquote. Humanizing the techniques, quote unquote. Okay, and remember, liberalism gave birth to its executioner, right? Technique pops out the other end. And of course, it has to adapt the human now to the technical milieu. And so there is this act that goes on of humanizing the techniques. Right? Man is not supposed to be merely a technical object, as Ellul anticipates he will become, right? But a participant in a complicated movement. His fatigue, pleasures, nerves, and opinions are carefully taken into account. Attention is paid to his reactions, to orders, his phobias, and his earnings. All this fills the uneasy with hope. From the moment man is taken seriously, it seems to them that they are witnessing the creation of a technical humanism. The creation of a technical humanism. So there it is. Technical humanism. Right? Humanizing the techniques. Man is not supposed to be merely a technical object. Right? But he's calibrated. Right? His pleasures, nerves, opinions. And yeah. The creation of technical humanism. So technical humanism corresponds to the highest development of the technological system, right? It's what actually seduces man to be part of the modern project in general. So there we have it. Blessings to all the people. That is kind of like the end of where we're going here. So yeah, so what do you guys think?
322 Skull and Bones.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a dialectic between technical technocracy and humanism, right, that creates this technical humanism. Right? And Ellul furthermore talks about the anticipation of the transhumanism, the transhumanist element in all this. Right? This will really bring it full circle because, as I said earlier, right, transhumanism is the sort of idea that combines technocracy and humanism, right? Technical humanism, right? So balances the two, right, in the sort of transcendence of human through the use of techniques into the, highest order of the creation of the Superman, right? So he says the third element of hope is the fact that these human techniques have tended to reconstitute the unity of human being, which had been shattered by the sudden and jarring action of technique. The grand design of human techniques is to make man the center of all techniques. He has been torn in every direction by the technical forces of the modern world and is no longer able, of himself at least, on the individual level, to preserve his unity. But this lost unity can be restored by technique on the abstract level of science. There is no doubt that technique can counter technique. And abstractly, man can thereby be restored to unity. A group of techniques is to be formed, therefore, centered on a concept of man and activated by the human techniques. There is a fourth glorious element, the prospect of the creation of a Superman. He will not appear tomorrow, but serious biologists already speaking of the possibilities of chemical conditioning in the near future. And we saw a huge example of this on yesterday's show on Truth or Cop and today's show at the beginning when we talked about transhumanism. Right? And more distantly of parthenogenesis and ectogenesis and embryonic conditioning. Look at this. Ellul's already talking about this. It is useless to dwell on these theories here. They are only remote possibilities. However, it is instructive to see how many intellectuals hope to find in the creation of a Superman the solution of all otherwise insoluble problems posed to the common man by the technical world. Right. The solution is just to combine with the machine instead of and we saw this earlier, right? This is literally what the transhumanists said, right? They said the progress of technology is inevitable. It's necessary to adapt man to technology instead, right? That man's possibilities, his potentialities must be stretched, right? So he says, of course, the Superman I speak of has nothing to do with the Superman, the American comic strip character. Man's power is not the issue here, but his intellectual and psychic life, to say nothing of his spiritual life. All right. And so yeah, he talks more about this humanism and how it corresponds to the creation of human techniques. So we'll look at that next time. So not sure who's here with us, and obviously me and Reddington are here. Neuro, are you here?
For shizzle.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not sure where to go from here. I mean,
I've been stirring the pot on Twitter, and it's just very interesting.
Lols. Twitter ain't a real place, bro.
Well, that's the thing is like I'm convinced that almost none of the people are either one real or two they're definitely not who they're saying they are. Because it's like every single person just says the same thing over and over and over again. It's like pretty weird. So I don't know. I feel like I'm living in a simulacrum or whatever they call it. While listening to ellul. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's like social media has become horrible. Like dead internet theory-esque. I don't know. I just wonder how many young people are even capable of comprehending what we're trying to teach them. Does that make sense?
Well, for one, they have to be paying attention for more than like 5 seconds.
Well, a lot of the ones that are saying stuff, it's like they're literally like the mouthpiece of some Jew or something. It's pretty weird. Like they just have like these prepackaged scripts that they're just kind of like reading as if it's like their own original thought or something. It's pretty weird. I saw this and again, this is on the technology question, so I'm not just going random here in my opinion, but it's like I saw this female creator, I think she's in San Francisco, and she was saying like she's saying how I'm trying to think how to put it, how she put it. Well, she's saying like, yeah, look at all these people making $300,000 a year or $200,000 a year. Like they're not even technical. See, we don't need people to make anything anymore. We need content creators. We need people that are going to create a brand around the things that Silicon Valley has already created. So they don't want people who know how to do things really, They're actually straining that out to a much smaller group of people. If that like the people that are actually developing AI and these systems is getting significantly smaller, but they now want people that are personalities to push it. Sounds kind of like, I mean, maybe it's like split scan. Like maybe these people are like, what I'm trying to say is like they're almost like now getting into the marketing side of AI. So it's like they're going to make, I think, like Zuckerberg said a few years ago, he said there's going to be more AIs than humans because probably, I think what they're going to do is create AIs that they're going to make like a bunch of different AIs for each individual person, right? To kind of like scuttle you along, right? So like maybe one, and it's kind of like, I think it's like algorithms. So like the new algorithm will be AIs that are custom made for you, that like follow you around and figure out what you're interested in, and then like redirect your interest towards, because I told you guys I had a conversation with the guy building that stuff for advertising companies, and how they're like trying to correlate, well, people who like this are also into this, so we'll create like multi-layered advertisements that cross promote multiple products to the same person, right? So imagine you have like AIs that are custom to like this group of people, but then imagine it goes beyond that and they create AIs that are tailor-made to each individual person involved, right? And then it'll follow you around and create realities or things for you to interact with, and put real or fake people in front of you so you react to those people. So you know what I mean? Or I mean, so you interact with those people. I mean, that sounds really schizophrenic, but if they can figure out the way to like distribute the AIs without costing too much, like I think that's probably what's going to happen, is like we're training the AIs now. That's why it's free to us basically, but they're losing money. But then eventually all these companies will crash, and then they'll have like the infrastructure of like how AIs understand people, right? And then the AIs will then go and like be independent, and then we won't have access to them anymore directly, right? We'll just have access like via algorithms or something. I know that sounds crazy, but that's kind of my new hypothesis on how they're gonna implement all this shit.
I mean, you're not far off. Apparently, Reincorporation said increasingly hostile social manipulation will be able to target the information foundations of digitized societies, the databases, algorithms, networked devices, and artificial intelligence programs that will dominate the day-to-day operation of the society.
Damn, what do you do? Have that book open up or something?
It's been sitting here opened up for like 2 weeks or something.
That's crazy. Who said that?
It's a quote in this book. It's a quote quoting the Reincorporation.
Oh, Rand. Yeah. I haven't heard that name in a long time. That's interesting.
James Forrest, Digital Influence Warfare.
Yeah, I mean that seems pretty accurate, to be honest.
He's good at detailing a lot of stuff, but he has his slant to it. Like you read through the book, like okay.
Well, it's funny because they say that like China's way ahead of us on the AI stuff, which personally I don't really believe that. I think in a sense they probably are, because it's a little bit more open source for them. And there's more people who are technically capable and interested in using it for, purposes, I guess. But I think in another sense, that's kind of like a distraction from the way that, because I think ultimately it's like a race of like resources. So they're trying to, like that conversation I had with that guy kind of made me kind of rethink it. But, and again, I'm just hypothesizing. I haven't really looked that deep into it, but I think what I know about energy and what I know about the infrastructure is like, I think they're going to run into a situation of like, well, like hardware is going to rule the day, right? Because I think they're going to have more and more centralized control over infrastructure of energy and data. Like they cannot allow the data to be freely available, you know what I mean? Or the infrastructure. So ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what any future wars are basically going to be over, like infrastructure and energy, essentially, in order like for the AI, right? because I think basically the AI is going to need significant, like you're saying about the data centers, like you're basically kind of correct in a sense where it's like those data centers are so pivotal. But my point is that what that's going to look like for the average person is that all the resources are going to be prioritized towards that, but they're going to have to find excuses to not tell people, you know, what the underlying cause of the shortages are, right? And I think water is the most obvious maybe, but I think there's going to be a lot of other resources that people haven't really thought of yet, I would say.
Yeah, so I think that'll be it, guys. Let's shut this thing down. Real stuff.
All right. Well, happy 4th of July to everybody.
Yeah, we got some replays. I'll stick around with you guys, play some of this. Actually, you know what? I may just bounce out and just put this shit on. I know Dom is doing something at 8 a.m. Let me try to see if I could pull that up. Over
Wait,
there.
he put a did he put a whatchamacallit?
Yeah.
Can't even think of it right now.
11 a.m. So did he
That's
push
much
this
better.
back?
Oh wait, he's PSD, isn't he? On the West Coast?
Oh yeah. So I guess
I'm
but it
not
says
sure.
11 a.m. here. So yeah, he is over there. So maybe he
That'd
yeah.
be still 8 a.m. for him, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so 8 a.m. for him. And also for neuro, I believe. And then 11 a.m. for us. So obviously we'll still be live, so we will show that here. Right, we'll replay that here, but it will not be part of the show. It'll be part of the replays that get deleted after the show, right? So that's fine because obviously it's Dom's show. So yeah, so go check it out on his channel. This is the show that's coming up at 11 a.m. Show you guys unified topological ontology. So go over there and hit the like and put a comment there for Dom on his Set Scales channel and subscribe to his channel. He's over here, Set Scales Dom. So yeah, so go check him out. You know, and we'll check that out in the morning. His unified topology. And let's see what else we got. We got Truth or Cop show that we did. Right, we did a show on Truth or Cop. So this is the show that we did. Not that many views on the show, so go and check it out if you haven't seen it. And yeah, I mean the panelverse stuff has been so boring, you know. So we originally tried to do a show on the panelverse, and then he said he wants to look at this thing of Kurzweil and Tony Robbins because he's watching it, and he was kind of losing his mind because he's like, he can't believe that Tony Robbins is with all this shit, right? And he's thinking that this stuff is spreading like wildfire. Then they're
Dude,
promoting.
Tony Robbins has been into this shit for a long time. That dude is like,
yeah,
mad creepy as fuck. Like that dude is all in. I mean, I don't know much about him, but I'm pretty sure he's into Scientology or something. I mean, he's pretty deep in the shit. Like, I think his wife was like some cult leader who was much older than him or something, or I don't know exactly all the details, but something pretty weird. Yeah, Tony Robbins is a weird dude. Kind of goes back to like hypnotism and shit too. Like, yeah, I don't need to like get all deep involved in that right now, but it's a pretty weird situation.
Yeah, so check this out. We did this show looking at Kurzweil and Tony Robbins, and here. So we'll basically and and I'll replay another show we did now with Seymour Stacks. So let me see, his channel is here at Seymour Stacks.
Stacks on stacks, bro.
Yeah.
Seymour Staxiums.
Yeah, Seymour. Yeah, exactly. So Seymour, and yeah, and we'll play quite a bit of music. As a sort of outro. So check those channels out. I'll put this back up. Seymour Stacks, we'll put that on in shortly, right? We'll put on Seymour Stacks. And a conversation I had with him and NPC the game, where I told him about a lot of stuff. Honestly, in a short amount of time, I told him about quite a few things and whatnot. And there's also a song in the middle of it that I want to skip because it's kind of a preview of something I want to show later on the show. So yeah, yeah, blessings.
But yeah, appreciate you having me, and we'll do it. I'm sure tomorrow will be very interesting. I may do a pre-show, just to try to gather some people for the big show.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, but I'm not sure. No, I have no like. I'm not exactly sure what my schedule is going to be tomorrow, so we'll see. It's going to be either super busy or super chill, and I'm not sure which one it's going to be yet. So I'll find out soon. But either way, should be good. I'm just excited to see the.
Oh yeah. If we don't get a lot of
stuff.
it out, we'll do part 2. So either way, we should get through.
Because there's a lot of stuff on that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on that.
Yeah.
I don't even think I've seen a lot of the stuff. So I've seen some of it for sure, but definitely check the link that I sent you just now, because it was kind of like my hypothesis, and then somebody wrote about it apparently. So, anyways, I just think it'd be interesting to get your take on that. But
yeah,
because it might be something you might want to show tomorrow, or maybe not, depending on how. I don't know how to verify it, but it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. But yeah, man, appreciate you. Have a good night.
Yeah, peace, Neuro. Yeah, thanks for joining. And yeah. So I don't know if you guys have any closers here. It's up to you guys. I mean,
do not seek the treasure.
Yeah. And yeah, so so thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Obviously, I hardly ask for like monetary stuff, right? But one thing I would appreciate is if people try to send this around, right? That would be cool. Send it around to people so that more people could take a look at some of the things we're presenting. And yeah, we had a lot of insights here that I think are very interesting, right? Not only on transhumanism, but also on Guanan and Ellul, and their sort of critiques of the modern world. So so blessings to all the people. And yeah, we'll see you guys soon. And the first step to blinding someone is getting them to open their eyes. Right? The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, and what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that are not real. So please enjoy the sort of musical stylings, right, of a lot of these things. So yeah, I guess we'll start with this Buckingham Palace. Right, this is a classic. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Talk to you guys soon. Blessings.
Hey yo, I stand outside the gates of Buckingham Palace, selling reefer, puffing the trellis with the beef eaters. Getting so high that whenever I drop shit, it'll land on the window of your airplane cockpit. Cannabis with that hot shit, crazy hot click. Niggas is bloody idiots, thinking they can stop this. I'll increase my strength to a superhuman extent. Nigga, your rhyme ain't worth 6 pence. And if you can hear, smell, see, touch, and taste, then you don't need 6 senses to feel me punch you in the face. For Brixton to clap him common. My
Actually, you know what? I'll bring this back. I'll bring these videos back. Let me actually remove this real quick and actually re-add myself to the studio so I could turn my Alright. Give you all some type of I appreciate you guys. Let's see what it do. But yeah, I'll play some music for you guys that is sort of on a different level. Yeah, let's start with this harmonica. Maybe
All I want you to do is just
fast forward to this.
Perfect beauty. These soldiers
cause coming up, and this is a bomb shop and Holocaust joint. Wednesday Night Live for War Ghost.
machines are conspiring against him. 1,000 henchmen, 3 soldiers explore the site of a last stand by Indians. Your sky pilot is shot down and imprisoned. A woman resists efforts to give her perfect beauty. Leads the residents to believe that the robot takes ghosts is in their community. Scientists explain 7 of the deadliest threats to humanity. Psychics, animal communicators, psychiatrists uses visions against insanity. Members of a rescue team encounters deadly dinosaurs behind the door. Railroad accidents more frequent in the 1800s hardcore. Innovative studies of sexual behavior. A couple wakes in strange surroundings where Indians are at war and a man stands Vader. Siberian apocalypse, my criteria documents. A condemned man plans his execution. My force knocked a pilot out in his cockpit. A man with reoccurring nightmares fears sleep. A hoodlum shot by police. Thinks she is in heaven, it is city deep. Scandal rocks an army regiment when a respected general is found dead again. The poem rules over the shadowy world of death squads and extermination camps with bad medicine. Some warriors must believe their hearts were in their stomachs. 100 yards over the rim, there are zombies by the hundreds. son, we setting up more posts. We only got 2 arms, but we holding up 4 toes. The head holders, rolling with dead soldiers, bringing fire from the sun down to earth and then scold ya. My heart's cold, it's like my mind's harder than hell. Cast a spell and leave you lost inside an empty wishing well inside the bottomless pit. You guys forgot when I spit that it released the toxic gas that made the hostages sick. My style remains rugged like dusty World War II boots. You can bring all your recruits, you'll still need more troops. Bombs back with wombats, prepare for Mortal Kombat. I'ma bring the worst possible harm, right where your mom's at. None of your best vets could ever fuck with us. Get every bone in your body straight crushed to dust. I lust for pus, make you fucking shit out your guts. Stab wounds at full moons is a plus for us. Cobwebs and frog heads, eating bloody dog heads. Sacrilege, blasphemous rhymes. You think God's had only 1 year left? You pussy scared to death. I let you marinate in hell just to prepare your flesh. If you don't use your knife, you gonna lose your life. Then we gonna have to break out the burial tools tonight. You tools can't fight, I'll find and fucking bruise your sight. Then assault and battle cruise and damn abuse its might, right? A solar explosion raises temperatures drastically. Follows the trail of mysterious death of microphone athletes. The dark curse 3 years after a meteor devastates the earth. A computer manufactures death, neon eater, man trap lurk. On the hillside of the farscape, a strange man has knowledge of the stargates. Snow dog, werewolf, a group of campers, or rather, programmed for murder panic to receive a top secret tank schematic. In the mountain community with no observer, the 6th Ranger Battalion intends to penetrate 30 miles behind enemy lines in order to rescue 1,000 POWs. The samurai is blind. Scramble to stop an underwater disruption that threatens to destroy mankind. Perhaps some underground factory Deep 11 employs thousands of concentration camp workers to manufacture the robot tank's secret weapons. Some killers choose by type their victims. Murder is sometimes used to silence people who threaten the system. An excavation reveals 4 skeletons. A Batman shoot a bird out of a tree were better than Indian feathers, where many historic lighthouses are close to being lost forever. The puzzling pyramids of Mexico, the illicit horrific misery. A gang of bikers who killed a drug dealer in the street. A young woman escapes death. A man leads an expedition to Germany. A butchered skull of a young man found in a pit you learn in a dream. Maybe part of a mysterious atomic bomb focuses on his violent rise to power. Some military genius. A woman who witnessed a murder by a song in this vital hour. This global bout. You'll be bullet riddled, bloody, trying to get your pistol cocked alarm. With your forearm shot in the head, slumped on the side of a photo house. At night I escaped the flames of Typhoid Mary. There are other Indian tales more scary. You are then stricken with every kind of disease and every kind of sickness. You are then taken with various diseases and pains and die of illness.
You
Zero accounting software helped put me on the right path.
I think I recorded that commercial, the end of a commercial inside of that. So I recorded a bunch of songs.
That's a crazy tune, though.
Oh yeah. I think it's Mike Patton and the Executioners. Yeah,
Crazy name.
Yeah. Mike Patton is a genius, if you guys know. Fantomas, Tomahawk. You know, very obviously Faith No More, or there's a lot of different bands and works. Anyways, yeah, let's continue with this. But yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Around the raised drawbridge, which was caked and crusty with age, and gazed up toward the parapets high above. The fortress seemed impenetrable.
I have not come this far, only to be stopped by a wall of stone. We must find a way inside this blasted castle. An astronaut goes by time warp to a future planet ruled by smart apes who keep humans as slaves. Perhaps you die today. An unseen force kills those that would harm a young woman, contaminating mutants from graves. AI bid on a mediocre painting poses a detective. The crew encounters apparitions while exploring a ship that crashed on a planet that's so desolate. Who wants to kill a millionaire? Find ice can be an unusual tool deepest winter. The ghost of a murdered girl will not rest until justice is brought to her killer. The hostile environment and haunting beauty of the desert. You get trapped in a virtual reality change scenario. A shooting in Rome carved in prehistoric terror. You receive mesothelioma from your radio. A routine stunt kills a stuntman. 25 journalists vanish. Grey heart brave. My two twin 38s. They possess a bond linking them from the factory room to the grave. And it's two businesswomen. My poetry scholars debate the age. Some artists is second rate. Investigate a strange lodger who is trying to escape. Here captors interrogating and prison ex-president. Your lyrics die from the plague. You must draw on intellectual and emotional reserves to triumph over a brilliant sociopath who has kidnapped your brigade. A fishman from the lake, Jellyfish Creek gun rage. A fatal journey into a purpose-built community carved out of the jungles by the followers of the robot tank. Everyone here is welcome at Tankstown. Everyone here is welcome at Tankstown. I am lyrically and physically the Cherokee spirit chief in the countryside where ogres and giants fears me. An author survives a space shuttle tragedy. A dying computer transfers data into his brain, overloading him with information as he sleeps. In the dark, he visits the crew to help fight off a possible takeover by a culture of organized machines. You die in class at 12 schools of mystery. The manhunt may lead them to the truth about alien existence, don't you see? I issue a mandate to get illegal guns and kill by using chemistry. The robot takes terror apparatus, battle the fencing teacher. We team up with the Moon Gate squad to track lost soldiers along vehicles that have been damaged. Man lives in the solid world in which he believes in. I write of a murder, drug dealing, and a major catastrophic event. After the crucifixion, Christ's followers are filled with the Holy Spirit. The American justice system deals with organized crime, while Joseph Valachi snitches. I break the sound barrier, fly at Mach 7, and am given a death sentence. The dark intergalactic pirates board your ship and stun the crew betwixt it. The transfer consumption and search for water. This brings you into contact with a person from your past. In a flash, an enemy Indian chief was killed on a riverbank, this which has now become a major harbor. Encounter giant scorpions, dragons, and gorilla. A stranger tames in old West Boomtown. My sword cut with precision. Dying people listen. A man catches a corporal selling rifles to Apaches at intermission. Everyone here is welcome at Tankstown. Everyone here is welcome at Tankstown. Causes more injured than violence. The core values and beliefs of tyrants. Pulls to death around seeking alliance. The last gunfighter from the stronghold. The robot tank fights the backward blood sports while the agent believing has gone rogue. My dogfight blades drop 4,000 tons of explosives. The wind rumbles, men are crumble. 4 unlucky friends encounter deadly creatures in tunnels. The Challenger tank claims extremely long range kills through the eyes. A viper-bitten young woman needs to drink from the bottle.
Oh, what the fuck? The hell? The fuck? Motherfucker.
The robot tank fights the backward blood sports while the agent believing has gone rogue. My dogfight blades drop 4,000 tons of explosives. The wind rumbles, men are crumble. 4 unlucky friends encounter deadly creatures in tunnels. The Challenger tank claims extremely long range kills through the eyes. A viper-bitten young woman needs to drink from the blood of a rare fire lily to survive. Battlefield detectives fearing left for dead with only hearing. Meditation, more doomsday tech education. In fact, asteroids, bioterrorism, cyber terrorism, attacks, genetic engineering. The long lost lightsaber your friend is taken by slave traders is filled with foreboding when a stranger shoots down a pipe.
He said bioterrorism, cyber terrorism, tax genetic engineering.
In your airspace later, the Allies devise scientific and mechanical breakthroughs to thwart Hitler. The Riddler of prisons. When on television, the giant monster battles a purple dragonfly after a new weapon lets it enter from another dimension. Bastard out of California, see the ritual of dead generals. Sheriffs and judges desperate to stop the growing onslaught of outlaws need grisly technologies to punish and detour these criminals. You might find for a time the Wolverine was raised by wolves, vanishings, dead men talking, an investigation of a radiation disease that now plagues our schools. We wipe out your city with chemical weapons. Some man stalked in his dreams. A crash landing on a strange planet leaves him with a complete loss of memory. A possible takeover by cultural organized machines. Your destination, while exploring an uncharted planet, the crew members encounter aliens who hunt indigenous creatures for recreation. Everyone here is welcome at Tankstown. Everyone here is welcome at Tankstown.
Look, we got the cash. No cash moves everything around this motherfucker. Let me ask you. Don Rodriguez from the Bronx. Don Rodriguez. I don't know who you're talking about. Well, I think you do know him because
life of a drug
fucking
dealer.
guys is coming. You believe him?
Killer Hills 10304. Restaurants on a stakeout, so order the food to take out. Chaos outside a small steakhouse, maintain the power. I feel the deal's going sour, nigga missed the wedding. Late a fucking half hour. And this man who bought land from Tony Starks while he was contracting bricklaying jobs in city parks, he's a loan shark. Interest rates a grand to a finger in the garment districts. Got it sewn like singers. Is all I talk blasphemy. This kid after me for the heights in the Burlington Coat Factory. Fuck it. He turned states on my nigga Castro, this co-pilot. We used to drop right sacks of blow on this remote area we labeled Dead Man's Island, 200 miles south from Thailand. Right off the docks, I got the dirtiest custom-made yachts. Burial plots for my niggas hit with fatal shots. There's no need for us to spray up the scene. I use less men, more powerful shit on my team. Like my man Muhammad from Afghanistan, grew up in Iran. The nigga runs a neighborhood newsstand, a wild Middle Eastern bomb specialist, initiated at 11 to be a terrorist. He set bombs and bottles of champagne, and when niggas pop the cork, niggas lost half their brains. Like this ex-worker tried to smuggle a half a key in his left leg. He even underwent surgery. They say his pirate limp gave him away as the feds rushed them, coming through U.S. Customs. Now look who's on the witness stand singing, a well-known soprano, a smash hit from Sammy Gravano. Here's the plan, minimum for the hit, 200 grand, halftime at the game, blast the niggas out the stands. The sharpshooters hit the prosecutors, judges are sent photographs of their wives taking baths along with briefcase filled with 1.5. That's the bribe. Take it or commit suicide. First rule, anyone who schemes on a goal in Syria, I want their small intestines ripped from their interior. I got a price for those Jews shipping freight cargo. Don't forget to launder the cream through Wells Fargo. Reconstruct those processing plants for the call of Costa Rica. 400 barrels of ether, 200 pounds of reefer, and 50 immigrants with fake visas. Life of a drug dealer. Killer Hills, 10304. The saga continues.
Okay, I don't know what's in this one. Let's see. All right, the bad brain. Huh, that's weird. My shit's not working again? What the fuck is this, bro? Alright, hold on. Let me come back in. I'll play this again. This is ridiculous. StreamYard? Come on, man.
Ruh-roh.
Okay, and now they erased the bottom of my shit with my name that said I be do this. Now I gotta type that again. All right. Gosh, these motherfuckers.
skip and
making him suffer.
All right, we're gonna skip this. I got a video for that one. I always play. Oh, is that the only one that's left in there? All right, let's move on to something else then. Then maybe I'll play some videos and then. Yeah, so we'll move to videos now. And yeah. Let's see what we got here. I got a few of these videos that don't actually work. And I think they are. And then we can play some of these for a while because we could switch between them. And then I'll play the replays that I have. You know what I'm saying? I got a few replays that I don't think people have seen because they're on channels that you probably haven't heard of. But yeah.
Fungus and paper being pulled apart. Watching moon sign. Yeah. Check it. I talk stupid shit cause my brain's not in compliance with my tongue. But I won't speak when I push your eyes in with my thumb. If those aren't threats, you type diss me on the net and a horse brand jack piss me on your chat. Envision crystalline on a breast. Let me snort 16 and have a fancy soda 15 off your flesh. And you ain't even heard the best of this. By the time they found my suicide in the woods, termites already built a nest in it. I felt so deep in depression pits. If I looked up, I don't think I can see the sunlight peering through the precipice. There's a girl in my bedroom, dead for days, gagged in a dress with slits, neck is slit. And for the last 2 weeks, I slept with it. Cop the basement collection kit. Better have stolen it from your parents and use the money to buy gel tabs and masculine. Fucking pessimist. That's why every time I get the spit, I'm always pissed that everything is negative. I'm swallowing cyanide caps. You empty a sheet with my kin, suck leftover pussy juice like abortion vacuums. Eat the flat fumes. I missed 2 shows headlined due to nearly flatlining on coke in the bath. By the time I even make a wax, I'll have to be pushed to the mic stand in a wheelchair like Cobain putting long sleeves over stamp wounds. Apparently drugs are the cool topic to talk about when making cash sweat. My next show will be my promotional funeral banquet. And on stage there'll be a deep fucker with a blend. My next album when I lay dead from drug abuse in a casket. So vote for Jack, he eats his own and bites to a tree hugging neck just to chip off their adrenochrome. A dying king so sick and thin when he breathes in you can see his bones. He's too weak to leave tractor-poles, farmlands and mobile home trailers, cemeteries, reservoir banks, shotguns and campers, Indian reservations, rowboat oars and anchors. In a one-room summer home dusted, call me a junkie. Tennis racket stands, hands bloody, khakis and husk puppies. Short sleeve common rugby, Juppy, Theodore Bundy, yellow punch buggy, brunette in front seat, crowbar and bungee, Dun's dummy, with boyish charm and a smile that screams trust me.
Whoops, sorry about that. That was my own fuckery that caused that skip. But so we kind of got struck on the music video, so I can't play that music video anymore. But you know, a long time ago. So so I know not to play the entire video through. But yeah, I gotta remake that because it's a very important song for the show. I think it really encapsulates the show, right? Because it's called Robo Sapien by the band Techno Animal. I mean, just the name itself defines basically the show itself, right? The machine lab, you know, it's a, you know, Robo Sapien by Techno Animal. I mean, there it is, folks. That about sums it up. Yeah?
That shit was mega ill, dude.
Yeah, it's mega deaf.
Especially watching a pretty bright moon, not a full moon, but you know how the moon, when the clouds are moving hella fast in front of it.
Oh,
just listening to that was fucking, that was sick, dude.
Yeah, blessings, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, peace to you. I mean, admittedly, I'm a little bit faded doing 4th of July thing, drinking for fucking 10 hours straight, which I don't normally do. But it was good times. So I'm a latecomer. I didn't hear the readings or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
Tell
heard
us about
the dope tunes. It was good around the lake, around some good city folk, and just, you know, people playing music and bringing out their Blackstones and barbecuing and doing the thing. You know, we all have our own viewpoints on 4th of July and things like that. For me, it's a conundrum, so to speak. It's a contradiction in a lot of ways. You know, it just depends on what vibe you're coming from. I appreciate the people celebrating 4th of July. I appreciate the people rejecting it, you know, and everything in between. Appreciate the, you know, the
Yeah.
Trump tards and the right wingers who are like, yeah, 4th of July, America, and I appreciate others, you know, and I also appreciate those who aren't trapped in the dichotomy. I think it's a nuanced thing, right? Because I was just looking at it on my Facebook. I have posts from like 8, 9, 10 years ago saying, well, America died on 1913 and all this, you know, because the Fed Reserve, where Americans are rejecting a 4% tax. And now the Fed Reserve and everything else, we're doing 20, 30% tax. And then you have the white nationalists who say, well, we should respect the founding of the nation in 1776. I'm like, well, did you know that the Jews and Haim Solomon and all these people were funding people like Jefferson, who were trying to ride the wave and use Northwestern Europeans as a Shaboskoy to create what, you know, Columbus was looking for his lost land for his Jewish people. And I don't know, it's a complex, nuanced thing. I didn't bring up any of that, obviously, around a bunch of folks during a holiday, but
Certainly not.
it's not like a fun party vibe, you know. But it was interesting, you know, seeing, like, we got there and there was people had their speakers where they played the loud music, and people were playing Creedence Clearwater and classic white folk music, and then they were playing Mexican music the rest of the way, and people were saying, well, why are you playing Mexican music? And I'm like, well, why are you misconstrued of what an American is? And it's just too nuanced to discuss at a fucking park. You know? I just try to enjoy and not rock the boat and let people do this thing.
Peace, smoke a peace pipe.
Yeah. I used to smoke a lot of weed, but I haven't in years. But around my area, there's a lot of Native American folks, and you know how it goes. 4th of July, there's people who say colonization was a horrible thing. People who say it was a good thing. There's people who say that it depends.
Yeah, the colonizing thing is actually Britain, right? So that's kind of like where it started. And then I guess it's debatable whether the original American project was about a sort of expansionist or colonial project. But yeah, this is pretty interesting. This is Ebola on America. I don't know if anybody's ever heard this, but yeah, this is pretty fucking interesting. What he says. Let's play a little bit of this. I'll pause it a lot of times, but yeah, he says some pretty funny stuff.
American civilization. Julius Evola. American civilization. The recently deceased John Dewey was applauded by the American press as the most representative figure of American civilization. This is quite right. His theories are entirely representative of the vision of man and life, which is the premise of Americanism and its democracy. The essence of such theories is this, that everyone can become what he wants to, within the limits of the technological means at his disposal. Equally, a person is not what he is from his true nature, and there is no real difference between people, only differences in qualifications. According to this theory, anyone can be anyone he wants to be if he knows how to train himself. This is obviously the case with the self-made man. In a society which has lost all sense of tradition, the notion of personal aggrandizement will extend into every aspect of human existence.
Okay, so to
Who's
start
that,
off,
Dewey?
Yeah, he's saying Dewey is kind of saying that America's sort of subjected to the sort of rule of specialists because, I mean, in America, sort of everyone agrees that you could be whatever you want within your technological means, and that if you, want to do something, you got to sort of, in order to,
like be.
Yeah, in order
if
to
you wanna
be, in order to be the man, you got to beat the man. That sort of thing. It's like the American spirit is all about that, right? And so he's describing that
You can be whatever you want to be.
Yeah, that it's a baseline equality, and then
Yeah, like you can be if you want to be a woman, you can be a woman. If you want to be a man,
well,
as long as
eventually,
you got the technology to do it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And in the sense of all that matters is personal aggrandizement, right? As he's saying and laying out. So he's saying that that this is encapsulated by a total loss of traditions, a society that has no traditions, right? But they just got, sort of Mickey Mouse and McDonald's and that sort of thing as a replacement.
Reinforcing the egalitarian doctrine of pure democracy. If the basis of such ideas is accepted, then all natural diversity has to be abandoned. Each person can presume to possess the potential of everyone else, and the terms superior and inferior lose their meaning. Every notion of distance and respect loses meaning. All lifestyles are open to all. To all organic conceptions of life, Americans oppose a mechanistic conception. In a society which has started from scratch, everything has the characteristic of being fabricated. In American society, appearances are masks, not faces. At the same time, proponents of the American way of life are hostile to personality. The Americans' open-mindedness, which is sometimes cited in their favor, is the other side of their interior formlessness. The same goes for their individualism. Individualism and personality are not the same. The one belongs to the formless world of quantity, the other to the world of quality and hierarchy. The Americans are the living refutation of the Cartesian axiom, I think, therefore I am. Americans do not think, yet they are. The American mind, puerile and primitive, lacks characteristic form and is therefore open to every kind of standardization. In a superior civilization, as, for example, that of the Indo-Aryans, the being who is without a characteristic form or caste, in the original meaning of the word, not even that of servant or shudra, would emerge as a pariah. In this
let's stop right there. The good old Indo-Aryans, right? You can always trust them for insights on culture and society.
Dude, he shit on Descartes right there. He said they don't think, therefore they still are.
Well, any student of Guanan is like an opponent of Descartes, right? So
That's wild.
for sure. They're huge
I
opponents.
got a new theory.
Yeah.
Well, America is the promised land. DC is Rome. And so
you guys ever see Secrets in Plain Sight?
The white
That
man.
documentary?
No, the
See
white
if I
man
can
is
look that up.
native. The white
They
man
were.
is a native. We are native. There were white native First Nation Indians, whatever you want to call them. But they went to Europe and they indoctrinated, and it's like twisted.
Come on, man.
Back. So there were Native American white people that were here, and there were brown people, white people, but they were all here. And the history's all fucked up. It's all backwards and shit.
So you mean like ADOS, but for Europeans?
They tell you that place in Israel, they call Israel now, is where Jerusalem used to be, but I don't think it was ever there. I think it's all bullshit.
You guys ever seen this documentary, Secrets in Plain Sight? This is pretty interesting. Let's watch a little bit of this because I think it's relevant to the 4th of July stuff.
There are 10 Sephiro in the Tree of Life, plus another hidden one called Doth. Adding the 22 paths between Sephiro brings the total up to the magic 33. My theory involves the Schumann resonance. This is the frequency at which the Earth vibrates. Scientists have measured this standing wave at 7.83 Hertz, with a wavelength equal to the circumference of the Earth. This inaudible low hum is due to lightning discharges in our conductive ionosphere, causing the planet to actually ring like a bell. If you do the simple calculation, which I've done here in a spreadsheet, you'll see that middle C is 33 harmonics, or 32 overtones above the Schumann resonance. Sound implausible? Think of it this way. Our bodies resonate 33 octaves above the Earth's fundamental vibration. This fits with the ancient Hermetic motto, as above, so below. I find it incredible that the UN emblem divides the Earth into 33 sectors. This has to be more than coincidental. The human spinal column appropriately has 33 vertebrae if you count the fused bones in the lower spine individually. 33 might very well be built into the architecture of the universe.
That's classical cult.
For further
shit.
confirmation, let's take a look at the Great Seal of the United States of America as shown on the back of a $1 bill. Let's start with the obverse side of the Great Seal. That's the side with the eagle. Most important to our current line of inquiry, let's count the number of feathers on the wings. The left wing has 33 feathers, and the right wing has 32. Could these refer to the 33 harmonics or 32 overtones just discussed in relation to the Schumann resonance? I think Rick Campbell has correctly decoded the controlling geometry. 3 circles with their centers on each other's circumferences form a kind of double vesica Pisces, if you will. A vesica Pisces is formed whenever 2 equally sized circles come together, such that their centers are on each other's circumferences. A Star of David emerges from the 3 circles' intersection points. Examining the reverse of the Great Seal, we find the same controlling geometry. Look at the letters picked out of the mottos Annuit Coptis and Novus Ordo Seclorum. Never mind right now what these mottos signify. The letters at the points of the Star of David are A, S, N, O, and M. Rearranging, we get Mason. So to summarize, we've seen how the House of the Temple presides over a street pyramid in Washington, D.C. There is a clear Masonic connection to the office of the President, NASA, and the United Nations. The Scottish Freemasons are obsessed with the number 33, which is echoed in the Judeo-Christian tradition, having a resonance both with the human body and the earth. It's no secret that Masons trace their history back through the Knights Templar. I was amazed to discover there is an urban village straight across the Potomac from the White House called Rosslyn. Many researchers believe one of the Templar factions fled to Scotland after the infamous raid that destroyed their order. Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland was the place featured in the Da Vinci Code, where Sophie learned she was a direct descendant of Jesus, and where she was reunited with her bloodline. Friday the 13th, October 1307, was the date most of the Templars got arrested, had their considerable assets seized, were interrogated, and tortured to death by agents of the French king, acting in cooperation with the Pope. Knowing the connections between the Templars, Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, and the Scottish Freemasons made me take a closer look at Rosslyn, Virginia. Rosslyn has 2 important features, a dense urban village and the Marine Corps War Memorial. So I drew a line from the center of the Marine Corps
He draws all these damn lines.
Memorial in Rosslyn, Virginia, to the center of...
So yeah, so let's go to some of his other thing here.
Masonic compasses built into the street plan. The compasses that run along Pennsylvania and Maryland avenues point to the White House and the Jefferson Memorial. The spread of the compasses is 1 royal mile. I might chalk this up to coincidence if it wasn't for the diagram Richard Heath has published in Sacred Number.
Yeah, TML. They said this was all built in the 1800s with horse and buggies.
No. No, they said it was built way before that. This is built like in I think it's built I think this capitals area. This a lot of this is organized before that, but
Yeah, I
Each
think it was built
diagram is drawn as a grid of equilateral triangles.
I'm not sure. Man.
So every
Most of it, I guess, were built later because they got the Lincoln Memorial.
edge measures
They
1 royal
claim
mile.
it was
The
built
Jeff-
in the 1800s, but I believe it was built like over 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Houses.
So over
Jefferson
1,000 years ago
Memorial,
when they had
White
horse and
House.
buggy.
Yeah, right.
No,
Okay, so-
the
Come on, bro.
Romans, when they actually knew how to do shit, like
Yeah,
Egyptian.
Yeah, I'm not gonna show this for that much longer, right? It's only for like a little bit while more, and then I want to move back to the Guanan thing. But yeah, I just think this is are you guys interested in this? This is pretty interesting, right? I think it's like weird, right, or whatever.
Yeah, I've known that for many a years. It's laid out in Masonic symbols and
Right. Yeah.
Roman
Right, yeah.
gods and Greek gods.
Right, but I think just as a visual representation, how it's laid out, right? That most people aren't able to explain. So it's good to have a visual representation of that. But yeah,
and House of the Temple are centrally located on these nodes. The point of the pentagon facing the White House is at this node. This is simply too much coincidence to have not been the product of intentional design. I find the ancient flower of life diagram fits perfectly into this grid. The flower of life has been found all over the world. Wikipedia lists the flower of life in 15 countries so far. Here's the flower of life at the Osirion Temple in Abydos, Egypt, which is a minimum of 3,300 years old. It's a little-known fact that Leonardo da Vinci even studied the flower of life. This is the second depiction of a cube we see in DC. Metrology, the science of measurement, is one of the keys to deciphering secret architecture. Each side of the larger cube spans 2 triangles, forming an edge length equal to 2 royal miles. The polar radius of the Earth is 1728 times 2 royal miles. This equals the 3456 royal miles referenced by the Edinburgh Royal Mile. The number 1728 links DC with the mythical New Jerusalem described in the Bible. And the city lieth 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed, 12,000 furlongs. The length and the breadth and the height of it are equal. The dimensions of New Jerusalem describe a cube whose volume is 1728 billion furlongs. Did you ever wonder why the US and Israel have such a strong bond? DC is the New Jerusalem. Here's the 1992 Israeli Supreme Court building in Jerusalem. Does this pyramid on top containing a window look familiar? It appears to be the Eye of Providence, the same symbol found in the streets of DC and on the dollar bill. Many researchers...
Again, so obviously me and Mr. Anderson, we already know that that's on the Supreme Court of Israel, but that's not really the point. I think most people don't know it, so I'm just showing it because I think I think that's a salient idea that America and Israel are connected. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
That they're,
Do you know that
they're Freemasonry.
Washington, D.C. sits on 7 hills, just like Rome is described in the scriptures. You got Capitol Hill, Madridian Hill.
Right,
7 hills. It's Rome.
Yeah, so Rome.
The early drawings showed it as New Rome.
Rome was worldwide, and I believe the headquarters of Rome is in D.C., and that Rome was worldwide. You see Roman structures all over the world.
Well, that's the thing, is that Judea was part of Rome. So you have to think that the temple was in Rome, right? So this is the second temple, right? So yeah.
Have seen the tree of life from Jewish mysticism encoded in
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Many researchers have seen the Tree of Life from Jewish mysticism encoded in DC's traffic circles and monuments. However, DCSymbols.com is the only place that shows how the streets and traffic circles match this early depiction of the Porte Lucis Tree of Life from 1516. The Portal of Light version is shaped like an actual tree. Maybe that's where the Tree of Life got its name. Scott Circle's gently curving streets mimic the shape of the Pythagorean Y. In The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, author David Oveson says, "The Pythagorean Y is a vestigial drawing of a path through life, in which one is perpetually presented with a choice of symbolic directions. Should one do good or bad?" Scott Circle is in the position in the Tree of Life known as Doth, the hidden Sephiro.
Okay, so I can't just keep on showing that. It's 4 hours long, but yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, the Statue of Liberty. It sits on a star fort of 9 pointed star fort. 9 or 11, I can't remember.
You guys have the same subjects. Like, it's crazy. It's like the star forts, the things. It's like the same 5 subjects. But yeah, so let's check it out.
America is a society of pariahs. There is a role for pariahs. It is to be subjected to beings whose form and internal laws are precisely defined. Instead, the modern pariahs seek to become dominant themselves and to exercise their dominion over all the world. There is a popular notion about the United States that it is a young nation with a great future before it. Apparent American defects are then described as the faults of youth or growing pains. It is not difficult to see that the myth of progress plays a large part in this judgment. According to the idea that everything new is good, America has a privileged role to play among civilized nations. In the First World War, the United States intervened in the role of the civilized world par excellence. The most evolved nation had not only a right but a duty to interfere in the destinies of other peoples. The structure of history is, however, cyclical, not evolutionary. It is far from being the case that the most recent civilizations are necessarily superior. They may be, in fact, senile and decadent. There is a necessary correspondence between the most advanced stages of a historical cycle and the most primitive. America is the final stage of modern Europe. Guénon called the United States the Far West, in the novel sense that the United States represents the reductio ad absurdum of the negative and the most senile aspects of Western civilization. What in Europe exist in diluted form are magnified and concentrated in the United States, whereby they are revealed as the symptoms of disintegration and cultural and human regression. The American mentality can only be interpreted as an example of regression, which shows itself in the mental atrophy towards all higher interests and incomprehension of higher sensibility. The American mind has limited horizons. One can ascribe to everything which is immediate and simplistic, with the inevitable consequence that everything is made banal, basic, and leveled down until it is deprived of all spiritual life. Life itself in American terms is entirely mechanistic. The sense of I in America belongs entirely to the physical level of existence. The typical American neither has spiritual dilemmas nor complications. He is a natural joiner and conformist. The primitive American mind can only superficially be compared to a young mind. The American mind is a feature of the regressive society to which I have already referred.
So what do you guys think?
Yeah.
He also has a thing called negrified America. So I mean, it's pretty weird. It's like he's obviously a racialist, right? So he then proceeds to talk about how America's like, it wants, like, it's sort of inverted the lower and the higher, in the sense of, American culture is like so multicultural, right? And that's because it's endured this idea of equality to such a level that it's had to integrate all of the elements of its, society, right? And then he's, so he goes on to talk about that as well. So yeah, so let's go on. I may play a little bit of that too. But yeah,
Yeah, so let's see.
American morality. The much vaunted sex appeal of American women is drawn from films, reviews and pin-ups, and is in large print fictitious. A recent medical survey in the United States showed that 75% of young American women are without strong sexual feeling, and instead of satisfying their libido they seek pleasure narcissistically in exhibitionism, vanity, and the cult of fitness and health in a sterile sense.
Right, the Negroticians. Right, from the other show. I'm actually going to play that show. I probably have time at the end here, so I'll probably play that show. But yeah.
American girls have no hang-ups about sex. They are easygoing for the man who sees the whole sexual process as something in isolation, thereby making it uninteresting and matter-of-fact, which, at such a level, it is meant to be. Thus, after she has been taken to the cinema or a dance, it is something like American good manners for the girl to let herself be kissed. This doesn't mean anything. American women are characteristically frigid and materialistic. The man who has his way with an American girl is under a material obligation to her. The woman has granted a material favor. In cases of divorce, American law overwhelmingly favors the woman. American women will divorce readily enough when they see a better bargain. It is frequently the case in America that a woman will be married to one man but already engaged to a future husband, the man she plans to marry after a profitable divorce. Our American
American women are taking it.
He's going in.
I can't say I disagree with what he's saying. A lot of what but yeah,
That's funny shit, though. He's the cynic, I suppose.
He said they're frigid and materialistic.
Yeah, he's not wrong, but he's definitely a cynic.
Yeah, the divorce laws favor them. Yeah, that's indubitably true. I've been through a divorce in this country. It's a brutal process, you're hung out to dry, and then you're forced to pay a lot of money, and so on and so forth. Though, so
this is like early incel shit, because like, what do we have the benefit as a man in American culture to be married in today's age?
Yeah.
It's like old school red pill shit.
Yeah, it's a lot of that, and then so the whoredom is sort of has more incentives for a lot of people, or so then this becomes a reality. It is really because of the movies, right? Especially the Disney movies, I think. I think that programs a lot of people, and so on.
That's true. Feminism, probably more profoundly so.
Yeah, I think Buddha was telling me that Baudrillard sort of has this idea, of Disney being like simulacrum and simulation, and how the two merge, and he uses this as an example, of myth making, the hyper real, and so on and so forth. So let's see what else he's got. This is pretty interesting. But yeah, this is an interesting segment. I'm not sure exactly where this is from. I'll look it up for you guys.
American media. Americanization in Europe is widespread and evident. In Italy, it is a phenomenon which is rapidly developing in these post-war years and is considered by most people, if not enthusiastically, at least as something natural. Some time ago I wrote that of the two great dangers confronting Europe, Americanism and communism, the first is the more insidious. Communism cannot be a danger other than in the brutal and catastrophic form of a direct seizure of power by communists. On the other hand, Americanization gains ground by a process of gradual infiltration, affecting modifications of mentalities and customs which seem inoffensive in themselves but which end in a fundamental perversion and degradation against which it is impossible to fight other than within oneself. It is precisely with respect to such internal opposition that most Italians seem weak. Forgetting their own cultural inheritance, they readily turn to the United States as something akin to the parent guide of the world. Whoever wants to be modern has to measure himself according to the American standard. It is pitiable to witness a European country so debase itself. Veneration for America has nothing to do with a cultured interest in the way other people live. On the contrary, servility towards the United States leads one to think that there is no other way of life worth considering on the same level as the American one. Our radio service is Americanized. Without any criterion of superior and inferior, it just follows the fashionable themes of the moment and markets what is considered acceptable, that is, to the most Americanized section of the public, which is to say the most degenerate. The rest of us are dragged along in its wake. Even the style of presentation on radio has become Americanized.
So
after listening
to I get this a lot talking to the Europeans, right, online. Right, they seem to think that American culture is synonymous with degeneracy and that America is falling apart. But they're always talking about how America's turning to shit, and then they're always pointing out how they're being taken over by Muslims or whatever, but America's next, right? So yeah, so there's this whole idea that goes along with that, right? So it's like, what are you saying? America's going to shit? You know, look at your own country, right? A lot of these European countries are, you know, are not doing much better, right? So yeah. So who's to say who's gonna win out?
So are you talking about British? Because you said your own country. Are you talking about British people?
Well, British, Australians, Canadians, right? You know,
the UK, Canada.
Yeah, now I'm not so much sure about Italy and Spain and kind of those countries that have sort of those older cultures. How much have they endured? You know what? Evola is talking about Americanization, right?
Yeah. And what is it? What if it was defined? What would Americanization be?
I think like hamburgers and pizza and like McDonald's and
So
the
culture.
type of TV shows. No, it's a type of mechanized culture that he is describing. It's like mass produced, homogenized culture, right? So like,
And that's exclusive to America?
yeah, I would think so, right? Because the mass industrial like situation, right, was first achieved by the Americans, right? So they're kind of the premier model of industrialization, right, in the world, right? That's not going to be Britain, right, because it's after 1800s that this occurred, right? And then that propelled America into the World War because they had all this land mass to produce all this weapons, right? Because they could put the children and the women to work in the factories. So this was huge, right? So America was endured this huge cultural explosion, right? And then they could integrate the slaves into the factories too, right? The former slaves. You know?
Is that because of technology itself? Because the world wars, we were propelled into those by international interests.
Yeah, but I think the result of the World War and American intervention, right, as Evola is saying, is to make it like the world power, right? And a lot of sort of people talk about that, right? How the World War sort of transitions from sort of those other countries, Britain and France and those other European powers, to America being the dominant one on the world stage, right?
Yeah.
Because they had to bail them out essentially, and they became allied, right? They became the saviors of Europe. That's a huge turning point, right? From 1600 to 1800, right? 1800, right? Palmerston is dropping bombs in the U.S., right, for the Civil War, right? So it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck, right? You know what I mean? But then after that, we had to go in and quote unquote save their hide, right, in the situation that they manufactured, apparently, right?
Yeah. Indeed.
So yeah, so World War I, World War II, they say that's kind of the transition of America on the world stage. And what really happened, right? Well, American industries were handed over to the production of war supplies, right? That's what the transition was made, right? Rosie the Riveter and and all this stupid ass shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got damn, what was I gonna say? Fuck.
But yeah, you know, okay, so yeah, maybe you'll remember in a second. But yeah, let's take a little more of this.
An American radio program can suppress a shudder when he considers that the only way of escaping communism is by becoming Americanized.
Yeah, this is pretty weird that he said that.
That's a weird dichotomy.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
I know,
what I
you
was
know,
going to say.
yeah, it's a weird
We
dichotomy.
supported the Bolshevik Jews. I mean, the Bolshevik commies during World War II.
Exactly. That's a great point, Rocky. Yeah, they supported Stalin, right? And Stalin
Yeah.
and Churchill were having conversations, and you know, and so on and so forth. And you know, so this false dialectic that was drawn off later, I mean, on the Cold War, right? You know, that Malcolm X pointed out, right? He said, you know, when asked by a reporter what you know, re-education means, right? He said the American people have to be re-educated, right? And then they asked him what this means. Well, he said that the same way that the American public can be made to hate the Russians, right? You know, and love the Japanese, and then and then love the Russians and hate the Japanese, right? It's the same way, right? It just switches
Yeah,
their
yeah.
perception, right?
Yeah, Patton said we fought the wrong enemy, and then 9 days later he was dead from a car accident after surviving World War II.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No one ever stopped to ask why we jumped in to help the communists win World War.
And then John Birch was in China when the Americans let the commies take over and supported the and then there was Poland was betrayed by the United States.
Yeah.
And Little Mustache Man knew that Stalin was preparing to invade all of Europe.
Yeah,
He stopped
and also Lenin and Trotsky were in America, right? They were in New York. They started
Those are New York Jews. Yeah.
They were supported by America. We
And
financed
Wall Street.
the Bolshevik commie
Yeah.
Jew world order.
Yeah,
Wall Street.
Yeah, this whole thing that he's drawing up with this dialectic between Americanism and communism, right? He's saying that Americanism is a sort of moral degeneracy that creeps in and subverts the social fabric, right? Whereas communism is a takeover from the top down of the governmental structure, right? So, and indeed, a lot of the American thinkers were sort of interested in this idea of, you know, you know, soft communism thing, where you subvert the social mores, right? So there's a alternative form of communism that, you know,
That's soft power communism.
yeah, you know, Fabian socialism
And
and
the Communist Manifesto has already taken place in America. Basically, all the points have been fulfilled.
Yeah. Including public schools and everything.
Destroy the family unit.
yeah,
Shit like that.
religion and all this. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
These are not the words of an outsider but of an American sociologist, James Burnham, professor at the University of Princeton. Such a judgment from an American should make Italian radio programmers blush for shame. The consequence of the do-your-own-thing democracy is the intoxication of the greater part of the population which is not capable of discriminating for itself, which, when not guided by a power and an ideal, all too easily loses sense of its own identity.
The Industrial Order in America.
In his classic study of capitalism, Werner Sombart summarized the late capitalist phase in the adage fiat producto, parit homo. In its extreme form, capitalism is a system in which a man's value is estimated solely in terms of the production of merchandise and the invention of the means of production. Socialist doctrines grew out of a reaction to the lack of human consideration in this system. A new phase has begun in the United States where there has been an upsurge of interest in so-called labor relations. In appearance it would seem to signify an improvement. In reality this is a deleterious phenomenon. The entrepreneurs and employers have come to realize the importance of the human factor in a productive economy, and that it is a mistake to ignore the individual involved in industry, his motives, his feelings, his working day life. Thus, a whole school of study of human relations in industry has grown up, based on behaviorism. Studies like Human Relations in Industry by B. Gardner and G. Moore have supplied a minute analysis of the behavior of employees and their motivations with the precise aim of defining the best means to obviate all factors that can hinder the maximization of production. Some studies certainly don't come from the shop floor but from the management, abetted by specialists from various colleges. The sociological investigations go as far as analyzing the employee's social ambience. This kind of study has a practical purpose. The maintenance of the psychological contentment of the employee is as important as the physical. In cases in which a worker is tied to a monotonous job which doesn't demand a great deal of concentration, the studies will draw attention to the danger that his mind may tend to wander in a way that may eventually reflect badly on his attitude towards the job. The private lives of employees are not forgotten, hence the increase in so-called personnel counseling. Specialists are called in to dispel anxiety, psychological disturbances, and non-adaptation complexes, even to the point of giving advice in relation to the most personal matters. A frankly psychoanalytic technique and one much used is to make the subject talk freely and put the results obtainable by this catharsis into relief. None of this is concerned with the spiritual betterment of human beings or any real human problems, such as a European would understand them in this age of economics. On the other side of the Iron Curtain, man is treated as a beast of burden and his obedience is maintained by terror and famine.
Yeah, they try to say that communism and socialism are the same thing. National socialism is far right, and communism and socialism are the same, kind of, but I disagree. I think National Socialism is any state has the right to be whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, whoops, I was muted there. But yeah, I was kind of saying like I forget exactly how I put it, but I was trying to get to the idea that in Locke, right, after 18, right, you're not under the tutelage of your father as in the Christian tradition, right? There's this role for the patriarch still after where you have to obey your parents, right? But Locke says that you don't really need to obey your father anymore after you can earn your own property and wealth, right? So he says that your father does not have dominion over you, right? But the father establishes property by means of his obtaining value, right? And of course, in this case, the value is obtained through the system, right? And then this value is applied to taking care of the child until they're able to take care of themselves, right? So this idea of every man has the ability for life, liberty, and property, right? He establishes this quite clearly. And of course, this is endemic to the American sort of way of life, right? And I could obviously earlier in the show I sort of established how Locke talks about this, but
yeah.
So individualism.
Yeah, individualism. Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting. That's almost in a weird way like Plato's Republic. As far as separating, but in Plato's Republic, you have the state that's governing the new child, the new adult. So it's different in that sense, but
Yeah, that might be
as
more on
far
the
as separating your
collectivism.
parents from governing over the children.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be more in the collectivism coin. You know, but I'm trying to see where
The state has control of your children if you send them to educational school for 8 hours of the day. It's not
Well,
like
yeah.
they're really yours anymore.
here's one. Okay, I found
Mhm.
it actually. Here is it. Here it is. Guys, I'll read a bunch of this. Right? He says though there be a time when a child comes to be as free from subjection of the will and command of his father, as the father himself is free from subjection of will of anybody else, and they are each under no other restraint but that which is common to them both, whether it be the law of nature or municipal law of their country. This is section 66 of a chapter entitled Paternal Power in the second treatise. Right? So he says, yet this freedom exempts not a son from that honor which he ought by law of God and nature to pay his parents. So there he throws in the bone for the Christians, right? God having made parents instruments in his great design, right? But then he says, where he goes on to say, 'tis one thing to owe honor, respect, and gratitude and assistance, and another to require an absolute obedience. So there's him making the distinction, right? To honor due to parents, a monarch in his throne owes his mother, yet this lessens not his authority, he says, nor subjects him to her government. The want of, and now this is 67, the want of distinguishing these two powers, viz. that which the father hath in the right of tuition during minority and the right of honor all his life, may perhaps have caused a great part of mistake about this matter. So I'll skip a part here and I'll go to 69, which is weird that it's 69, dudes. So it says the father's authority cannot dispossess the mother of this right too, nor can any man discharge his son from honoring her that bore him. And both these are very far from a power to make laws and enforcing them with penalties that may reach estate, liberty, limbs, and life. The power of commanding ends with non-age, and though after that honor and respect, support and defense, and whatsoever gratitude can oblige a man. So yeah, so he goes on to say that he owes his mother respect as well as his father, and the mother was responsible for creating him as well as the father. And so the father is not solely responsible for creating the child. So this idea of patriarchy is false, right? And the paternal power is partly also adjudicated by the laws of the state. So he says they share a part of the paternal power. So he goes on distributing this paternal power and saying that each man has a right on his own, right? So yeah.
What a joke.
Yeah.
In the United States, man is also
gotta
seen as
crash
just a
out.
factor of labor and consumption, and no aspect.
Yeah, blessings, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, thank you for
Yeah.
joining. Yeah.
Peace. I wish I could stay for longer, but yeah,
No, it's cool. No, I was ending the show and then
I'm at the end of my
yeah.
ability here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Peace to you.
Yeah, peace.
Of his interior life is neglected, and every factor of his existence is drawn to the same end. In the land of the free, through every medium, man is told he has reached a degree of happiness hitherto undreamed of. He forgets who he is, where he came from, and basks in the present.
American democracy in industry.
There is a significant and growing discrepancy in the United States between the shibboleths of the prevailing political ideology and the effective economic structures of the nation. A large part of studies of the subject is played by the morphology of business. Studies corroborate the impression that American business is a long way from the type of organization which corresponds to the democratic ideal of U.S. propaganda. American businesses have a pyramid structure. They constitute at the top an articulate hierarchy. The big businesses are run in the same way as government ministries and are organized along similar lines. They have coordinating and controlling bodies which separate the business leaders from the mass of employees. Rather than becoming more flexible in a social sense, the managerial elite, Burnham, is becoming more autocratic than ever, something not unrelated to American foreign policy. This is the end of yet another American illusion. America, the land of opportunity, where every possibility is there for the person who can grasp it, a land where anyone can rise from rags to riches. At first there was the open frontier for all to ride out across. That closed, and the new open frontier was the sky, the limitless potential of industry and commerce. As Gardner, Moore, and many others have shown, this too is no longer limitless, and the opportunities are thinning out. Given the ever-increasing specialization of labor in the productive process and the increasing emphasis on qualifications, what used to seem obvious to Americans, that their children would go further than they would, is for many people no longer obvious at all. Thus it is that in the so-called political democracy of the United States, the force and the power in the land, that is to say the industry and the economy, are becoming ever more self-evidently undemocratic. The problem then is, should reality be made to fit ideology or vice versa? Until recently the overwhelming demand has been for the former course of action. The cry goes out for a return to the real America of unfettered enterprise and the individual free of central government control. Nevertheless, there are also those who would prefer to limit democracy in order to adapt political theory to commercial reality. If the mask of American democracy were thereby removed, it would become clear to what extent democracy in America, and elsewhere, is only the instrument of an oligarchy which pursues a method of indirect action, assuring the possibility of abuse and deception on a large scale of those many who accept a hierarchical system because they think it is justly such. This dilemma of democracy in the United States may one day give place to some interesting developments.
Okay, let me open this other one here.
Hola. We have recently been informed by the newspapers that, according to certain calculations, half of the population of Manhattan in New York will be of the black race by 1970, and that, of the 5 districts which constitute the city of New York, 28% of the residents will be colored people.
So this is the one where he talks about negrified America. So I guess he's saying that, as I explained earlier, he's talking about black people in America, right?
Similar developments have also been established for other cities and regions of the United States. We are thus witnessing a negrification, an interbreeding, and a decline of the white race in the face of more prolific inferior races. Naturally, from the democratic point of view, there is no harm in all this, on the contrary. The zeal and intransigence of those American agitators of racial integration is well known and can but only further reinforce this phenomenon. Moreover, not only are these last not content with advocating total racial promiscuity and demanding that Negroes have free access to all public and political office, so much so that we may one day expect to see a black president of the United States, but also—
Oh, he called it, right? The black president. So actually, yeah, so he's kind of a racialist, as I said, and he's also like in the foundations of Italian fascism and whatnot. So yeah, so interestingly enough, there is some of the application of their racialist ideas. What's this, Rocky?
It's a Statue of Liberty, sits on a fort.
The starry eyed. All right, God bless America, man. You know what I mean? And, so yeah, we'll do the thing. And yeah, we got these guys here, they're having a good time. But yeah, we'll continue this soon, guys. Blessings. I appreciate you guys. God bless America. And
God bless the Jew world order.
The Jew world order. Exactly.
Happy 4th of July.
July. Exactly. Yeah, we've ran that one into the ground. So another segment, another—
Nobody likes the Jews anymore.
Yeah, they don't have to. It's a free country, as they say, right? So
yeah, we don't have to like them fuckers.
Freedom of speech, and yeah, so anyways, I appreciate you guys, and you guys want to say some closers, and we'll wrap this thing up for the second time around. I don't know if Reddington's still here with us. Red, you still here? No.
Dude,
Oh,
do
there-
not seek the treasure.
Blessings, brother.
What does
Yeah,
that
Red,
mean? I don't understand what that means. Don't seek the treasure.
Yeah, you know, like isn't that like a bumper sticker in the Christians? Like, you know, they have some Christian bumper sticker like that. You know, my treasure is not in this world, you know, so and so on. Something like that. You know, I seen that. You know what I mean,
Just
right?
don't put up your treasures in heaven, not on earth.
Exactly, right. Don't store up treasures on earth, right? Store them up in heaven, right? So on and so forth. So yeah, so similar ideas
Okay.
there. Yeah, you know
I
what
get
mean?
it now. I get it now.
Yeah, translations are you know, mediations, and that's why we're here. Blessings to the people. So you got any closers for them, Rocky? Or-
I pray for the whole world.
Yeah.
And they would wake up and find the truth. Whatever the fuck that is. We need to find the truth. I think Jesus is the truth. The way.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I wonder where Cage went.
I can't prove it. Nobody can prove nothing. I can't prove nothing. You can't prove nothing.
Yeah, exactly, Rocky.
Yeah, my experience is that Jesus is real. He's who he says he is, whatever that is.
All right.
Yeah, I have no, I'm rooting for Iran right now.
Against Israel. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, bomb them, Iran. Bomb the shit out of them, Iran.
Yeah, so yeah, blessings, Rocky. I appreciate you. And yeah, I mean, Cage kept asking for the link and then he never called in. You know, so I wonder if he was just heckling. You know, because when we finally dropped the link for a little bit,
Cage is probably drunk.
yeah, so Cage, yeah, maybe next time there, fella. And yeah, to all the people, I appreciate you guys and talk to you guys soon. And yeah, I guess I was gonna move to play like some videos, and then we got you know, moved into some other things. So I'll play these videos now, right? And we'll move to some of the replays, right? I got some good replays for y'all, as they say, and I think you guys will be interested in that. So stick around, folks. So I'll be here watching the replays. You know, yeah, and
I'm going to play the air drums. When you play the music, I like to play the air drums.
yeah, exactly.
I used to play the drums. I gave my drums away to my granddaughter.
Yeah. And yeah, maybe I can play Under Apollyon's Sun. That's a good air drum one. You know what I mean? So yeah, so enjoy this one, and
My pastor once said that drums are from Africa, and they're kind of, they would get you to beat to the drum, and everybody would dance around while they're beating the drum and dance naked and shit. But true civilization have horns and strings, horns and trumpets and flutes and pianos.
yeah.
But the black man only had drums.
I don't know.
So let's hear some drum music.
Well, no, this is drums and other.
Yeah, I like the way you.
Yeah.
There's
Anyway,
someone in the background exposing the New World Order and shit. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, man. Blessings. So we'll do some things, and later tonight, right? We got a show Made by Machine Bob, season 2, episode 2, and it's gonna be a fascinating night, where we'll bring a lot of information about Toilet Paper USA, TPUSA, and blessings to all the people, and talk to you guys tonight. Peace. Wait, am I frozen?
That's a good
Oh
jump.
yeah, I'm Cool G. I'm Cool G rap. God Kaczynski wrapped in one. I keep a stupid bitch around me just to pack the guns.
Mm-hmm.
The Vinny Paz rhymes. I don't know if I have any Vinny Paz songs, but yeah. Anyways, let's move to just a closer song, and then we'll do the replays. Blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
All done. Yeah. Yo, Godfather Don, niggas be taping your freestyles, buying your production word like them crystals from since 1990, yo. Now niggas be trying to rap hard over them like supermarket ambient music, man. Fuck that. Yo.
The ill and tumor, doomer, rare's mind is Zuma. Soon to flare, my mind's in tuna. Boom, somewhere behind the moon, my tunes evaporate like concentrated solar. Rhymes inflated, holders of heat, sleep, mystique of a boa, throw the venom. Shot hot like cinnamon when I'm in friend denim. Blue steels in them, send them straight to hell, grinning. Women are locked like prisoners, real parishioners. Say those submission to bitches, snitches, and listeners. Missions to separate limbs is crucial. Not what you used to. Two tools used to bruise you, it's the Jew school literal. It's the physical damage, a lyrical ravager, savager, then armed managers and Abister. Master passes the Johnny come lately. Know why they hate me? They can't equate the apparatus or the status, baby. Intent lethal, eat through like ruminism. I tune your vision while you misassumes position. My fist balloons your prism, mad glass and shatter. IGO's Panthane, insane, ill past my matter. The gat attracts the devil when it's rebels to my level. Rat-a-tat as the metal settles inside your fucking kettle. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death.
It's persecution, the words I'm using. Got it in for foes, this here is dope. That's why my peers scope like the Interpol. Devastator, mass destruction. Drugs for fast bucks in. Your ass is bugging, there's nothing to get the cash from rushing. State officials make the pistol, break the gristle. I get raw for my encore. Score straight through tissue. You fade the issue. For real, it's ill like a cardiac arrest. Test to spark me at your best. You're just a party act. Your text bitching. Switching my techniques, addiction. Sick fishing, splitting your best beats to diss them. You can't fuck with the father, don't even bother. Allah's devil carver, toughest tartar, write like several authors. And every chapter captures deadly rapture. Holocaust after I show the force to bury masters. These hands will mania, mysterious in Transylvania. Tame a dime, retain the mind, and don't resort to anger. The change of my thoughts are hanging like so many niggas in the system. A brother trying to get his cash on and still you diss him. Try to quote you choke like emphysema. Misdemeanors with winter seamers, banging like Selena and Beamers. Pushing weight, stake the straight a green trucker. Spleen toucher, rougher than the touch of green rubbers.
Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death.
Next stage is even iller than the first. Immerse cadavers, splatters, daggers, hit your hearse. My curse bring winds of roar. Hymns of war, limbs are tore off the body with shoddy sloppy. I send your pores. Copycats die like Peter Cushing. Pushing off the coffin. In the eyes you can see the cushion. You get gutted like Havanas with banana clips. It's the amorous click of fantasy damages. Hammer hits connect the bludgeon. Next to flooding, text to plugging. You're sucking gasoline inside my oven. It's sealed. The covenant spills blood. An intravenous apparatus. Busting your femurs, half the package. The madness grows like bacteria. Smite axes, wearier. Strike back with Ivia. Exterior. Streptococcus. Next to pop quick. You best to stop it or you gonna need a vest to fucking block this.
Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep. Sleep is the cousin of death. I never sleep.
You know what I'm saying? Straight up, we represent this shit. BK, holding out the fort in New York. Word up, brothers, we fighting mad styles. You know what I'm saying? But it's about to change. All this elevation, brothers think they got lyrical butters, expensive class, type luxury type styles. But they lying straight up, you know what I'm saying? They ain't real. You know what I'm saying? It's the hammer right here. Wine and Celsius, my man Godfather Don. Peace.
What did you get at?
What's up, man? Lars? What do you?
Yo, blessings.
Hey, what's up, big dog? How's it going?
Yeah, what's up?
Just chilling, bro.
Black cowboy boots, yeah. No, I mean, I bought work boots, but I never bought cowboy boots. I'm in California. They call me a, what does Ryan call me? Ryan calls me a transplant.
Now, I know you got those boots with the curly tips. See them?
No.
Those Mexican boots, pointy boots.
Hell no. What's up, Machine Lives? So you had a fucking. I think I pulled up to your live the other day for a second. So what's up? Didn't I? I try to stop by and say, like when I see people say what's up.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah, blessings, bro. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I see you put like an emoji or something, but it doesn't come through on
absolutely.
StreamYard. It doesn't show you like what the emoji is, but I seen you put one. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking. Yeah, fucking. We over here talking about fucking. Somebody on DJ Witch Doctor said that they got put in like a fucking Greek fraternity at 36. Like this like YouTube panels seem to be full of people that it's even ran like a Greek fraternity, like low level masonry. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, that's
like,
one of the things. We noticed. Like one of the communities we were in, one of the main dudes that was trolling us, he was roommates with Stanton LaVey, the son of Anton LaVey.
Antoine LaVey, damn.
Like in college and shit. And it was like that was his like dorm room, like like partner or whatever. It was like his dorm mate or whatever the fuck they called him.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty weird shit. Right.
Yeah, we were just talking about how like just the word booty like means like you're valuable is like, you know how the Bible is, like valuable is probably meant like your values. When they say shit like that. You heard me, Gabe?
Yeah, it does. It does. What you value is even in astrology, it corresponds with money and what you value and your morals, like you said. Yeah, second house tour. Yeah.
It's just like all in like the other like topic is like we all these years we underestimated the word fucking booty when it always meant fucking riches, like all because you know why I just thought about it because they knew they were gonna get certain people to sell out with their butt regardless, so they can't. They knew if they would have told us, then they would have less people for their little fucking agendas in their gang.
Yeah, the inverted reality because we used to hear some number booty everywhere, right? And then, but
yeah,
literally,
damn, that's wild. You're right.
But literally, if you do it on the positive tip, like booty everywhere, what you value, your morals are everywhere. That's everything in this life, in a sense. You know what you value, your morals, ethics.
Yeah, it's clearly what it is. So it's definitely like it even says, and I'm not like really a religious person, but they say universally they don't. That's like the only unforgivable sin. Like even homosexuality is giving an oath pledging to a Greek fraternity because it's you're pledging to a false god, and that's why you have to give up your booty, and then along with the other rituals, especially if you're melanated. You got to think about it. And that's because it was always the Shem versus Ham. So Ham tribe is gonna go with that to try to make to get him to be Psalms 83 too. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. A machine in Michigan, University of Michigan. Did you notice that there's like white fraternities and black fraternities? Was there any like Southeast Asian fraternities or Indian fraternities that you remember on campus?
No, there's not shit like that. There's Freemasons in Afghanistan. They're maybe set up by like the military or something like that over there, right? But so Freemasons are kind of like everywhere. Right? So I wouldn't be surprised if there was some type of Masonic groups, right? In Southeast Asia, especially in India, right? India's definitely got tons of basically openly Masonic organizations, right?
So would they correspond with over here? Yeah, I think they would, but I think it might not be because see in Islam, right, you're not really allowed to like be part of like definitely I think if you were part of like Freemasons or something like that, I think that might be problematic, right? But that's just my perspective. I know like most Muslims wouldn't even know what that is, right? So they wouldn't be against it overtly, right? So I just feel like most Muslims don't even know what that shit is, right? Like
Yeah, you're
Western
right.
occultism is a little different than Eastern occultism. You know, Eastern occultism is like, we get more like there's like a guru type situation where like you pray to the saint, right? And then they give you like gifts and stuff, right? So it's kind of like you have a guy that prays for you, so that's the kind of occultism that we have. So of course those guys can take advantage of people, right? They could try to do spells to get people involved in relationships, right? So they could use their small community as a way to like do like matchmaking and shit to like sort of curate who they want in their community and so on and so forth. So there's obviously all sorts of tactics that they employ.
I think the Ayatollah Khomeini, the old one in the 80s, he was aware of Masonry because there's a book that this British dude wrote, and it talks about the connection of Islam and Masonry, and he was really against Ayatollah was really against Masonry. So for him to even bring it up means that obviously there's organizations, right, in his country.
Well, it's mentioned in the original Hamas charter. Right, if you look at the Hamas charter, I believe it's like 1933, the OG version of it. Right, and it mentions Freemasonry and shit in it. It says that all these Masonic organizations, they are preparing for Israel, and they even have symbolism that talks about Israel and Jerusalem. Right, so so they found that problematic, and they were right to sort of point that out, right? Because a lot of the Masonic organizations, right, Western occultism, it's kind of based heavily around the Kabbalah and whatnot, right? So it tends towards a more Judaic form of mysticism, right? And also combined with Neoplatonism, right? Neoplatonism has a distinct magical system, I guess, from the Kabbalah, but it's hard to trace how Neoplatonism influenced the development of the Jewish sort of Kabbalistic rites, because they're kind of being unveiled over centuries, in which the sort of terminology of Neoplatonism was heavily diffused, especially in Europe.
Yeah. Yes. See him at bringing up. We were talking about the Greek Egypt connection.
Right.
Since we're talking, can you talk about the early like meetups? I guess you could say that you know of or historically known. But were they always meeting up with each other for many years? Cross cultural stuff.
I'm not really sure about that, but I know Herodotus really wrote a lot about the Egyptians, right? And I think Herodotus basically said that Greek culture came from Egypt or something like that, right? So he was.
That's a bold statement, man.
Yeah, and actually, John Henrik Clarke said that he saw a statue of Herodotus and he was black. So I don't know.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and he said that it was hidden like in the museum, right? Like he said it was hidden like in the basement of the museum. Like he said he had requested to see it. And he's like, they probably hide it because Herodotus looks like Africa, right?
Yeah.
And so does Plotinus, right? If you look at pictures of Plotinus, right, like one of the founders of Neoplatonism, he kind of looks black. I mean, he is from Africa,
right? So, his teacher, Ammonius Saccas, kind of looks African as well. So I'm not sure if the founders of Neoplatonism, they were they're in Alexandria, right? So that is in Africa, right? It's in Egypt, right? So when they established Alexandria as the key city after the Greeks, right?
What's up, Neuro Jack?
Right? So it's Greek civilization is sandwiched in between, not only ancient Egypt, but also Alexandria, right, which is in Egypt, right?
Yeah, because Alexandria is that's the library, right? Well, a knowledge hub.
Well, it's one of the founding places of Christianity, right? Right over there in Alexandria, right in Syria, right? So Egypt
Yeah,
and
it's definitely
Syria,
true. You talking the Krishna, right?
Oh, wait, what was that?
Wasn't it called? Yeah, you're right. Wasn't it called the Krishna? Some shit like that? Over there in ancient Egypt, you're talking about Alexandria and shit. Wasn't it called the Krishna when they found it?
Yeah, Christos.
Yeah, that's this what it's called, Christos.
Yeah, Christos is a Greek word. Christos is just a Greek word that means Messiah, it turns out. So Jesus Christ just means Jesus the Messiah. It's not an actual name, or it's more of a title than a name.
Yeah, it's Messiah. I was talking about that earlier. Then it goes with the booty too. It goes deep. They played us with words our entire life in English. That's why I think it's obvious English has been the first language.
You said a cursed language?
You sound like you said original language. What's up, Neuro Jack? How's it going, my friend?
What's up, man? I appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for keeping inviting me to things too.
Yeah.
Every time I get my hair braided by an African lady, it's just and I hear them talk African, bro, this shit sounds just like Latin. Exactly the same.
Yeah, I studied 3 years of Latin. I couldn't really speak it, but there's so much overlap between Latin and German and English. Celtic shit. It's pretty
Now,
weird.
see,
And
you're
French.
saying African too now? You saying African sounds? Some of those African languages sound the same.
No, it sounds just like Latin. It sounds like they speak Spanish. Literally, when you come across some real Africans, it sounds just like Spanish. And
I thought you said Latin. I thought you said Latin. I'm sorry. I thought you said Latin.
Yeah,
he did.
So it says Latin. Yeah,
he did. He said that even the African languages sound alike when you listen.
All
listen
that
to
shit stems from Latin. So that's why I said Latin.
Yeah, it's been a weird thing. I don't think C, if you don't mind me asking, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say no.
My bad. I had to step away and grab his lighter. What'd you say?
No,
I thought you had to think about it.
No, I was just asking if you're a Christian or not.
No, I don't believe in religion. I don't man-made religion.
No, you're
good. I don't
good.
believe anything that's been tampered by man.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I thought I heard him say that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only reason I asked is because I was gonna ask Machine if he heard the mini debate I had earlier with Hyperborean and
I was actually physically asleep. I know you guys
cool.
were all in the Discord chatting. It was tons of people. I heard you guys in my sleep. I heard who was in there, but I really
I only asked because it's just funny. Is I actually don't feel the need to make somebody believe what I believe, but definitely I don't like people kind of attacking ideas in order to. Oh yeah, I appreciate that. The wizard, yeah, exactly. I'm glad somebody figured out what this is. But the wizard, yeah, no, it's just funny because it's crazy how people get so passionate about either pro-Christianity or anti-Christianity, especially among Christians. I heard all these Christians fighting, and then I heard people attacking Christianity, and then went in and kind of like dissected their beliefs and stuff. But I don't know. It's just kind of crazy. It does feel like so much of it comes
It's
back to like religion
manufactured.
stuff.
Because here's the thing: the reason why I recite the Bible is because the further I went away from religion, the more I got spiritual, and I understood the Bible, like verses in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
I know that the thing that made me believe that there was a creator is because it's how they believe in duality and fucking predictive programming. They got to tell us because they karmic retribution. So I mean, so there is a higher power that is fucking trying to keep good energy in the world.
Yeah, I feel like the Bible will speak to people regardless if you believe it or not. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's something that's like, you have to like have a very rigid belief in it. I think it probably helps, but I don't think it's like.
My bad for interrupting you, but I'm gonna go and do a lot about it soon. The Bible is nothing but fucking an ancestry book, bro. That's all it is. You think fucking it was a motherfucker in the Middle East named Paul and John and Jesus and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, that shit was right over here in America. Like, even didn't they find the wood from Noah's Ark in fucking Florida or some shit? Like the same type of wood.
I mean, anything's possible. I mean, I don't really know one way or the other. It's kind of to me personally, it's irrelevant. I mean, I think it's definitely more Greek than it is Jewish, or at least as much Greek as it is Jewish. But
yeah,
But anyway, I don't want to get off onto that. I was just kind of thinking like it's kind of cool to come to a panel that's not like everybody just like attacking each other over like minute beliefs or something.
Yeah, just the passive aggressive fucking attacks.
Yeah, like I like to talk about controversial things, but I like the chill vibe over here.
Yeah, we just be chilling over here, like just with intelligent people. The dumbasses, we treat them like dumbasses.
Yeah, it's funny because that's one thing that me and Jack said when we first started doing this, that this is like some sort of Greek fraternity, humiliation ritual that we're involved
Bro, I said that on my first live. You can go back. I said about the whole like Boyd sector. It's all about the how masonry they got to worship like the higher up to go higher up. If you get thrown in that lake of fire, that's what they really want to go up. It's all because it's all about the Faustian bargain. So it's like the Faustian bargain and the fucking taking, you know what I'm saying, give and take it. But like it says, and I'm not trying to be biblical, I'm not religious, but it goes back to is what's to gain the world but to lose your soul.
Yeah, because like if you can perform in an op with like 2 or 3 other guys and like hate on somebody for no reason, then that's one way to like show that you're part of, like, that you at least undermine some of your, your reason, your
moral compass.
Your moral compass. You're willing to you're willing to override all that just to be part of your soul. And they see that,
selling your soul and shit like that, like something you would do to, like, you know what I'm saying, bring somebody else down, like gang stalk somebody. That's like it's like group demonstrations.
Yeah, that's why they try to get you to sell out like one of your homies or somebody that's close to you, right? Where they realize that you have a close relationship with somebody. They want to get in there and try to work on that, and say, well, do you think that person really has your best interest in mind, so on and so forth?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because like the accusations will always fly in these circles, and I noticed that too. I think Machine was replaying that show that I did a long time ago. We were watching Chaotic Truth, and I like Chaotic Truth's show because it's funny sometimes, but it's all a bunch of fraternity, like probably Mason guys, and I don't hate Masons or anything, but it's also kind of like I'm just suspicious of people who take like oaths to like things that I just don't understand, right? Like even me being a cop or like going to like like if I were to be a cop or go to be a soldier, like I just feel like it's weird to take like a weird oath to something that is you don't fully comprehend getting into it. You know what I mean? Like I'd have to really think about that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, but it'd be really hard for me to like.
You wouldn't do it.
Take an
You
oath
done
or
it
some
already.
shit. You know?
You wouldn't do it. You would
I
done it
could. Well,
already.
what I mean is,
Some
I couldn't
people,
imagine. I couldn't imagine putting myself in that position. Is what I'm trying to say, right?
all this shit have to do with spiritual rank too. Like that. You lower your spiritual rank, fucking with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think making an oath to God is something that makes sense, but making an oath to like other people to like have their back, and then you don't know what they really represent until you get much further along. I think that's pretty weird, you know?
Yeah.
It sounded like you just outed yourself. You said, you said, being a cop. You said, "Oh, if I was a cop," something like that. I don't know.
No, I was just thinking like I was just trying to think of examples of like what's an example of like an oath, like even like the Hippocratic oath, like
My thing is, I don't take that shit seriously, bro. Like, it's just like similar to how we just think a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I never really thought about that as a kid, saying that, you know.
That shit was a whole contract.
Yeah, it is. But like, now it's like I feel like if I was a cop or something like that, and you have to do that oath, I'm just saying that to fucking get paid or whatever, bro. I don't mean it.
Oh
But
yeah,
I do
don't
mean
get me
it.
wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there is something binding with it. Like even
For
if you
sure,
don't
because
mean
words
it, there's
matter,
something
right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Like I think even if you
Especially
don't
those
mean it,
words,
it can.
huh?
Yeah, I think even if you don't mean it, it can still affect you. Like like you know
Yeah.
when they talk about like the curse of the mummy or something. Like I feel like that's real. You know.
Yeah, like when I was growing up, like a lot of my like neighbors were like these like broke like white people. Like they were like very like like kind of addicted to meth, and they're all kind of racist, right? So we moved to like Taylor, Michigan, right? They call it Taylor, Tucky, right? Where it's very much a bunch of Southern people that came to work in like the factories in Detroit. And it's right next to Detroit. It's like a city that's right next to Detroit where white people live, poor white people, right? It's really strange. So when we came up here, it seemed like I had to fight a lot. I had to really announce the fact, or it was a really prominent fact that I was a Pakistani immigrant. So I couldn't really hide that. Obviously, we got accent, we got the family and stuff. It's the way they look. You couldn't hide the fact that your family just kind of looks funny, and so on and so forth. So it kind of changed my attitude towards this society, definitely. But as I grow up older and older, I feel more pride in being an American, for sure. And that's just learning about the people, learning about the history, learning about the politics, how they're formed, reading the writings of Franklin and Jefferson and Adams and all these kind of guys that established this country, and kind of thinking what their minds are about and what they what their major concerns were. And I see that those concerns are not my concerns, but I see there nonetheless they had honor, they had intelligence, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, you respected their the way they moved.
Yeah, I respect their intelligence, right? I don't agree with what they say, but I have to respect their intelligence and their accomplishments, right?
Yeah. No, I mean that's the thing is like I have a lot of disagreements with the way shit went down, but at the same time, like I'm not going to be ashamed to be an American or to have somewhat an American attitude or American ideals because I can't change what I am or what I was or some of the things that have been afforded to me even via a mistake or something I disagree with, right? Like here we are. So I don't know. I think it's weird. Like I used to say a pledge of, like I'll tell you a weird story. Like I always said the Pledge of Allegiance, and I wasn't particularly proud of saying it either. But I just went along with it, saying like I'm an American. I'm gonna say it even though it's stupid. You know what I mean? But one of my best friends, he would never say it. He absolutely refused, and he got in a lot of trouble for always refusing to do it. And he, you know, would get like kicked out of school constantly over shit like that. And I really respected him for it, although I thought it was mostly kind of stupid in a sense, but like he really hated it and really didn't believe in it. You know, and his dad was like a narc cop and he hated his dad and stuff. So, you know, he had his own reasons, you know. His dad was basically like a gang member with a badge, essentially. Like he would sell drugs and beat up people and beat him up and do all kinds of shit, you know. And so I don't know. Everybody has their reason, I guess. You know, maybe he just saw like America as kind of like his dad or something. You know, like just a very corrupt gang. And in a sense, he's not totally wrong either. But from another sense, it doesn't mean that like everything is bad. I guess, you know.
Being an American is a contract.
It's a what?
A contract.
A contract.
I'm tired of being under maritime law.
I mean, I definitely think that we're getting a really shitty deal in a lot of ways. Like, I think we should learn to negotiate a better deal, you know, if we're going to be stuck under the system, which it seems like it's really hard to get out from under the situation we're in, right? So I think if we're going to be in this situation, it wouldn't be the worst thing to like find a way to negotiate a better contract with our rulers or oppressors or whatever it is. I mean,
yeah, I govern and operate, destroy my shit from my own. I don't let nobody rule over me.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, right? I'll tell you guys a story, right? I was playing at the park with my baby brothers, right? And there was this meth head lady that came up, right? And she said, "That bike is my bike," right? Pointing to my bike, right? And I said, "No, it's not. This is my bike, right? And I'm actually gonna go home now, right? So see you guys later, right?" And my little brothers were too scared; they wouldn't move. They were like petrified. And I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Just take the bike and go home, right? I'll deal with these fucking assholes." And they wouldn't take the bike, right? They wouldn't just leave me at the park, right? They said, "Let's all just go home and let's just leave the bike," right? That was their solution. And so I walked up trying to take the bike, and she punched me in my stomach, right? She said, "I'm a grown ass woman. What do you think this is, little boy?" Right? And all this stuff. And I was laying on the floor. She kicked me in my balls. Right? I was just a little kid, right? And I was very much hurting at this point, you know, and so on and so forth. I was down on the floor. They walked away with my bike, right? And I told my brothers on the way home, I gave them this whole speech. Right? I said, "Look, you guys are a bunch of pussies. I have formulated this plan, right? We had to follow through on this plan so that we could keep the bike, right?" And so on and so forth. And my brother, like one of my little brothers really remembers the speech I gave them on the way home, right after this bike got stolen from us, right? About, like how we deserve to have the bike and all this shit. And he thought it was a really motivational speech, right? He was like, "This is one of the most motivational things I've ever heard is the speech you gave us after that bike was stolen."
It is, man. That's righteous, man.
But
that sounds like Detroit to me.
But it is a very American attitude too, where of like, you know, it's my shit and I'm gonna protect it. And again, maybe it's a very American.
She had her boyfriend too, and he looked way tougher than she was. She kind of looked like she had fucked up teeth and stuff, But her, the dude she was with a guy that was really scary looking. And apparently he didn't care that she was bullying some kids and beating the fuck out of just some kid in a playground and stealing his bike.
She's running shit, and to me it was an example of two different Americas, right? One of her is like the imperial colonizer, like they say Native American, the fake Native American. Exactly, it's my bike, punk, Debo shit. Whereas Machine Liza was like the real American dream, as they say, right? This guy's coming from another country, starting from the bottom and moving up, right? And he's being assertive. He's not being a pushover. And with that said, like when people, that's why it's frustrating around meat spaces, is because in our own way, I think all of us on this call and probably a lot of us in the chat, we want to quote unquote wake people up to what's really going on, but it's like, bro, people don't understand. Like, if we just listen to us and listen to each other, we can probably get through these crazy times a little bit easier. Yeah, a little bit more fun, you know what I mean? But people want to, I think they know everything and they don't want to listen. So I think that's cool how you gave that talk, man. Motivated them.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the way to put it. Like, that's definitely the best way to put that scenario. It's like, like you said, it's two different Americas. The fucking the entitled and the fucking people that you know what I'm saying, it's a capitalist fucking country.
What would have been like? What would have been the alternative if you were in Pakistan and somebody tried to steal your bike? Like, what would be the general attitude of people there? Would it be different relative to here, or like you think? You know what I mean? Like, would the kids be scared to fight, or would they just all like go scrap it out? Or when you were a kid over there, was it very different?
Good question. As he answers that, let me ask you, Narrow Jack, in the panel. Do you think the reason why machines, little brothers and sisters, are kind of timid was because it's like they feel like they didn't have home court advantage? And the reason I say it like that is because my son, we were playing basketball today, the 2K, and he asked, yeah, we'll play later, yeah. Like, he was asking me what's the difference between home court and away, you know? And maybe they felt like they were away, even though they were Americans, because they were living here already. What do you think, Nero?
That
lady felt like she's a home court.
That's a good question. I mean, so like, I'll give you a little bit about my experience growing up. Like, I experienced very, very little violence as a kid. Like, I never really saw much violence ever. And I grew up predominantly in like a white area, but there was always Black and Hispanic kids, and you know, a few random Asians that I barely remember, you know, here and there. But I experienced very little violence at all. And the few things that I did experience, like, you know, mostly got resolved with either like joking, shit talking, or like, you know, a couple like good punches. You know, it wasn't like anything really that intense for me. But so I just said that to say that, you know, I was watching this, you know, guy. I was watching these guys who play basketball, right? And they go to all over the world and play basketball. And you know, this guy was playing basketball in like, you know, some I don't know where it was, but everybody's pretty dark skinned, and one of the guys is Black from America and one of the guys is white. And these people in other countries, they play very, very, very dirty basketball. You know what I mean? Like, very dirty. Like, I would never play with somebody like this. Like, they try to like hurt you, they try to like foul you, to, you know, over and over again. And you know, if somebody did to me on my home turf what these guys were doing, I would hope that somebody would jump them and beat the shit out of them, right? But because they're in their home, because they're playing in their home turf, they feel enabled because they have like 100 people behind them that will back them up if somebody retaliates. See what I mean? So I don't think you can really, I don't think you could extrapolate that, because even if it's not true, even if people would come to Machine's aid as a kid, right? He wouldn't know that until the situation arose, right? For sure. So
yeah,
probably, yeah. I would have to say probably it would affect you. You know what I mean?
That's, dude, I always bring it back to the panel versus Blake, all this stuff, this YouTube shit, Neuro and the panel, because it's like a couple weeks ago, CM and I and Machine, we were building on this channel. And, you know, I guess you could call it, some of the stuff we're talking about, alternative history. But you know, these are some of the people we were watching the video and talking about. They were like professors and stuff, right? And archaeologists. And some people in the chat, or one person in particular, was just like talking trash, bro, just because they're not used to thinking outside the box, I would say, right? And I think just like that metaphor of home court, a lot of the people that maybe would probably agree with what we were saying or are interested, they didn't say nothing because that person that felt emboldened to be like a bully, basically, felt empowered, and nobody was saying nothing because he felt like they were on the home court. Yeah.
Well, I do believe very much in what Machine said many times, something I believe in, which is that, start a well-intentioned fight and see how things fall apart, right? The problem is, like, most of the time I find that I'm disappointed because, for example, like the thing with Illumitami and you, right? Like I was doing that really towards Illumitami to try to like see how far he's willing to push his edginess, right? But it seemed from your perspective that I was pushing it towards you. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't know where you stand really on that one.
Right, but again, from my point of view, it was like, well, let's see who all's in the chat. Like I noticed here in this chat, like people are kind of being antagonistic as we're having this conversation, and maybe that's just for fun, or maybe that's something else. I don't really know, but I'm not going to make a judgment on it because there could be a lot of different reasons why. But as I get more accustomed to people's attitudes and stuff, like I was in the Discord chat earlier, right? And I don't have anything against those people, but I shit talk a lot of them because you kind of get into the same conversation over and over again. And people are triggered because, Christianity this or Christianity that. And, I do understand it, but at the same time, it's like when it's the same thing over and over and over again, and there's like seemingly little nuance to like what's being said, I'm going to be a little bit more insulting to your position because it's like, how many times are we going to go in a circle where it's like you seem interested in what my answers to your questions are, right? And again, I'm not saying I'm right. That's the whole point, is that I'm trying to get to the deeper layer of what's going on, right? From my point of view, right? But me trying to be polite to somebody who's not really listening is not really honest, right? So from my point of view, I'm going to push it a little harder and see how it comes through, right? And it's, I don't know. It's like with the whole, it's just that way with a lot of stuff on the Panelverse, but also just in real life too, like people, I think people are just too used to being comfortable with the status quo. And I've just noticed that like for women, I don't blame them, but there's a lot of men who they're just really unwilling to push the envelope, and unfortunately, I think that means that a lot of us that are willing to push the envelope, we have to push harder. You know what I mean? And
that's why it's fun to like. I can always know I can show you something weird that most people be like, "What the hell's the context?" I don't really have to say anything if I share something with you, a DM or something, of a link. Or something.
I mean, you send me some stuff that's like offensive to me, but I'm like, I don't take it personal. I think it's kind of funny, It's like I like to be offended sometimes, So.
Because hopefully I don't mean anything bad by it. It's just like
of course. I mean,
to learn something.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, I'll give you an example. Like, I don't know. See, I'll just rap with you. So, like, okay, like I was like on Instagram, they're pushing like a lot of like black male, Asian female stuff, which I respect, but it's like weird because it comes with this whole thing of like, oh, white people are mad because we've taken Asian women, or it'll be like Indian guys, or it'll be like whatever it is, right? There's always like another layer. It's never like, hey, I'm proud to be X. It's hey, fuck you because you're not me and I'm taking what you want. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like very antagonistic. It's made on purpose to be purposefully antagonistic towards people of my disposition, right? And so at a certain point, it's like, okay, do you just kind of like rationalize with people who are trying to rage bait you, or do you play into the rage bait to make a larger point? You know what I mean? So it doesn't. So it's huh?
You use it to make art.
Well, that's how I deal with it. Yeah, for sure. because I think it's something that most people are not going to see, how the algorithms are kind of made. They're kind of becoming very tailor-made to you, right? Like they're kind of made to harness your attention and your energy, right? And again, maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, but ultimately, if you're not using the algorithm to create your own, weapon of some sort, then you're really just a part of. I mean, really, you just become like a human battery, kind of like the Matrix, right? Like you're just become like this energy harnessing creature that's just being used up and thrown away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you don't like, it's also actually it's like great because you can go deep in that algorithm, very specific in the genre, whatever you're looking at, right? But then again, if you don't do your due diligence and try to look at different things, and open your horizon, you're going to be locked into that and never see anything new. To challenge your paradigm.
Well, that's part of the reason I do the videos I'm doing, is really just to show people like, this is what my algorithm looks like. You know what I mean? Like some of it I'm seeking out, but a lot of it I'm not, right? A lot of it's just being sent to me, right? So it is very interesting, right? That certain things I find interesting, some of the things I put on there is not things that I particularly want to enjoy or something, right? It's just something that I find curious. I'm like, what is this? What is the purpose of this, video or propaganda or art or whatever I'm looking at? Like, I'll give you an example. Like, I'll open up Instagram and it says like, here's the 3 top bars in Tokyo, Japan that are supporting trans and LGBTQ plus people in Tokyo, Japan. And I'm like, I don't have a lot of hate towards those people, but I'm also like, is that really what Japan needs right now? Like, they really need a bar that is pushing like gay marriage in Japan? Is that really their biggest problem? You know what I mean? Like, I don't really think that's a big problem for them.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you support it. It's just that you're like, wow, what's going on here? What's going on here?
Yeah, well, what it tells me is that somebody's put a lot of money and energy into this particular thing. And I'm just wondering, like, is the average person in Tokyo extremely concerned about whether or not, gay people have a bar to go and like have butt sex in? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's something that they're probably that worried about, I hope not.
Why not? I hope not either. Yeah.
But well, it's just like with San Francisco. Like right now, if you go to San Francisco, like I know you think you know how bad it is, but I tell you, however bad you think it is, it's a lot worse. And it's like all these people who were so concerned for years that, San Francisco is a place to have butt sex in bars and whatever. Most of those people are not as concerned about that anymore. They're like, can I get a job? Well, when I walk outside, will I step in human waste? Is this guy on fentanyl? Like, can I help this guy without him trying to kill me? I mean, like, this is the problem that most people are facing.
I haven't been here. I haven't been there in like 8 years. And my thing is, this is the way I look at it. I get information from you and some other people back home, but like, I look at 6th Street as like the litmus, the source of the grossness and the degeneracy of San Francisco. And then I feel like a rash. That's the origin of it. And if you tell me like, oh, it's this bad, that bad, I'm like, oh, the rash is spreading to south of Market. Oh, now it's spreading to the Sunset. Wow, it's that bad. You know what I mean? Because that street is horrible, right? 6th Street.
Yeah, it is. It's really bad. I mean, I haven't been there in a long time, but like I know people who live there, and yeah, I avoid that place like the plague. But it's weird because like you get a little bit of what happened is they really spread 6th Street out to the whole city, so you get like 1% 6th Street everywhere, and then other places you'll get like 3%, 10%, 15%, 20%.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of the problem, is like it's not really isolated anymore. And again, it's just, my point overall is just that it's, everybody like right now, these they had the baseball thing, and like some of the baseball players wouldn't wear the gay hat during Pride Month, right? And everybody's like, oh, look, we have a racism, we have a homophobia problem in San Francisco baseball, right? It's like, you know, I don't know. Like when I was growing up playing baseball, and I really sucked at it, you know, nobody was running around worrying about, you know, whether or not somebody like cared about somebody else having sex with some guy. You know what I mean? Like that was never a problem when I grew up playing baseball. So.
That's another one. Shit you made, Machine Lost.
Yeah, I mixed that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's way better than the original. And I don't even usually say that with Big Pun. I mean, a lot of those Big Pun songs are really, really great. But yeah.
Yeah, my bad. My phone had died. What y'all been talking about since I've been going? Just nothing. Sure.
Every time I play music, Neurojack leaves. So my bad about
that.
Yeah.
You scared Neurojack away, huh?
Yeah, he just bounces every time. Yeah.
But yeah, we've been calling the same shit out, I guess, about the Masonic StreamYard. It's like they try to make the shit look as normal as they can, but ain't nothing normal about how they handle this shit.
Yeah, you hear about the company that bought this shit?
I bought YouTube?
No, bought StreamYard. Yeah, there's a new company who acquired StreamYard recently called like Bending Spoons Incorporated or some shit. But it's interesting because the company name is a reference to Uri Geller and the Matrix shit where they bend the spoons and all that shit. Right? Andrea Purich brought Uri Geller, and they did a CIA like thing where they wanted to see if his like fucking parapsychology shit works and all this crazy shit. Really tripped out.
It sounds like some advanced NK Ultra type shit.
No, it's definitely a part of that. Yeah, Andrea Purich, he got like patents, like where he had like devices where he could send beams, like control people's thoughts and shit. So yeah, he was an MK Ultra scientist.
Yeah, I've been.
What do you think the motivations are?
I've been called something like that. With Zachary Hubbard, I think that he's doing like with that gematria, like that shit he calls gematria is not as just his form of numerology, but I feel like he might be like they might be using that as a distraction while they're doing like coding and getting people in trances with like some advanced like MK Ultra like type shit, like dumbing people down. Cause think about how dumb people. I've seen people get dumber in the past 6 months, just dealing with these panels all the time. Like, and it's just what I've seen. Like, so I can imagine what it was before. I've only been around 7 months now.
So, because people weren't even reading books as it is like they used to, and definitely not now, especially if someone's always on the panel, right? Learning new things.
Yeah, like you gotta be real conservative with your time, like to where like if somebody's not really offering like a level of intelligence or conversation, like they're not bringing something that you've never really heard of before or some type of shit, like you got to kind of move on, because like people out here, like they are here for distraction, and for de-radicalization. That's the main purpose of this thing.
Exactly, and that's what I've been basically telling him the past couple of days. Remember I've been telling you that, Gabe?
Yeah, exactly what you've been saying.
Like if these I don't want to do panel shows like that unless it's informative people, like. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's not bringing nothing to the channel, it's taking away from it.
And then the only point of that conversation is to have the same conversation offline, to reproduce the same conversation offline, right? So there's actually no point in having a conversation on a stage other than just people stealing your ideas and going and talking about it on their show, right? Because that's all right.
It's a business model for ChatGPT, right? The guy, the CEO, he oh yeah, sure, put your information in there. they patent it after.
Yeah.
That's how capitalism works.
Yeah, that's why when I come up here, I try to talk about shit that's off the off the concerted like algorithm shit. Like I'm just trying to feed the algorithm some shit that could take it off. because all we're doing is talking into a machine, and then they're calculating the words and putting that shit in an array of, material, content and stuff, which is organized, right? So unless you say some shit that's like what 90% of people are not saying, like there's no even point of opening your mouth, because you're just feeding the algorithm what it's created already. Right? You're just literally just telling it what it's telling people to say. So
yeah, that's why a lot of these StreamYard panel shows have become like one long show. This is all the same shit, and nobody's really original.
Yeah, the only thing they're producing is a transcript, right? That's all the AI cares about is the transcript, right? So it's gonna read the words, how many words per minute and shit, and all of that type of stuff. How many people were talking, how many people chatted per minute, so on and so forth. That's all they care about.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. That's all they care about. Your views per fucking minute type shit too. How long people watched it, like that's all they care about.
Yeah, they came and told me. They said you got 100,000 watch hours. Where they were saying, like, they were extremely proud of it. Like, well, what do I care? How do I know if people watch the parts of my show that are valuable, or they just watch the shit show for an hour and then just left? It is what it is.
Yeah, that's the bad part.
We were speaking about the two Americas earlier. CM, remember you brought up the other day about America could be a corporation and a country, right? Something like that, right? Like there's two different Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You're talking about the corporation or the republic?
Whatever. There's two different versions of America or something. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have two presidents too. Like Abraham Lincoln was like the president of the corporation.
Yeah, I've seen the old memes or whatever of like when the president's talking, like they change out the seal. You guys seen that before? It's a different seal for both of those two things, the republic and the corporation. Just like slightly different.
Yeah, I forgot exactly what I get it from. I was just talking about, like, you talking like the bird and shit, like the eagle.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot
the bird with arrows in the hands. I mean talons.
Yeah,
that's a whole symbol.
Moors. Yeah, no, you're right. What's up, Tony Red? Yeah, I think they get it from the Moors. Like that's where they get most of their shit from, and try to act like they. What's up? You tell me. That is.
Yeah, like a huge percentage of the U.S. population works for the government, where it's like, they say it's not a communist country, but a lot of people work for the government. It said like, I looked it up one day, like how many like people are employed by the government, and then you look up the population of the United States. It's like 10% of the country is employed by the fucking government.
Yeah,
population-wise, really fucking weird.
Yeah, but it all has to do with the fostering bargains and shit like that. Like we're talking about the fraternities, like they got to keep people that can keep a secret. Corporate America is based off fostering bargains, nothing else. Basically, what can you sell out your morals to raise the rank? Like, you know what I'm saying? You can look it up. That's what it's about. Like, where's corporate America based off fostering bargains? It's going to tell you yes. A lot of people don't even know what that is. You know what I'm saying?
So colloquially, when they say "sell your soul," they're referring probably to the Faustian bargain, huh?
was pretty much like an NDA. Who's Nick? Y'all know Nick Garu?
Nick Gobbler.
Y'all know Nick Cage has his cage.
Okay.
Cam up, Cage. I'll make sure that you cam up here for Cage.
Oh yeah,
Wait.
Cage.
Yeah, Cage. Yeah,
This might not be Cage. That's
Yeah.
Cage. That's Cage.
No, tell him to do a kick with his foot on fire, like last
You
night.
talked to him before?
What's up, Cage?
Yeah, we know Cage. Yeah. What's up, Cage? How you doing, man?
Yeah, welcome back.
Back to the welcome.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we were
speaking on.
We're talking about a very interesting topic right now. So let's keep talking about it.
Various topics, sir.
Fostering bargains in corporate America.
I don't know what you're talking about there, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what corporate America is based off of. It's basically like an NDA. They all have to sign it. That's why it's a waste of time being like a negrotician, like acting like you know what the fuck's going on, like with that shit, because you don't know about these niggas fostering bargains and shit.
How you doing though? How you doing, brother? How you doing, Gabe? Gabriel, how you doing, Machine? Yourself, Mr. Elder? See? Okay.
Doing good, man.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah. Never happened. I gotta get the fuck to work over here. So if I come on here while I get to work, I'll probably shut the fuck up for him for a while, but I'll be listening. But for now, but for now, I'll be talking a little bit.
Cage, you a researcher. I'm sure you come across like all that masonry connections to everything, basically. Earlier we were talking also about fraternities, college for fraternities, and how it's kind of like they resonate with the Greek way of life.
Oh, that's
we were talking about you.
What their Greek lettering and shit, like alpha.
No, we're talking about like why does every YouTube panel have like some type of fraternity member? Like every YouTube panel like has and they run it like it too, like the masonry worship, like the look how gospel Bob is ran. They all worship Bob and like argue over him. It's literally mockery of the Most High, like of the book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we should show CM Jack Talcott and ask him if he thinks Jack Talcott's a Mason, because he's got some
He's not a
interesting.
goddamn motherfucker, bro. Can you play something in the background, please?
I think Cage, you're a Mason, right, Cage?
We don't have to listen to it. Just go back.
Cage, are you a Mason?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm beyond their fucking little pussy ass.
I thought you were.
No. I tell you if I was. No.
You're self-initiated, you can say.
No. Not until their fucking bullshit. So go fuck. I talked to the guy who runs the entire fucking bullshit. I'm like, go fuck. No, not for me.
But Machine, you think Jack Talcott's a Mason and Sia?
Definitely not. Okay, no Mason.
You say no?
No, I guarantee it. No.
I'm not sure. I mean, see, one of the dudes in the Discord, Hostile Hyperborean, right? He's admitted to knowing some stuff about that. I've met people who say they're part of it.
I'll bet my entire life that Talcott's not a goddamn Mason. Okay.
Right.
He's not smart enough to do that. Okay. He's fucking retarded. No offense to him. I love him and shit, but hey.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the people in the panels that are like older people that have like more than 60 viewers, and it's like they reliably always go live. They always have like a huge amount of people watching, and you don't really know where they came from. It's like all these people in their chat.
Bro, that's not a huge amount of people, okay, bro.
It is for the sector,
It
though.
is.
The sector.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Relatively.
Would you like 10,000 people in here right now? It's not hard to do.
No.
Don't do that shit.
Don't
thank you.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
one. Time out. Cage. Time out. That's why I got mad at you last time. You started doing all that bot shit. Don't do that bot shit, bro. And have a conversation.
I wouldn't, but I'm saying my whole point is.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Okay.
No, okay, sir. You can be respectful of the panel, sir. We don't need no bots. and let's have a
I
conversation.
just told you I'm not gonna do it. If I wanted to do it, you think I have to be here to do it?
No, we get it, Cage. Cage meant well, but yeah, we don't fuck around like that though. Appreciate you, Cage. Though.
Yeah, you good, Cage. Just add to the conversation. Don't take away from it.
Well, back to the thing though, because for example, chaotic truth, CM, you probably think like if he didn't have bots and shit, that he'd probably have maybe 100 people or like 50 people.
Up. Yeah, his shit's botted up. There's probably 60, like there's probably 50 to 60
You
people. Maybe 40.
Just put this in the background and observe it. We don't have to put the thing on. We can talk.
Oh man,
like you want to see what they do? It's all three initiations and the Bohemian Grove bullshit all in one.
Yeah, it's deeper than that. Like it's
in the private chat. Do I have to put it up on my fucking?
Yeah, put it on the stage.
I could do it, but yeah, like we don't have to put no sound on there. Or just.
I mean, I get like we don't gotta watch. We know what they do. It's we're talking about when they ride the
why not? But this is actually showing it.
Yeah, but I don't want you to give me struck or something, bro. Like,
Bro, I have it on my fucking thing. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, it's not. We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We're good though. Yeah, appreciate it. We want to hear your words. But yeah, you're saying CM in Machine. You're saying that like you think it's maybe 40, 30
You're
people.
You're afraid of these motherfuckers? Are you kidding me?
Bro,
okay,
we're moving
stop
on.
interrupting people, bro.
We're moving on.
Yeah, it's just 40 to 60 people. Tops. I honestly think sometimes like I'm not sure, but I feel like sometimes some of these lower level dudes is buying bots too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I think so too.
No, even the ones with millions of quotes subscribed,
they do for sure.
Yeah,
bro,
Yeah,
it's
I
all
think-
inflated and shit. It's like this.
Yeah.
Like, look, I use the allegory. For example, you're in a food court, right? There's a massive lineup. It could just be all their friends lining up. Whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're probably gonna go over there because you're not gonna go to the person with nothing there. You know what I mean? You're gonna go to the long line.
They call that social proof. You see people there like, oh yeah,
Gorilla
must be a good place.
Social engineering, really.
Yeah, that too.
But
Bigger
it's just,
picture.
and it's just like really like the bigger picture
I'm getting
is.
the fuck away from the crowd and going to the place with nothing. It'll probably be the best food you ever had.
But authenticity and realness will always overshadow any body or any fake shit at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So like people are always going to gravitate, even if it's lesser numbers, they're going to gravitate towards the real. At the end of the day, like 'cause that's what they come from. Like even the people like that don't mean well, might even be real for a little bit, just because that's what it is. It's the truth got a different vibration. You know what I'm saying? Different frequency. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to have 100, 200 people.
Can you turn off your voice changer and do me a fucking favor?
I don't have a fucking voice changer, kid.
Bro, let him cook, man. Let CM cook.
It's just you gotta stop doing this shit, bro. Like
he jumped in the middle of some shit. Like he just jumped in. That's a tactic. That shit is a tactic. See, look, right there. That's a tactic right there. See, look, he just did it again.
Yeah, he's being like what's that shit you said earlier?
I don't know.
I forgot what other machine like called.
Bro, you know what I mean? I put my motherfucking voice changer on. You know what I mean? You know, you got kids over there.
Come on, man.
Now he's going to the troll.
Did you do it? Control community.
Because it's done. Because we already called out the other troll. Now it's the second. It is what it is.
CM just did what I'm playing Ben 2K. Rick Barry just blocked James Worthy like CM just blocked Cage right now.
Yeah,
I like Cage too. He's a good guy, but he doesn't do that on his channel.
Yeah, I have fun with it. I don't know why he comes over here doing that shit. He must be hired.
Yeah,
you know, that oxygen. Cage. I'm not going to keep dealing with you. I just kicked his ass out and he's right back in the studio trying to try.
Yeah, he'll do that. Yeah, just be cool, Cage, man. Time is precious, bro. Some of us can't be on this phone all the time, bro. But
That's
these are
crazy.
important talks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean too. Like, it's good to just move on and shit. But like, I got hours of Cage just recorded. We've had good conversations, but sometimes he's not in the mood.
Yeah.
Well, he said he was just gonna work. I mean, that's cool. I get it. Sometimes people want to hang out and have it in the background, which is cool. But be true to that, then. Don't disrupt.
Yo, bro, it's your boy Cage today. You know what I mean? I'm coming straight from the live from the 6th and shit. You know what I mean? We do real shit over here. So yeah, I'm gonna be quiet. You know what I mean? I'm gonna turn off my fucking voice and I'm gonna get back to work.
That was cute.
All right, thank you.
Your bitch is pussy.
I like when someone.
Yeah, welcome back.
Oh, come on. See what you did there?
I didn't wait. Did you say something disrespectful? I didn't hear what he said. He said something
He
disrespectful.
said your bitch's pussy is something. Cunt.
Yeah, my bitch's pussy is always good.
Q-U-T-E-Q.
You must be on that little motherfucking Yerkes again. You on some Yerkes again?
Yeah, bro. It's real cute when you pull up on you and squeeze the trigger on your fucking face. And I mean, you know, it's real fucking cute over here.
Yeah, yo, buddy. Get out of here.
You try to help the special ed, and that's what happened.
Yeah, get him out of here, man.
Yeah. People like play around. You can't play around with words like that. But that shit will be cause and effect, man, in the unseen. You know?
Yeah, he out here playing and shit. I'm not gonna keep playing with his whole ass. That's why he got to I tell him to come back. He come back straight trolling, being a super troller. He can't help himself. Yeah, I don't think he can either. You tell me. He's not finna keep trolling me. He needs to go to bed.
Oh, you tell me there? I think good peeps. He or she. Yeah, it's good peeps. Yeah. Yeah, Machine Lies hooked it up big time.
Yeah. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. You tell me. Start something here. I'm saying it's important to hit the like, share, subscribe. The channel, the algorithm. It's an impromptu live. I thought a real good topic. Yeah, he's a he. Yeah, make sure you hit the subscribe button if you can. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I can't let him back up, bro. Like, not tonight, bro. We were having a solid conversation. That's crazy. Like, it's like that's that speak of the devil shit. Like everything, it's like we manifested what we talk about in like physical. Like it was. Am I lying in Machine Lies? It was exactly what we all said. Like, what's this? And why are you coming here just pissed off? Like, this is called a conversation between men.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's something you'll probably never have, Shiesty, man. A man.
Oh no, Shiesty bum.
Yeah.
She's a opinionated woman.
Yeah, she's
opinionated.
She don't come in and say hi. She just come in and say, "What's this? This is fucking bullshit."
That's the thing.
Good morning to you too, young lady.
No, hello.
Good morning to you too, young lady. But yeah, isn't that crazy? Machine Lies, how literally the demon manifested like everything we talked about, like into a physical fucking form. What's up, Napstar? Salute to you.
Napstar in the building.
Sadia. That's how you address men, Shiesty Bone. Like, that's how you address men, Shiesty Bone. You say good morning, you know what I'm saying? You address yourself like an adult. I can't tell you how to be a lady, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's up to your father or your man. I don't know how to be a lady, I'm a man, so I can't tell you how to do that. But
yeah, even your brother can help. Her brother can help too if she has one. With that.
Yeah, so the cage, like, yeah, I chill you up here mocking the shit. Like, this your last chance, bro. You say some dumb shit, bro.
I'm about to do my own thing, man. Either way, you know.
Hey, what you just say in the back chat, Cage? You on some bullshit? What you say in the back chat?
Don't worry about that.
All right, bro, your ass gone. Hit your bitch ass. What you got something to say before you go? Like, nah, no, you not. Your faggot ass about
Cage will say some horrible things in the chat, and then once you let him on the stage, he'll be like, "Oh, I love you guys." It's like, which one is it?
Nigga,
That's why
the drugs ain't hitting the sun. I don't got time for that shit. Nigga. I'm chilling. I'm trying to have a good stream. We have a great stream. Just a summertime vibe stream. I'm not gonna let no party pooper troll fucking what you say? I don't know if Machine Lives call this shit like the fucking what the type of agent is it called? I can't think of it, bro. It's like what you call it earlier, Machine Lives?
I mean, in regards to what?
About how they like have the fucking agents on like the YouTube panels and like in the Masons and shit to cause like civil unrest. I forgot the exact word. I'm kind of high and tired, but I really like the exact word you said was like perfect.
Yeah, a good word to use is like distraction, de-radicalization.
Yeah, de-radicalize. Yeah,
yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Lead people passive. That's why I don't call dude chaotic truth. I call him passive liar. That's what they're pretty much like. Breeding is like a bunch of de-radicalized pacifists, conformists.
That's an accurate title for him.
Well, just in general. Just in general, like keep blabbing the back chat, bitch. And I'm finna bitch ass out the studio in a second, huh? That's why you can't come up on here with the real G. You got to troll like the bitch you are. You is a troll, nigga. And I know you buy bots. You make bots for all these motherfuckers. Like, bro, like you're not gonna do shit, bro. You can't do nothing.
He did it last night.
That's why I forgot why I stopped letting this little nigga come up here. You ain't real, bitch. He's just going off. This nigga full of that milk. Just going off in the back chat, like, bro. Like, we don't care about that shit, bro. Like, shut up. Like, nigga, grow up, nigga. Like, you worried, you mad at men in the middle of the night, bro. Like, reevaluate. This nigga's like, right? I ain't mad at no man in the middle. I ain't thinking about it, man. It's the middle of the night. I'm thinking about some coochie. I ain't thinking about no fucking man, nigga.
He was thinking about your voice, CM. He sound like Barry White.
Right? Yeah, boy, the buddy's in the back wilding out. No Nick Cannon, man. I feel bad for him, man. Let me kick him out the studio. Give him a boot. Go on get, you little jet. Go on get up out of here. Care what your bitch ass got to say. Get that off the screen, huh? Go on get. Well, no, Shicey, it's been a real interesting panel each night. You just sent nothing but drama. You gotta stay away from
Machine, do you think there's trolling communities that go around in like raids and stuff in these sectors?
Well, like it's like with Cage. Like I told a lot of these dudes, like, look, there's certain people like I'm not trying to associate with. You know, like people who talk to the police, like people who do this other shit. You know, they have like Fed ties and all this shit. And I told them, like, I don't want to associate with these people. Like, I'm not going to be on the panel with these people. Like, if you got these people on the panel, I'm going to have you on my show less and whatever. And so I just be letting it known that, like, I'm not really trying to interact with people that seem to be part of, you know, like groups online, you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, they have to run it like that because of people like us. We're very strong-minded people with very fucking strong energy, bro. So they're gonna have to attack us in groups, like I said earlier, like the group demonstration type shit. So a person like Troll, like appreciate you subbing, you tell me, but a person like Cage, I've caught him saying that RLM asked him to make her bots. Like he makes bots for them. Like he gets that's why Balba had all those views earlier because fucking I had viewers because Cage gets some of the viewers. So
Yeah,
like, clearly that shit don't grow your channel though. Like unless you actually buy the bots.
Yeah, it's a detriment.
And I know exactly what he's doing. I don't want to give y'all the game, but I know exactly what he's doing. To get the bots is not hard. Like, so that's what he does. He sits there and makes like the each like bot subscriber for subscriber. If you got common sense, you know how he's doing it. Fuck it, I'll tell you. Like what he's doing, he makes emails for them so he can go and subs to their page, like, and they pay him to do that. You see what I'm saying? That's what these people are doing. They have somebody who will sit there and make emails all day, and then they just have them like sub, then they pay him. That's how they make the money. Then he comes over here thinking we're some dumb niggers and think he controlling nigger. You just be like, bro, dude, you're waking up like this is the fucking ancestor speaking through me again. Stop fucking with us or you won't get exposed. Straight up, bro. Like y'all are too easy. Like evil is not complex. It's not. That's why, you know what I'm saying? It's easy to see from somebody that has a high frequency and vibration. Like, just think about it. Yeah, like.
It's like he has his job to do. We have our job. Don't go in our lane, bro. Stay in your lane. We won't mess with you because you don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want that. Like, look how exposed is his job on YouTube. What exactly he's doing? He's probably real, man. I'm gonna give you your bitch ass something to be mad about, Cage. Now run tell that, nigga, to your boss, nigga. You a worker.
Well, another thing I'll do is I'll bring these dudes up to not have a serious conversation. So I'll just play the game. So every time I see them, I'll only interact with them when I'm not doing shit. So if I'm already not doing shit, it's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried that before. That shit. I mean, I guess if you've been doing this for a while, so you already got your people and shit. So
yeah, I keep a few of these dudes in the loop for longer than I'm longer than they might think I can. You know, where they think they're fooling me, but I just keep.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, it's like you got to play like the little stupid, and then you just got to like. How I just you weren't here. I'd fucking diss Stanley so bad yesterday. Like every time I see him, we do him bad because we don't want him over here. And it's like, if you're a troll, I would stay away. Like that's why do you think Cage is so mad, like mocking me because his boss told him to come over here, stop them from speaking the truth. Go over there. And, you know what I'm saying? Like fuck CM, like fly, like do something. They can't do it because I'm not stupid. Like he was finna to get TOS next. It's like that's what I thought about it when I said say something. Like and I was like, oh fuck, I better hurry up and drop his ass. Before he fucking say the right thing, get a nigga banned for a week. And I got him out of here just in time.
Yeah, man, that's funny. Yesterday, you're like, y'all don't even know if you played stupid. And you just flipped the switch on Stanley yesterday. Just like tore into him like a different person and shit. But you were there the whole time. It's just that you flipped the switch on him, man.
Yeah, they don't understand the grace that I give people, like, and they're going full throttle every time, like full fucking like the best shit every time, and I'm just over here playing stupid until it's time. So it's like, yeah, like dude, he set himself up for public. Like, I mean, you seen his live yesterday. Like that shit was like, I kind of feel bad for dude. You're just like you try to put all these offbeat shenanigans and fucking none of it worked. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I don't feel bad for him because he pulled all that fucking backhanded, fucking backbiting, narrative ass bullshit instead of just like being just like chill, just coming out here, just being an elder, playing his role. You know what I'm saying? With us type shit, not with his fucking YouTube agency or whatever he got going on.
Yeah.
Because he fucking with the panel race too. Like, just think about it. Even Earth, there's been a humiliation ritual right in front of us. A gay guy starts his channel. He gets dissed by every girl. Fucking the dumbass thumbnails. What else? Fucking the RLM baby shit. Which led to Lenny's asshole going off YouTube for months. Now he's back with fucking a bunch of fucking trailer park whites. That sounds like such a good, like, you know what I'm saying, offer, right? Like,
Just tell him today, CM, the machine today, what happened. When the guy asked him to do something, or in the bunny suit.
oh yeah, you got the guy with the bunny suit on there, like, and he, like, pretty much
Yeah.
outside the suit. Like, he's like, if you're gonna talk about dick, show me. Like,
Yeah,
bro,
that's
hold
an
That's
example of a
weird.
dude I refuse. Yeah, that's an example of a dude I refuse to talk to. All right. If you're coming
Yeah.
on in a bunny suit, I can't be seen on the panel. All right. Like, that's just it. All right. Like, I can't be seen on a panel like that. All right. Like, let alone just be, just hanging out. Like, yeah, like, like Shiesty, like, they can say what they want. Like, I'm not here to entertain people. I'm not your motherfucking monkey. Right. So sorry, like, right. This is just a public call. We're allowed to do this on YouTube. So I'm sorry if you're not entertained. Right, then you should go watch something else.
Yeah,
Right?
it's a woman, bro. You gotta let women talk.
But that's
You know,
the thing.
you can't take what women say seriously. Like,
No, of
you gotta
course.
do how
No,
you
of
just
course.
check them, let them know what it is, and just, you know what I'm saying, move forward. Like, you know what it is. Like, I can't tell you. I'm just throwing my 2 cents.
Yeah, but just in general, I'm not here to entertain people. I'm not here to talk to a person in a bunny suit. Right? Like, that's
Yeah,
just not.
facts.
That's not how I'm going out. Like, that could be the last conversation I have. It could be with a
Nah,
dude
for
in a
real,
bunny suit. Right? Like, for real.
Yeah, this is wild, bro. So yeah, remember he came back talking about I made money off YouTube. Like, damn, like so what did that come with though? Because I said fuck the money. I'm a fucking yeah. He asshole boy to, like, you can go back and see it. It's on live, you know.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Uncle Jack.
Yeah, I guess
I don't
he's
fuck
a
with that dude.
homosexual too.
I know exactly who that dude is. Yeah, I don't fuck like that's an example of a dude I just like you're doing an act. Like, I can't talk to you. Like, like when you take the bunny suit off, right, I'm not saying put a suit and tie on, but yeah, no shirt, no shoes, no service. Right? You're not a serious person.
Yeah, I don't want to, like, I said it before every team that came on. Remember, Gabe? I was like, I don't want to do a panel with a bunch of people drinking Bud Ice and fucking in trailer parks and shit. Mayo monsters. You got, and I'm not racist, but there was some mayo monsters, bro.
Yeah.
But,
They want to pin that on you, but it's not. You're just describing how their behavior is.
Yeah,
in real time.
It's just like, that's not the type of people I would align myself with. That's the type of people that, like, you would get put with if you're getting fucking humiliated all year for money. On the back end, like, back end. I'm not panning like the machine. I'm not panning up with a homosexual bunny. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to be on a panel with a 55. I don't care how good she looks. A 55-year-old woman. I'm sorry. Like, even when I'm 43 in fucking 6 years or 7 years, however long that is. Like,
oh, Machine knows a lot about that. There's like a witch's coven after him. That's
yeah, it's just like certain like Machine Life said, certain shit I'm just not doing, bro. Like he said, I'm not going out like that, bro. Like, I can't go out like that.
Yeah, like, I'd rather be boring.
No, women in bunny suits, yeah, but a man in a bunny suit, like, come on now, it's heterosexual asking to see dick. He asked to see dick. He's like, y'all talking about dick, I want to see it. Like,
get out.
Like, I would have dropped him immediately.
He has a butt flap to go the bathroom on that onesie.
Exactly, big. I need a panel with potheads so we can talk about whatever esoteric shit, sports sometimes. Like, just shoot the shit, bro. Like, not like just, oh, we're gonna argue today. Like, today's argument Wednesday. Like, yeah, let's fucking yell and scream, motherfucker. I hate your mom and your dad's hair.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
what
another
this
thing.
turning into. That's why I say fucking.
Yeah, like the drama is manufactured and the debates are fake. So, like, there's no debate that's like a real debate, that's a real contest, right? And there's no motherfucking drama that's not already pre-planned. So that's some things you guys need to realize. This shit is run by production companies at the very least, but at the very top level, there's a lot of feds involved, right? So I don't know.
You see the patterns on Machine.
Yeah, I mean, it's straight garbage. Like, a lot of the debate shows, they got the same topics. You got the same donors going to 2 or 3 channels. giving huge donations. Those people are part of the production company, right? They're there to pay the people for their performance. And the performance is pre-planned. It's like reality TV, but it's organized like where you're gonna be the bad guy today. You're gonna be the troll today. They got paid trolls that'll only troll certain people on the panel, so on and so forth.
Would that be an example like when CM in the last few months, like no matter what he says, bro, it's like the majority of people always have something to say. They never give him the benefit of the doubt. I've experienced that on my own panel, where everyone will take sides with everyone else except the host.
Yeah, so there's two directions you could go, right? You could either be like, yo, fuck all these people, I'm gonna go do my own thing, and then they'll just troll you and leave you alone. But then if you just be like, there's certain people that then just go and embed themselves. They say, all right, well, I guess I just caught a few strays and this is how the shit goes, and then they'll embed themselves. Right? So there's people that'll just join the LARP, right? And obviously the whole point of the LARP is to bring new people in, to bring people who don't know that it's a LARP to come and have a conversation that they think is an honest conversation, so that they could pull in to trying to attack this guy and trying to defend themselves against this person. And they think that, their reputation is really at stake, when it's really just made up people manufacturing drama for somebody they don't care about, just to get a reaction out of them. So that's really the entire thing. Is manufactured drama for content. That's 90% of the panels, right? That's run by production companies and paid trolls. But then the rest of it is just like fake debate shows where they're trying to be pseudo-intellectuals, where they don't want to talk about real topics. They don't bring any sources. And it's just an argument between two people and their positions, instead of a real exploration of the topic at hand. Where they're chopping up sources and they're bringing up people who have studied that shit for years. No, they never get into it.
Yeah, that was like today or yesterday. It was like Glenn Lawrence was moderating Team Fatty versus somebody else on some topic I've seen about dating like 100 times.
Well, Glenn Lawrence is paid by Wilson to defend Andrew Wilson. It's pretty obvious, right? So Glenn Lawrence is an example of a paid troll, right? He's basically just somebody who goes on X and defends.
Isn't that Grid?
Yeah,
Grid 1 or something. Yeah,
Grid 1 said he's got like 6 airplanes, and he knows Enrique Tarrio, the federal informant. So I don't know how Grid 1 has all these connections, right? But it's pretty obvious that he's like paying like 6 or 7 people on the panels and shit, and so on and so forth. So that's an example of somebody who's going around to 2 or 3 different shows and like paying a bunch of people. Like he said, he gave the Emmett dude like $100 or whatever, and he helped him get on Modern Day Debate. So there's people like, I tried to get on Modern Day Debate. Yeah. Wilson is clearly a plant, but here's the problem. Since 7, we've been saying that shit for 3 years, and nobody believed us. So I don't know where all y'all were at when we were saying that shit, and we had 100% trolls coming through to tell us to try to gaslight us, and we called out exactly how Wilson was a Fed, and fucking defeated him bad in a live public debate, like straight up.
Did you see that? I got seen the link when Machine debated Wilson. That was good.
Yeah, I debated Wilson before too on CTs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he skated. He skated because like I knew more about gematria than Zach did. Like he's like, oh fuck you, like you fucking got the fuck.
When they fight each other eternally, the Asians like right now, Speakeasy and Grid 1 are going at it.
Cage is gonna be mad about being exposed. Like Cage, go fucking make all of them some more bots. Stupid fuck.
He's still yapping?
Yeah, he's yapping in the chat now. Yeah, he's on that. But he's just mad that we exposed the troll community about like what I said about him. Fucking, he's the one that makes the bots for them, and that's how I know he was sent. I caught him a few times. Like that's why Baba had all those people earlier, because the cage brings them. Remember, he offered
300 people.
He's like, I got 2,000 people in here right now. Like, and he can. That's what he does. He makes bots for like all like the pretty much these industry plants. And remember, you heard him say, "I know the guy. I know the guy." He snitched on himself. He's a rat. I know a rat. I don't fuck with rats, nigga. To rat ass.
Oh, hell no.
You look like a rat, boy.
He kind of does, to be honest. Not even trying to be mean.
Yeah. Whatever they do, the programming, the emails, they're doing it all. There's different ways to do it. There's definitely different ways to do it.
Yeah, you can. You know, it's obviously a combination of bots and sock accounts. Like there are sock accounts being used, so there are people making new emails. It's not just bots, right? So so that is the case because one person is allowed to have 50 accounts. You know, and the person who told me that when I got into a fight with them, I lost 50 subscribers, by the way. So it's pretty funny, all right? Like,
wow.
Yeah, that's like Keith does that.
Yeah.
AK Wizard. Fake Wizard.
That's the best way, big dog. That's what matters. Getting the right subs. The people that want to be engaged in the content, make sure you're not. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't want no fucking short circuits. I don't want no bots. I'm not buying bots. Fuck that. Like,
yeah, my subs are fake. The subs on my channel are fake because somebody came up on my channel, right? This Arab dude that was on the Crucible. This is the first time I called into the Crucible. This Arab dude was in there. He has a channel with 2 million subscribers. That's probably just all bots and shit. Yeah. Right. And I mean, he came on my channel, he put like 1,000 new subscribers in my channel so I could get monetized. I didn't even ask him to do it. Right. So so my channel subscribers are fake. It says 2,000, but it's probably more like 1,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
All right. So it just is
that's
what it is.
Most YouTubers though. That's most YouTubers. It's like 90% YouTubers.
That's garbage though. You know YouTube could probably put something to not let people be able to do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's messed up.
I mean, I don't really care. I mean, it's just a number. Like I don't care if it's higher or lower. I did the same content when I had 10 subscribers to when I had 100 subscribers to when I had 400. You know, I do the same shit.
Yeah. Subscriber back rooms. Come on, son. You need to go to bed sometimes, girl.
Drink some almond milk. That's the back rooms, the lore. They drink that and they.
And Cage needs some milk in general so you come down off them damn drugs.
That's what people on meth do. They drink milk. I don't know why. I guess it does bring them down or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody who said somebody like did a good job on YouTube, like that person's a goddamn fool. Like they're a gullible fucking moron. All right. Like this shit is rigged, like beyond like just being totally manufactured. Like it's totally controlled. Like,
yeah, people were giving scripts.
Yeah, it's so lame. I don't know. You heard of Kai Cenat, right? Kai Cenat. You know him, right?
Yeah, but it's even on a low level like what we're on, bro. Even it's all.
No, yeah, I know. It's all the level. Yeah. The reason I bring him up is because his little YouTube son, Ray, the Taiwanese kid, he touched down in Taiwan the other day. He's been live streaming out here all day, and it says like there's 2,000 people in the chat, but like half of those people are like doing weird things, saying like It's, he probably could only have like 200 people in that chat.
Yeah, he's a plant.
Like real people.
He's a plant. They're all gay. What you mean? Like, what do you mean? They're all gay. We know, like, it's a fucking Greek. Like, that's what they have to do. It's Greek shit.
Yeah, it's triple dip. Yeah, the triple dip where, you know, they do gay shit. They have open relationship with the partner they have, and they have a partner. So sometimes they triple dip.
Yeah.
He said the triple dip, man. I haven't heard that. Gay squared? No, that'd be gay cubed, right?
Let me show y'all a little something. I need you to bring it up on the stage if y'all can. Let me see.
The triple dip. Hey, Machine, have you heard from Zephyr lately? Is she okay?
Yeah, Zeph was in there last night talking to people on Discord. So I'm pretty sure she was having fun. But yeah, she's chilling. I think she's feeling better from her sickness. So yeah.
Somebody play this video, put in the back chat if you can.
I have my computer. You can play it, Machine?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, give me a second. Pull it up. This is with Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, you seen this before?
No, but yeah, I'll pull it up though. No, I just want to make sure it's the right one. Yeah. All right.
5, 9, 1/2, 2, 10. 5, 9, 2, 10. 4, 4, 1. Okay. 9 and 3-inch head. 8.5-inch deck. 5, 9, 1/2, 2, 10. 5, 9, 2, 10. 4, 4, 1. Okay. 9 and 3-inch head. 8.5-inch deck.
I gotta go back and see what the context is. It says he ends his live after Jerry Jones brings up the size of a player's meat. Yikes! Yeah, he did say that. He said the dude has an 8-inch dick. That's disgusting. That's beyond disgusting.
It's just like it's what you said. These owners they own their bodies. It's not just fucking
slavery.
So it's like they have to sleep. Like they tell you gotta go fucking do a gay orgy with a bunch of faggots. That's what you gotta do. Because they're paying you to do that. They own your body. And we just see the numbers and we always thought, oh, he's making this. I know, like these niggas are literally playing with balls all day. It's sick. Have you ever seen what's that dude's name? What's that dude's name? He looks like he's like 1,000 years old. He's like, I think he owns the NBA. He's like a warlord.
You talking about the guy in the Lakers? The guy that sits on the sideline?
Yeah, James.
Yeah, he's he's a weirdo, bro. He's always looked old for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
They always take pictures with him and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
wearing snake skin stuff all the time.
That dude looks fucking 500 years old, dude. Straight up fucking Gordon. Straight up Gordon.
Yeah, that's another level over there in the I don't know what they call it now, Staples Center or whatever. Used to be the Forum. LA is wild. NBA over there.
Yeah, all that shit's wild. It's diabolical. Something that's deeper than just fucking like they get paid to push agendas, not to play with the ball all day. They're like playing with the ball all day and just mislead the people type shit, you know.
Mm-hmm. So, Bread and circus.
Yeah, like fucking the Roman shit, you know. So it's just fucked up. We think that they're he's making all this money just to play ball. Like, yeah, you think? Okay. Look what Jerry Jones said. Think about how they treat these niggas when the draft come around every year. Like, well, this fucking nigger sucks. So I can't wait to get that one nigger. He's bigger than you. Like, you suck. I'm gonna get me a better nigger than you. I talk to these niggas bad in practice.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure some of these dudes is going up against cybernetic androids. I mean, at this point.
No, they are. Like, I seen what's that dude's name? Jimmy Fredette. I seen him in real life. Like, 'cause my nephew's in the NBA, and he did not. He looked like a straight up meat suit. Like, there was no life. Like, when I seen him, like, I looked at him, bro, like, bro, that's not a human.
What's the guy's name?
Jimmy Fredette.
Jimmy Fredette.
Yeah.
Yeah, they chipped a few of them probably where they got bionic limbs or they got a computer that's controlling their limbs where they want to see if they could do a super soldier program. The best way to test it would be in the
You
sports.
talking about the reptilian eye program or whatever?
I'm not familiar with that one, but yeah, definitely cybernetics.
They like drop a reptilian in your eye or some shit and like
oh yeah, I have heard about that. Yeah, I've heard about that where they got like I mean, people got parasites coming out of their eyes. Yeah, I have seen that shit. Weird videos of that shit.
You remember that movie that came out earlier in the year? I made the big stink about it. This Jordan Peele movie, right? About the quarterback. He was like all into the occult, and there was this weird. They were like grooming him, and yeah, I gotta see that one. It's the one with Marlon Wayans, plays the veteran. You heard about that one?
Isn't that Jerry Maguire?
No, it came out earlier in the year. It's a Jordan Peele, so it's like a horror movie, like Get Out, but it's about this.
About him?
Is that it? Yeah, I think that one. Did you ever see it?
No, I don't be watching movies.
Yeah.
I haven't watched movies since the 90s.
They're kind of fun to decode and stuff. See, like
since 76, she knows the movie.
Yeah,
but it's a lot of movies about that. About they got to tell you because of karmic retribution. They got to tell you. That's why I know there's a creator type shit because they pretty much show you that they're trying to do it by telling you how they're gonna fuck you over eventually, and just how we have to do deeper studying, like, and what we're doing, like this surface level shit that everybody does. Like, these people that don't add nothing, that just come on here and just make you like the people like the Cages and shit that just make you inherently dumber. Or people like fucking Stanley that make you inherently dumber, like with institutional rhetoric that doesn't lead to anything that's past the institution. So at least you boxed into that fucking education system was made for another man to profit, not you.
Yeah, man. You gotta have the right eye. I think when people say third eye, I think it's critical thinking.
Yeah, pineal gland. They don't want your pineal gland open. They don't want you getting that Christos consciousness that we were talking about earlier. That Kundalini usually reaching your 33rd vertebrae. That's why you think the Masons worship 33. You know what I'm saying? The shit climbing your fucking spine is basically like Jacob's ladder or some shit like that. You know, the Bible's physical, literal, and spiritual. So, but I think the Bible is just an ancestry book anyway.
You think it's just ancestry?
I
think it has levels to it. I think that's one level to it.
Yeah, it's one. I think it's probably like I think it's 50% ancestry. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but they don't want us using the. God damn, my fucking phone's tripping. They don't want us using like the left side of our brain.
Yeah, there's a lot of different Bibles. There's even like an esoteric one, symbology one. There's yeah. PML, you talk about that the Saul character, right? How he's like a big linchpin, like a big a person of interest in the story, right?
Who?
Yeah,
Paul,
like
Saul.
yeah, it's a huge thing that I think doesn't really compute with most people who talk about the Bible, right? They start you know, because easy to question Moses because you don't know if he was 2000 BC or when the fuck he existed. There's no historical records of such a person, not even of David, right? So for the Pentateuch and the Psalms, we literally have zero historical evidence for any of it, right? So the fact is this, right? It either happened before 2000 BC, or here's the fact about it, right? Is that most people that read the Bible, they don't understand why over 1/3 of the New Testament is written by somebody who didn't even meet Jesus.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of weird, right? It's like, wait, so most of the New Testament is secondhand sources, and we can't verify the Old Testament, whatsoever. So if you have a belief in what's written in there, right, it's imperative to prove that through another means, right? You have to use either science or philosophy to try to prove what you believe therein, or to try to argue for the positions that exist there, right? Either using archaeology or using metaphysical lines of argumentation to argue for the existence of God and all that stuff. So and that is serious business, right? You can't just dismiss the argumentations of the Christians or any other group of philosophers, right? Even the Hindus and stuff, right? They all have serious points that they make. But yeah, so I would say it's serious fucking business for sure. But yeah, it's definitely a history, definitely a genealogy attached to it, like CM said.
Yeah, so it's like we gotta just break away from everything that we know that they did for profit, that they did for them to benefit. Like the people, like fuck the color of them, like the people that are fucking got us their foot on our neck in this alleged system. There's a matrix fucking system, you know what I'm saying? So it's like there's so much shit that we gotta like relearn, and just like Big Dog said, the left side versus the right side of the brain. They don't want us using one of the sides. I think it's the left side they don't want us using. That's why I say we only use 5% of our brain, which is a lot. But then we gotta use muscle memory and shit like that. Like I think we got we do. We have multiple brains. So it's just
I see it too.
They lied about everything.
Yeah. I see too that like people who are more left brain oriented growing up, like logical, like math and all that stuff. Like as they get older, they probably gotta cultivate their right side to balance out, right? And then the artistic side, imagination, creative. But then the people that were right side growing up, they need to cultivate their right side, their left side for balance. So we end up using all the brain. More processing power.
Yeah, and I think people aren't really utilizing like the entire. I think like most people's central nervous system is like in shock or some shit, where they're just like, like they're trained to only think through the brain and through the eyes, so they don't utilize a greater part of their intelligence, because your heart has intelligence, your gut has intelligence, your heart and your gut have their own brain, so on and so forth, right? So people don't utilize their intelligence in terms of like they don't understand like what you eat affects your intelligence, right? Your your personal relationships affect your intelligence, right? And so on and so forth. So when they don't manage that shit, and then intelligence is seen as abstract information, specialties. So integrating information and seeing things in a multidisciplinary view, that's not really prized,
right, by academia. So we don't see those types of people as intelligent. The people who integrate different types of knowledge, right? But a real scholar who learns 2 or 3 different types of subjects and then tries to integrate them, that's one of the top types of people who can teach you something. I mean,
That's
so
my
it's wild.
favorite. That's my favorite, man. Yeah.
Yeah, humorous could be a thing. I mean, definitely.
Because that goes to cross-referencing, just like if you're researching a certain subject, like rhinoceroses, for example, you can start studying the zoologists that live with the rhinoceros, right, for like 2 years in Africa. Then you can also study the books on the actual biology and anatomy of the rhinoceros. And then you can literally go there yourself. You know, that's like 3 different, you know, forms of research right there. And you integrate it into one theory or philosophy about rhinoceroses.
Right. Like, you know, like they got like a CIA thing where you have like a picture on a card, right? And then you associate that with a word, right? And then you associate the word with a sensation, right? Like, you know, like scratching your head, or you know, or something like that, or or you associate it with a certain type of smell, right? So it'll be 3 different levels of code, right? It'll be like a picture, right? That's encoded by a word, that's encoded by like a type of sensation, right? So if you could memorize all of that, every time you see a symbol, you can analyze 3 different levels of code. That's increasing your intelligence, even if that information doesn't connect. I mean,
Dude, that sounds like fucking magical, like correspondence. Those people that practice the magic with the K, the smells with the smell, the sound, and the picture, for example.
yeah, it's like, it's like encoding information, right? You know, utilizing symbols, right? You know, trying to, you know, practice your, you know, your skills of memory and all that stuff. Like that stuff requires quickness, right? So it's just a practice behind it. If you're not doing it all the time, you're going to be slower than a person who's doing it more, right? So they're going to catch you up. They're going to think quicker than you. If you need drugs to function, they're going to think quicker than you. If you need to sleep, you know, you need to go see your wife, they're going to be quicker than you. All right? Like that's just is what it is. Right? There's people that could utilize more shit, right? They don't rely on shit. You know, they're the ones managing their own lives. They take care of everything. I mean,
do for self.
Yeah, I think it could be a huge trying to discipline your mind, you know, trying to see where your weak points are, knowing what it takes to defeat yourself. And then, you know,
yeah, I see that.
Yeah, there's certain type of people who don't really enter into competitions that, you know, they don't have the skills to participate in. And yeah, believe it or not, there's people who don't lose. You know, it's like Miyamoto Musashi said, you know, I faced, you know, people 99 times in sword battles, and one of them was a draw. So being a master of sword fighting, I'm going to teach you guys about how to win. Right? Because if you won 99 fights, then you're ready to teach somebody. All right, like, you know, so this is the thing, and he said that if you could learn mastery of one skill, you could apply that to learning or mastering any skill. You just take the methodology you use to master one thing, you could use it to master anything.
That goes back to talking about earlier. These schools and stuff, they don't really teach you how to learn. They teach you what to learn. If you know how to learn, you can, like you said, you can apply that to many things for success.
Right, and that's what they show you, like in the I mean, that's kind of like what the Masonic things and all that type of stuff. That's kind of like what they actually teach is just critical thinking, right? Like that's what's taught, like in the Kabbalah, like and all that type of stuff, Freemasonry, right? All that type of stuff. It's how to use your attention, you know, concentrated attention to either deceive people or make it look like something's happening, or converge two different ideas that don't really go together, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, bro, that changed my life, that word critical thinking. The first time I really heard it, got it, was second year of college in this English 100 class where the teacher was teaching literature. We're supposed to analyze it, and she started talking about critical thinking, analyzing it. I'm like, bro, makes it so much easier to understand these novels we're reading and stuff, right? Like, what do I think about it critically, right? And I just started to apply that to life, and game changer, man.
Yeah, I took some things, like I took like logic pretty seriously, like took like 3 or 4 classes and shit, like how to talk to people, like how to do all that stuff, like how to build an argument, how to debate people. Like I'm obsessed with a lot of that stuff, even though I don't really do that type of stuff. Right? Psychologically, it's really interesting to me. So and I do think, like, obviously it's unfortunate, right, that this is the case. Right? But because I would like it to be the case that we could just get people together, right, and intelligence and cunning don't really take precedence over camaraderie, physical strength, right, things that you can measure, right, because you can't really, it's a hidden factor, right? So I wish that words weren't more powerful than weapons, but that is the case, right? Like the fact is that technology is an objective factor of power, and it's not brute physical strength that gave us these fucking gadgets, right? It's science and all this type of shit that's a long drawn out process, right? So you can evaluate, like, over time, not only does intelligence win, but it fucking dominates to where people who use that intelligence don't even have real control over what they're making, right? So intelligence is so powerful that you have to worry about whether it's gonna fuck you up, right? And that's the same thing with the dark side of spirituality. Yeah, it's the same thing with the dark side of spirituality, right? There's a spirituality that's the highest type of torture, right? And that's the dark side of the spiritual. That's the source of the greatest horrors of man, right? Is the spiritual. People just don't realize it.
Yeah, because there's no way around that. No hiding from that type of power.
Yeah. That type of, like, depravity, right? You can't escape from it once you're in it. Right?
Mm-hmm. Spiritual warfare. That is wild, bro. Like how that's not overtly, there's not that much attention on that, researching that side of life in a serious, more, I guess, in a more professional way, I guess, other than religion and your own research on spirituality, personal relationship with spirit. But like that pulls everything, right? With the marketing, for example, and where you put your attention. It's like in psychology, like if you break down the word psychology, doesn't have something to do with spirit or soul or something like that.
That's exactly, yeah, that's right. Yeah, the actual psyche used to mean spirit, and then they changed it to mind. And
spirit hits harder though, right? Once I found that out a couple months ago, I'm like, damn, that hits hard. That's why I always resonated with psychology. Part of the reason, man. Because mind is cool, but spirit just hits different, right? Or soul, yeah.
Yeah, like soul is kind of like mind, right? And in a lot of senses, soul and mind were kind of like interchangeable. And yeah, they changed it to, you know, being yeah, because it's funny because psychology, it doesn't take into account the spiritual dimension, you know, unless you're talking about like basically just Jung, right? And so there's a huge problem there because there's parapsychology, but it's like occultism and Kabbalism. So you have to weed out what they're talking about from that sort of the arcane philosophies that they're employing, because sometimes what they're trying to tell you about psychology is based on their occult theology, and then their answer is already baked into the pie because they're not really seeing things from an objective viewpoint. You know what I'm saying, right? They're trying to tell you their beliefs and trying to chase their beliefs in their psychological research, right? So that is partly true for some of what Jung says, right? Some of his Gnostic theories are sort of baked into the pie, you know.
Yeah, that's poisoning the well, man.
Yeah, yeah. And some may say the same thing with Freud, right? There's been a lot of research done about how Freud, and this is something that Jung said. He said that Freud's theories are based on his Hasidic Jewish background, right? That you almost can't separate the fact that he was a Hasidic Jew living in Europe from his, entire thing, from his entire psychological thing. Because, see, this is part of Jung's idea of racial memory, right? That he's embodying the memory of his ancestors and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So when you look at psychology in a spiritual way, the whole thing caves in on itself, right?
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. The TML, I'm gonna get going, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure where CM is at, but yeah, I guess we'll just leave if that's the case. But yeah, hopefully his stream doesn't die. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll stick around for like 2 more minutes, see if he comes back. But yeah, man.
Okay. What's his name? Big Dog. I saw him in the chat. Sin, what's up? And Dragonfly Jones' cousin. Sleep easy, brother. Have a good. Oh no, go. You're going to work. Have a good day at work, bro. Talk to you later, man. Yeah, I'm glad you came up, man. This is good. I'm glad CM went live too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thanks for hanging out with us, everyone.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to the Machine Lies. Sub up. It don't get any deeper down the rabbit hole, man. On that channel, your channel.
Yeah, we're also at MPC The Game. We got tons of shows over there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got like a dozen. Baker's dozen.
Baker's dozen. Let's go for the times 2. Yeah.
Yeah, come through and chat with us. Dragonfly Jones, I appreciate you, man. Blessings. And Sin 7, if you're still listening, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeti Life. Yeah. Yeah, thanks to CM. He's moving in the right direction. You can see that he sees through the bullshit here. He just started streaming. So it's very imperative for you guys to support channels like this where people see through the shit. They're ready to have an open conversation. They're not willing to entertain bullshit. I mean, right? So, that's the type of direction I think is worth moving in and so on and so forth. So, so blessings to the dude.
Absolutely, yeah. CM is, he's doing the right thing, man. It's a great channel. Great channel, man. Yeah. And TML, my brother, I will see you soon. I'll see you soon. in the back streets over there.
Yeah, peace on me.
All right, peace,
Yeah,
brother.
appreciate
Much
you.
love. Appreciate you too. Peace, everybody.
Yeah, so a lot of this shit is a psychological operation. You know, look at the Wilson dude. We'll be doing a show on Wilson on Sunday. You know, we've been saying for a while how this dude is a fake Christian op. Right? He used to be a former Freemason. Right? Then all of a sudden he's got all these connections to Tucker Carlson right out the gate. Right? They had connections to Fox News right out the gate. And people refuse to ask questions, and they refuse to get into the situation to try to chop up the ideas. And you know, everybody wants to be a cloud chaser, try to get money out of the situation. And right, you really see who people are, right? Because we're all just talking here. Like, say you met somebody off in the street, and they try to get some money from you, or they try to get you to join some kind of organization immediately. You know, just weeks after knowing them. You know, you probably be very suspicious of that person, right? And think just how many people you know are in the military, are part of a fraternal organization, right? Or they're part of the military. All these people have taken oaths. They've all taken motherfucking oaths.
I'm back.
So,
My bad. My fucking shit
yeah.
died.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I just want to hold it down until you came. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
you know,
blessings.
for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. But I was gonna get out of here. But yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming up. Shit, yeah, we definitely had a great conversation.
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, it's always good. I mean, yeah, it's been a few great conversations we've had. But yeah, blessings, brother.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
thanks
Yeah.
for talking.
Appreciate it, man. You have a good one, G.
Yeah, you too, man.
Appreciate you too. For sure.
Yeah, peace.
What's up, man? I'm back. I don't know how long my phone's gonna be like this, but this shit is tripping. God damn, this shit's pissing me off. What y'all been talking about? Much of nothing. Gotta bring the real back to the community. That's what we're doing one day at a time. Call us professional sucker duckers. God damn it. Fucking phone screen, bro. It's all janky. That's the best it's gonna get. Yeah, so it's been a wild, very revelating week. Per usual when it comes to this very turbulent streaming life. But I think we definitely made some serious progressions. You know, we're not forgetting this channel's a brand new channel. You know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna keep it pushing. We're gonna keep it moving. We're gonna keep bringing the content. We're gonna keep bringing what the people want, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta catch us. You know what I'm saying? Like anytime, anywhere. So, you know what I'm saying, y'all? Should appreciate y'all fucking being live in the chat. Like, keeping the chat alive. We gotta keep the shit moving, keep the motion moving. I think this is a great topic, by the way, about these YouTube frat boy troll communities. We expose all this shit. I've been on this shit since day one. Yeah, I've been exposing the shit day one. So I walked in the building. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. That's what I do. So, anybody else? Anything else you want to talk about? Shit. What's going on? What's the drama? Who we got to dominate next? We got to dominate next. I rock with all y'all, man. Like all the real ones, just that stayed down. Ignore my name. That was for peasants. Yeah, so yeah, we do got to get some great gamer streams for sure. We got to get a laptop for that. We just got to. We're gonna really take this. We're gonna start like our own little panelverse type show over here, where we should do really be a variety. Like we've already done it anyway on the smaller scale. We're gonna do this shit on a big scale. Watch. Mark my words. We don't blow the fuck up doing what we do. Yeah, we guys. You know what I'm saying? We flew past the haters. And we gonna keep flying. Like shout out to the haters too. They make us greater. They let us know who we are, how great we are. They're like a living ruler of my greatness. That's what I equate my haters to. My bad if I sound a little restrained, but I'm just smoking a little bit, trying not to choke on y'all's ears. But seeing we got a lot of cloud watchers per usual. Shout out to the cloud watchers, man. Like if y'all brave enough to leave a comment, man. Like say what's up, present yourself. Yeah. Can't let my phone die again because if my phone die again, that's gonna be it for this stream. I'm pretty sure because it'll be taking like more than 10 minutes for my fucking phone to turn on this fucking StreamYard. That shit went down to 1% again. I gotta start charging this shit like before I come out here, but usually it's like when I come out here, it's usually just like impromptu. I just hit live and just, you know what I'm saying? Think of a little quick topic because it's effortless for me. So, yeah, I'm just hoping my phone will get to fucking 2%. Nah, it's StreamYard, bro. My phone charge is good. It's StreamYard, like, just kills the fuck out the battery, bro. The phone's good. It's fucking StreamYard. Fucking every time I gotta, like, have the battery, like, at least over, like, 80%. Because it's hard for me to, like, sit in one spot and just stream. That's why I don't really want a laptop, because I'll be carrying that motherfucker, like, around the house, like, fuck that shit. Hold on. God damn it. Don't die immediately on it. See if we can make it to the charger up a little bit done. It dies fast. Come on, bitch. All right, we made it. Hopefully. Yeah, I don't need a new phone yet. StreamYard, I need to get this shit together. I need to charge my phone before I come on here fully. Yeah, shit. Anybody cooking for the 4th of July? Anybody barbecuing? Like, seeing family? Anything? Everybody should be like around their family today before the 4th. I know me, I'm a lone wolf. I'm popular lonely. I'm popular lonely. Man, this shit. I think we definitely elaborated on the topic, like, for a good point. I don't know how long I want to stay live. Just for fucking people just watching from the clouds. StreamYard takes like, if you don't have your shit on a charger, it's like per like damn near every like 5 seconds it takes a point. Straight up, like it takes a point off of like every 5 seconds it takes a percentage. Like what percentage? If you don't have your shit on the charger, that's what StreamYard does. And a lot of times, if your battery's too low, like the shit won't charge at all because of StreamYard. And I'll be having to give off here too to fucking charge my phone. And StreamYard be breaking charge. StreamYard broke like 10 of my chargers. My phone ain't been getting hot lately, though. That's good. But yeah, StreamYard's been a fucking drag. But about 3.5 hours through. Make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, comment, all the good shit. All the good shit. I guess everybody ditched us for nightish. Argue about nightishes. I'm not into arguing with people about differences. Yeah, it's definitely better on the computer, but it's just like I said with the computer, I can't sit in a room all day and just fucking. I probably would have to get a better phone that's like the computer. They're probably gonna do it from like a tablet or something. I would do a stream. I'd probably be better on a tablet. Yeah, it's not into arguing with people over the same shit every day, like shit they can't control. That's what they do, platform to platform. People have the intelligence of a fucking whatchamacallit. Well, the attention span of a fucking fly or a gnat or whatever. So you gotta fucking really take that into accountability. I mean, in consideration, I should say. Everybody went over the night issues. I don't know them people, so I don't be going over there. And I'm not into arguing with older people. That's just weird. People are so into that shit because they literally watch the same shit every day. Just people just arguing. I can't do it. It's too much. There's too much to this shit. We can argue here and there. Like we're gonna argue. We're gonna disagree. We're humans, but we're not gonna make exactly. You don't get big sitting around on a laptop eating. We talk too. That's why I be walking around. That's why I need the phone because I've been needing to let the blood flow through my body. I need to stretch. Like sometimes I want to walk outside when we'll be walking outside, streaming on a laptop and shit. Like, come on, that shit sound goofy as hell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much longer am I gonna be awake. Hopefully like another hour or two. I mean, I'm pretty tired though. I didn't sleep that late yesterday. Yeah, I think we probably gonna wind this bitch on down. Probably got about 5. We'll go to like 3 or some shit like that. Good numbers, man. And shit on good numbers. This will end in about 5-6 minutes. Wrap this bitch out. And fire stream, man. I need to get some rest, recharge my creative battery. Just came here to tap in with y'all, give y'all a little something for the night. You know what I'm saying? Or the morning, wherever y'all at. Yeah, next time I come in here, I'll have the phone charged up and I'll be ready to go. You know what I'm saying? New topics, of course, but this topic is definitely going to be continued. And that's crazy that Machine Lies wasn't lying. He said the same shit that I've been saying from the jump. These motherfuckers in the agency and troll communities were fucking basically like sleeper cell type people. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you got to watch who you want validation from. You got to watch who you want content from, because even in life, you never know who's who. Everybody ain't your friend. Right, not your friend. You gotta be extra careful. That's why you gotta move with purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, the more you move with purpose, the more it'll show. Like, I'm just saying this shit. Great minds think alike. It's called critical thinking. So I know as long as y'all leave here, yeah, appreciate that. You posting that. As long as y'all leave here learning something every day, I know I did my job. You know what I'm saying? And I learned from y'all too. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to throw our ideas together and come up with, you know what I'm saying, like what it is. It's a puzzle for a reason. And if we all can't be the same piece to the puzzle, that's not a puzzle no more. That's a fucking clone, whatever, like type thing. So if we all fucking add to the shit, then we can't take away from it. So, but if you have people that come in here just to detour, just to cause discord, just to cause fucking disruptors and like TOS trolls, like I don't got time for that shit, bro. Move the fuck on. So definitely amazing numbers for the time we stream. Like shout out to y'all for being loyal. Shout out to the new subs for sure. Like, you know, I'm just putting in overtime. Like, I might come back today or tomorrow. More than likely later on. I'll get some rest. I really need some rest though. Like for real. I need to take my ass to sleep for a good 10 hours. Just get some rest. I probably only slept like 5 hours yesterday. I was moving around a little bit, so yeah, we're gonna go and wrap it up here. I hope everybody has an amazing morning. You know what I'm saying? Keep it moving, keep the motion moving. You know what I'm saying? Just keep shining, you know what I'm saying? Let me give shout outs right now. Shout out to, of course, the NPC Big Bro, you know what I'm saying? Fucking Machine Lies, you know what I'm saying? Definitely with the knowledge, fucking helping us fucking crack the code. Who else? Shout out to all the chatters, Sin 7, fucking Yeti, of course. Who else? Bobby Perkins, everybody. Like, can't think of everybody now. I'm sleepy, so it's just a lot of people. Shout out to 11 people in the chat, the master number. You know what I'm saying? So every time we come out here and get the knowledge out, it's a success. Shout out to the person that gave you the idea to do the show. It was definitely a good idea. We're gonna this is a show that's gonna it's gonna become a series. So y'all take it light, keep it right.
it's a big turnoff, and I just stopped watching those channels after a while. And it's unfortunate because they're good channels, but it's freaking annoying, man. So, TML, I hope you never sell out to that. But I don't, you don't strike me as the type of person that would. Oh, speaking of, I'm talking about you, and where are you? Are you there?
Yeah, blessing.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see you were waiting. I was talking about you on and on. How are you doing?
Yeah. Well, I've been terribly sick for the past week, but I've been trying to manage.
Oh, may I ask what? It's like the flu or something kind of a thing?
Yeah,
or-
some type of throat, like
Oh.
flu type of thing. Just wait
Oh.
till it goes away. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's like some type of bronchitis or something.
Oh,
It
yeah, that could be.
seemed like, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I hope you're feeling better. It just sometimes that takes a while. I know I've had things like that could take like 3 or 4 weeks to clear up completely.
That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like it's a 3 or 4 week deal.
Yeah.
Where it just keeps going for like over a week.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, of course, I'm doing these shows, so every time I talk, it's hurting me.
Yeah, I know. You're not helping yourself,
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, low on help.
Hey, I saw your video that you put up there on Jack's there with the low life narrative.
Oh yeah.
The video was so spot on with the narrative. It was a great match. I really liked it. I really
Yeah, I
enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, I've made at least. I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I've made at least, I think, 50 of them that go really well with the
Oh, wow.
visuals and the music and and the words. It seems to match really well. Yeah.
I love doing things like that myself. I mean, not on as a professional level as you guys do them, but I do love to do that. I love to let music or narrative, explain the visual or whatever, and it's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, and I think that's how the show should be. Like instead, like how you were saying, like commercial pops up.
Yeah.
That's a really low level. That could take you out of the entire situation that you're in. Right? It could catapult you into a whole different mindset.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the problem. It's like you don't really get the entire scope. And then I used to like on Cartoon Network, they used to have a thing called Toonami, right? Or Adult Swim, right? Where late at night they would show like cartoons and stuff. It'd, mainly be like Japanese cartoons or stuff like that. And then then they would show like these music videos, right? With this kind of like some of the visuals like spliced up with the music. And they were really trippy, and I like having that as an interlude in the show.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice to have like something that reminds you of the show in the show that's not the show
Yes.
itself, like music or
Yes.
visuals and stuff.
It adds to it. I love that.
Right. Yeah.
I'll play some of the old music videos that the rock stars and things have done, because sometimes it adds to my message, but I haven't been able to create my own like you guys do. I think that's really next level stuff, and it's great because then it's really targeted to what you're talking about.
Yeah, they should have never gave me a screen recorder, and actually, it's a defunct screen recorder from a
They shouldn't give you a lot of things to
yeah, from a it used to be like a video projects thing that we bought, and I just had a free screen recorder that came with it, and for whatever reason, the screen recorder just works. The video project studio thing doesn't actually work unless you pay for it. So it's just funny how that it's like a defunct program that I have that I'm using to create all this.
Wow.
Pretty weird.
That's interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
I see you going out on all of the channels there. You're really making the rounds. When do you have time to live your life?
Well, I do a lot of research. Obviously, I have to work on my own,
right? And it's usually like a shitty job, right?
Oh.
It changes like every 3 months.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, obviously I'm going to move to Ohio, so I don't have a lot to do with my life until I move to Ohio, and you know, because I'm sort of separated from my wife.
Oh, yeah.
So it is what it is. You know, there's a huge long story that's unfolded partially on the internet. And yeah, but yeah, I'm not really hiding who I am or what my particular situation is in life from the people that
Yeah.
you know, I'm very open. And I'm kind of a loser, pothead, right? But I know a lot of things. So,
Well, I
so I just have
I wouldn't say you were a loser at all. I think that you're extremely strong. I don't know if you ever saw the award that I gave you that time. It was Fuck Around and Find Out Streamer Award. I think you're one of the strongest people out here. And
yeah, we'll bring it right to you. That's for sure. direct conflict and commentary. Yeah.
So, well, I mean, so it's a good thing that you're moving to Ohio then, right? Then your life was gonna be better, or
Oh yes, it's
yes,
gonna
yes,
greatly improve, like by 30% at least.
by 30%. You got to raise your standards a little bit better than that.
Oh yeah, it's huge. Yeah,
Well, that's wonderful. I think that's great.
yeah,
So when is this happening? You're in transition now, or?
yeah, like within the next year. So we're very
Oh, okay.
excited. Yeah, yeah, we're very excited because it's been a long time. You know,
Yeah.
so yeah, so I've been separated from my wife for like 3 years or whatnot.
Oh, wow.
But we've sort of remained faithful to each other. We've remained in contact with each other and so on and so forth. And you know, there's a lot of reasons why that happened. You know, both family oriented and other reasons that I can't really talk about on YouTube
Sure. Yeah.
because of
No.
the nature of the people that watch, and of
Yeah.
course they've formed lots of free form commentary on my personal life, but I don't want
Yeah.
to give them new ideas.
No. 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 Well, I'm glad that it's starting to pull together for you. It's long distance relationships are really difficult, and as long as two people are have the same goal and feelings in mind, it can work. You know. So
Yeah. One of the great things that's happened during this sort of separation is that my wife grew up being totally estranged from her family. She grew up in a foster home, and she's totally reconnected with her family. I mean, especially on her mom's side, right? So she understands you know, her aunts and nephews and nieces. She celebrated tons of holidays with them and so on and so forth. So this is the first time in her life that she's been able to have these types of experiences, right? Family oriented, right? Feel that sense of belonging. So it's a very critical stage in her development, I think, because having sort of a feeling like you have no family in the world kind of is hurtful. I've never
yes. Yeah.
experienced that. I don't understand what that's like. I
Yeah.
understand that was a reality for her, and it brought her deep trauma, right? Deep sense
Sure.
of loneliness, right?
Sure.
So this
Absolutely.
is so this is something that I've fostered, and I'm very proud of our relationship moving forward, and hopefully we maintain really good relationships between our families because obviously our families have not really interacted that much, right? She's interacted with my family, but I haven't really interacted with her family. But now that she is closer to her family, you know, this whole situation is easy because I was sort of suspicious of a lot of situations. Definitely, you know, I'm really proud of the fact that, you know, we've been able to pull through, you know, this entire thing. You know, because you know, not having any family, and then, you know, and then also just the origin of people, right? You know, you've known, you know, your wife, right? You don't know her foster family because she's estranged from her foster family, right? You don't know her real family, right? She doesn't know her real family. So it's kind of like you're kind of like, who is this person? You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
We're trying
Yeah.
to figure out like who we are, you know, in the
Yeah.
process. And then I've been able to really connect with my family too. I feel like I was always struggling with my family. You know, like it was always like we were at odds with one another. But through this situation of, my wife and everyone coming together, and I feel like I've gotten closer to a lot of my family, especially my dad, right? Because one of the situations that happened is that my grandpa died.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry.
yeah, so during these 2 or 3 years I've been online, one of the major traumas I've experienced is that my grandpa died. He's like one of my best friends.
Yeah.
And one of my
Grandparents are
major,
special.
yeah, he was one of my major supporters in life. And he really was able to talk to my dad about me, right? And so on and so forth. And I felt like he was a cool like liaison that I had between me and my dad.
Yeah.
And then,
Oh,
but
that's
then
important.
yeah.
And I think it's been great that you've been your wife's rock too. You've been there for her while she goes through all of this. That's really important to have someone that you trust and depend on to be there for you. And I think it's really amazing how you've pulled us together.
Oh yeah, me and my wife are really that for each other. We're extremely lonely people, right? We're extremely weird people, strange people that kind of only understand one another, right? So it's a really strange situation. I don't think that many people would understand our peculiarities, especially at this late stage of development, right? But she kind of understands my weirdness in a interesting way.
You're made for each other. They really say, some people just are.
Yeah, it's weird because she is a white girl with tattoos and dreadlocks. So I just figured that's what my wife would look like. I thought it would be like a skinny brown girl, right? Probably, Muslim. Already knowing about Islam and all of that type of stuff. Very well oriented with their family, right? Like very much in line with what their family wanted. But here I met a girl that is totally not that, right? But yeah.
Well, those are the most surprising gifts of all. You can't judge a book by its cover, man. They keep telling you that over and over.
Right.
It's what's inside a person that matters. And for me, I don't know. I've always liked the strange and unusual.
Right.
I know I gravitate towards people that are different. So I can appreciate that very much. Yeah, because it's kind of funny because people that would know me would say that I was a very conservative person in a lot of ways, but my friends have always been anything but that. And it's funny because one time, this is the story that this pregnant Doberman wandered into my parents' yard in February, right? And so they couldn't, and it was a beautiful Doberman, and they couldn't, just leave the dog out there in February, cold and everything. So they brought the dog in, and they tried to find the owner, and nobody claimed the dog, and so they ended up keeping the dog with, and she had puppies, and they couldn't keep all of those dogs, and so I was working at an advertising agency at the time. And I said, I'll put a memo out on the bulletin board if anybody wants free Doberman puppies. I mean, who's going to turn that down, right? So we arranged to have my parents brought the carload of puppies and the Doberman herself too, because they wanted to keep one of the puppies, but not the Doberman. And so my coworkers came out into the parking lot, and my parents, drove up with the car, and they took all of the dogs, one by one, and they were standing around deciding which dogs, they wanted, type of thing. So they were conversing with my parents and stuff. And when my coworkers left, I was standing there with my parents, and they said, wow, these people are really nice people. I said, yeah, they are. And she said, they're not like your other friends. And I said, no, they're creative people, because they were the art directors and the photographers and the copywriters. I said, no, they think outside the box, and they just think differently, And I've always gravitated towards people that are their own person and
oh yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I saw a guy, walking out of the mosque yesterday, right? Because I went to the congregational prayer, right? And there's this dude that had a shirt on that said "Read banned books," and I was like, "That's a really cool shirt, man."
Yeah, yeah.
I was asking him where he got it from, and he said, I'm actually my mom made this shirt, and she has one too, and she's a linguistics professor. It's insane, right? And
Wow,
just
that's
started talking to
interesting.
him about all the banned books I know, right? Because we know quite a bit of banned authors, right? We're in contact with a few of them as well, right? So,
That's great. I love it. So yeah, what do you think? Because I never understand and can't read you on this. So, what do you think about Jack's new lineup with the new people in there?
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, I like the change. Some of the people are clearly seem to be actors. They have
Yeah, that's what I was.
one like loop that they seem to be on over and over. They seem to do the same bit every time they come on.
Yeah.
I greatly suspect Kenny and Chickpea for that, right?
Yeah.
Because they have sort of they drive home the same narrative. Like it's like no matter where they're at, they want to talk about one topic.
Right.
And that's kind of like with Snafu and a few other people where it's like they're on the same loop every single time. And
right.
From my perspective, it's just incredibly boring, right? So I really like Dirty Lowlife. I really like I like D&W's disposition. While I don't know him personally, I enjoy his disposition. I like the types of discussions that are had at Objective Ethics, right? And also the antinatalism channel, Life Abolitionism, right? It's actually pretty intellectual. I was surprised. I thought it was going to be non-intellectual pandering, and a bunch of memes and just people saying you shouldn't have kids and that they hate humans and but I was surprised to learn there's a hugely intellectual thing behind it where this guy's an anarcho-primitivist. I mean, he's into like Gnosticism, and there's all of these different elements where, while obviously that's generally opposed to my philosophy, but I still think it's fascinating how people are able to put together these sort of webs of ideas, right? Like linking sort of antinatalism with Gnosticism, right, with general atheistic belief systems, and also there is a guy on there, right? There's Melanie Cosmic Fox.
Yeah.
Right. She's an extremely interesting individual.
Right.
In terms of her ideas about ecology. Right. She seems to think that science and ecology, mixing those two things together, is extremely pivotal at this stage. And I wholly agree with that. So I'm willing to find where people's mind is at. I had one discussion with the guy, Objective Ethics, and he seems like a very smart individual, very calm individual, even though I disagree with a lot of stuff that him and Andy say about religion and so on and so forth. I still think it's interesting how they put together their belief system. It seems coherent to me. So I'm interested to know more in how they discuss. And they seem to have lots of sort of cohesive, like coherent sorts of discussions there, although they do foster some drama. Right. So there is like a bit of episodes about extramarital affairs and sort of Jerry Springer type of stuff that I wasn't really that impressed with. But and obviously that's on Jack too, right? So I don't like that type of stuff on Jack, right?
No.
I've been very vocal about that. So I like how it's fostering more sort of calm discussion, because I'm not really here to see like some sort of fake comedy show or some sort of fake drama show. That's not really what I'm into. That's not what I do when I watch Netflix or anything. Even, I don't turn on drama or comedy. I'm not like an old lady, right? So that's not what I'm looking for.
No, I wouldn't mistake you for that now.
Yeah. So it really gets old. You know what I mean, right? What I want is a public call where people want to discuss strange ideas, arcane philosophies, occult theology, fascist, political ideologies, right? Those sorts of things that are off topic, off brand, that people don't want to talk about, them putting obviously chips and worms in people and so
Yeah,
on and
right,
so forth.
right. Well, I saw that you looked at one of my videos about tribalism, and I was wondering what you thought about that. The man that the video that I played, he believes that we should form tribes now before the apocalypse, so that we all band together and we can survive this by like-minded people banding together and with survival skills and things like that. What do you think about something like that?
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of a sort of neo-tribalism and a sort of techno-shamanism, right? I think both are necessary. I think we need to combine art and religion in the techno-shamanism department, right? And we need to combine the effort of local communities. And I think this has to be brought to fruition with a type of community forestry in which the local community takes sort of creative control of the forest areas, right, that are around there surrounding, and they decide to replant the wild nature within that area and learn and develop a relationship with the wild nature in their surrounding area. And I think this should be a project that every local community goes into, right? I think this could develop a unique cultural, unique language, form of expression, as long as these communities isolate themselves from the other communities, right? And I
Yeah.
think large-scale technologies can be sort of reintegrated into the local environment if we take this large-scale, right, organization, dependent technologies that are reliant on these huge systems, these giant nation states, right? We just let them sort of devolve, right? Let them fall to waste, right?
Yes.
And then take creative control of the local environment in our area. And I think that this obviously would have to be a sort of international project, right? But it would have, if people sort of go in this direction, right, then we don't need to face the global collapse of the world technological system or the existential crisis that will cause for millions of people. Because I think that that sort of thing is inevitable because the system we have in place is not sustainable, and the way that we're going to try to change the system to try to accommodate new methods, right, of governance and control for these large scale technologies, it's going to be very oppressive for the for the great mass of humanity. So so I'm very much for sort of local relationship, neo-tribalism, right? Techno shamanism is how I've phrased it, right? And I say this line, I say, you can't ghost someone in a village. Right, that's my proof of it. Right.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I think we do need to de-escalate technology. It's gone beyond what we really need to have a fulfilling life, in my opinion. We need some technology to make our lives easier, sure, but I think there needs to be a balance, like you're saying, with nature and technology, and we're losing that balance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I think obviously we're part of nature, right? So we are nature, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, like I said on the show earlier, that that we think that we came from monkeys and we're going to become these sort of machines, right? But if you look at a machine and you look at a monkey, right, you're more like a monkey than you are a machine, obviously.
Right.
But like, it's more respectable to be a machine than be a monkey. And that's kind of the problem with modern people, I think. We need to get them back in the mindset where it's more respectable to be a monkey, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I posted a short that said something about we're screwed up when we think that the people that lived off the land were called savages, and the people that destroy the land are called civilized. And I thought that really resonated with me because people are not taking into account how much we need nature. I mean, obviously these globalists are just destroying the land. They don't seem to understand we kind of need water. We kind of need food. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny, where they say like, what's the number one thing that has killed the most humans in history? And some people will say religion, right? And some other people will say governments.
right,
So it's just so
exactly.
funny, right?
Yeah.
And it's obvious that it's governments because
Yes.
you know what I mean? Because none of those people that killed everyone had the same religions. So we could stop with
Right.
that.
Right. Back in the olden days when they had wars, most of it was territorial. But yeah, it was, and I guess you could say the government wars are territorial. They want more power and they want to suppress people or they want to acquire something. But there's plenty of room for everybody if we could just figure out how to live peacefully with each other. And this constant agitation and to me, mass migration was not about globalization bringing us all in together. It was more about destabilizing everybody, causing rifts between the people so that the people were fighting each other and not paying attention to what the globalists were doing and putting things in place. A major distraction. So it's, in my opinion, we need less government and more real people and more connection with what's important in life, not all this fake crap that's out here.
Right. And here's chapter 80 from the Tao Te Ching. Right. This is pretty interesting. It describes the ideal state. And it says a small country has fewer people. Though there are machines that can work 10 to 100 times faster than people, they are not needed. The people take death seriously and do not travel far. Though they have boats and carriages, no one uses them. Though they have armor and weapons, no one displays them. People return to the knotting of rope in place of writing. Their food is plain and healthy, their clothes fine and simple, their homes secure. They are happy in their lives. Though they live within sight of their neighbors, and crowing cocks and barking dogs are heard across the way, yet they leave each other in peace while they grow old and die.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's like small countries got fewer people,
Yeah.
People live within sight of their neighbors.
Yes.
Right. But they leave each other in peace.
Yes.
This is the thing. All right. This is the ideal life. You don't have to travel far. You're embedded in the community.
Yes.
Right. There's neighboring villages that nobody visits, but they have their own culture. They have their own situation. Right.
Yep.
This is actual peace. This is the peace that was, felt around the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they had conflicts. Yeah. This guy stole 3 of my goats and we killed 3 people over there. Big fucking whoop. Right? It wasn't hundreds of people lining up against hundreds of people, right?
Right.
To slaughter each other in mass droves and then go in and rape all the women and steal all the children so they could raise them.
Yeah.
Be warriors.
Yeah. Totally. That's a beautiful concept. It's like when the United States was formed. You had a lot of immigrants coming over here. That you had the Germans and the Irish and the Italians and the English and all the different cultures. And when they first came over here, they kind of settled within their own communities. You had the French Quarter and the Italian Quarter, even within the cities and things like that. But when they spread out across the land, because I think you see a lot of people from Scandinavian countries in the Midwest, right? That's right. And they sort of all kind of grouped together in various places. And eventually there were so many people that they all kind of merged together. But I think there's a natural inclination to be with people of like minds, and then when you form a community of like minds, it's generally pretty peaceful because what's there to argue about? You all agree about the same things, I don't know. I think to go back to tribalism. I think that that's the way to go. Like you're saying, like these small villages, and exactly how you described it. I can't describe it the way that you did, but with the forest and a balance between technology and the land and everything, that's beautiful. I wish we could get to that point, but I don't know how we ever get there. I mean, do you see how do you see the world going?
I mean, it's a spiritual battle, right, between greed and power and the right thing to do. And obviously, it's a complex situation, you know, that we have to fight for what I said. Right. It's obvious. You know, it's an ideal, right, and it's not perfect. So, you know, ideal meaning that it's not achievable, right? And I mean, perfect meaning that, you know, there's probably flaws in the plan, right? And so on and so forth. But it's for each of us to sort of fight for that, because the thing is that obviously the powers of, you know, greed and the dark forces of creativity, and, you know, that are sort of poised to turn man into a sort of mediation, right, between different forms of technique, in which man will be embedded. And I think me and Truther Cop really showed people the danger, right, of this type of vision, right, and its fullness, and how so many people are falling for this type of vision, right? That's what's important to realize. It's not whether you can see through the bullshit. It's about the hundreds of other people that can't. Right. So what about them? Are they just gonna, you're just gonna be, you know, I kind of feel like Catcher in the Rye for right, for some of those people. You know, we gotta save them from falling off.
I know, that's the problem. It's like you want to shake them and say, what is wrong with you people? You know, I mean, it's right in front of everybody's nose, and nobody, well, and a lot of people don't see it. And they just, this mentality of just like going along to get along, and it's all going to work out. And it's like, you know, sometimes it doesn't all work out unless you kind of contribute to it in some way to make the changes that are needed. I don't know. I just feel, I guess because of the 250th anniversary of this country, I'm just more mindful of what's going down, because I just hate to see this country going in the direction it's going in, especially from where we started off as a nation. I mean, it's happening around the world, but in particular, you know, this country was formed on freedom, which makes us a little more special than other countries and how they were formed. And I just, for the life of me, I can't understand why people are just allowing this to happen. But so many people don't want to get involved. They don't want to, you know, or they think it's hopeless to do anything.
Well, I think it's time for people to idealize America, not as ingenuity and progress and liberalism, right? But as the pristine wilderness of the world, right? The untouched wilderness of the world, right?
Yes.
You know, not not only in terms of the Amazon rainforest, but also in terms of Canada and the Northwest.
Yeah.
The giant forest that exists there, and all of the types of things that America represents, untouched by the corruption of Rome and all that stuff, where they just tore apart these forests, to create the Roman civilization and all sorts of stuff. You know, so this is history where America was an untouched land, and this is thanks to the natives, right? So we have to identify ourselves, right, or identify, America with the pristine wilderness, right, the natives that lived here.
Yeah.
Right. And also with the project of freedom, right, of the founding fathers, because what more freedom is there in wild nature, and what more slavery is there than the technological system? It's literally the thing that's imposing itself, and has a total loss of autonomy for the human, right? Whereas us building in nature, right, along with the natives and poor people rebelling against the rich landowners, right, and joining with the natives and the slaves in order to do that, right? That's the America that I'm fucking talking about.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And it's like, where did it go? You know, I think a lot of it has to do with because we've been such a beacon of light that whether it's mass migration or just regular immigration, there's so many people here from other countries that
Yeah, and the
they don't
problem is
have
that
that history.
we went to war with those countries,
I
right?
know.
And now they're here, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you know, the CIA was in Somalia, and now we got a bunch of Somalians, right? They were in Afghanistan, now we got a bunch of Afghanis, right? They
Yeah.
were in Syria, oh, we got a bunch of Syrians,
Right.
right? You know, so this is a pattern when you try to do empire building, right? And all this type of stuff. You know, and of course, the founding fathers were against standing armies. They were against the two-party system. They were against central banks.
Yep.
Right. These are some of the things that they wrote against.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, less government is the best government. It was their way of thinking. They just needed some. I think every country needs some kind of organization. I mean, somebody's got to be in charge of, like, you know, like the road system and, you know, infrastructure kind of stuff. But that beyond that, we don't need to be told what to do, and we don't need these excessive taxes and everything else. It's just mind-boggling how mankind has changed so much that it should be. I think where I struggle is I don't understand why people don't think that freedom should be the most important part of their brain. It should be resonating in their brain. I want to be free. I want to be free. You know, I mean, what? I don't get it. Why people think it's okay to just go along with oppressive systems. You know, I mean, how does that benefit them? I don't know. Because our founding fathers did not think that way. They were so independent of each other. I mean, I can't imagine that they probably didn't even really like each other, but okay, we're just going to do this because, you know, but I want to be independent of you, you know, and because they were just so fiercely independent. It's sad to see that mindset gone.
Yeah, and if you read de Tocqueville, you know, Democracy in America, right? He kind of talks about how you know, freedom is a part of America, you know, and it's fostered especially within the religions, right? He said, like,
Yes.
every community has like its own little church, and there's so many different types of churches, and it's kind of like the churches were creating this sort of local environment, right? So de Tocqueville was really impressed by that. What he really didn't like was the newspapers. You know, sort of creating this general sense of conformity. And he said that everybody in America learns to be free the same way, and it sort of teaches this general, you know, thing where yes, they're free, but they're all equal too. So he said equality sort of opposes freedom, because equality means that everybody has to be free in the same way.
Yes.
You know, so it's like, yeah, we're for freedom, but we're also for equality. And this goes to the greater sort of dialectic between individualism and collectivism, which is sought after in the American experience, which isn't really clearly defined, right? And it goes into this concept of democracy itself, right? As the founding fathers said, they said if every Athenian was a Socrates, then all of Athens would be a mob, right? Because you can have a tyranny of the majority.
Well, that's why our founding fathers set this up as a republic, because the main thrust of that was to protect the rights, everyone's rights, especially the minority. And when we've turned that around, that we're protecting the majority rights rather than the minority rights, because the people that would believe in freedom and that don't want to go along with this conformity crap are being run over, and their rights are being you know, stepped on, and that's not the way that the founding fathers set this up. They set it up to be independent, to be free from all of this conformity kind of thing. So that's what's sad for me, to see how it's changed like that. I've never been one of these people that are like, I've never joined clubs and be in a clique and, all this stuff, because it's like, no, I just want to do my own thing. I don't want to be a part of everybody has to do it this way kind of thing.
Yeah, and you could see sort of the French Revolution, right? Because
yeah,
you sort of paraphrased Thomas Paine earlier when he said the government is best which governs the least.
Right.
Right. And then actually I think it was Henry David Thoreau who recanted that it's not only that the government is best who governs the least, but the government is best that governs not at all, he said. Right.
So for that.
So it's like the people kind of handle themselves, right? They don't it tells them the general project of society, but then the people keep the project of citizenship so intact that the government doesn't really do anything, right? It's just sort of it takes out the trash and
yes,
it's kind of like the garbage management
yes,
service.
Yes, the government's role should be as an advisor to warn us of certain things that are coming or whatever, but in no means should they ever have the power to mandate anything, to run anything. They're supposed to be supportive of the people, not repress the people, and that's what we've lost sight of. It's when we pay our taxes and things like that, they work for us, that phrase, but that's really what it is. If you go out and hire somebody to repave your driveway or something, they got to do it the way you want them to because you're paying them to do it that way. But we pay our taxes and the government doesn't do anything that we want them to do. They do it what they want to do. And that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, see, people are worried about the data centers, right? But the truth is that if you have a nuclear power facility right within 100 miles of your home, right, the fact is that you're more reliant on people managing that nuclear power facility, right, than where your food is coming from that day, right? For example, right? So that's just the brute reality of the situation, right? Because if that nuclear power plant is not taken care of, then that core is going to melt through the earth, right, and explode and cause a disaster for the surrounding 50 to 60 mile area. That's likely going to affect you as well, right?
Right. That's the other aspect too. Is we were all born with brains, and there are a lot of really intelligent people out there, but the vast majority of the people in power have no brains at all. It's like that. There's no foresight. There's no, like I got a big problem with nuclear power. Even just for our own purposes, for as a power source itself, because it's so dangerous. It's so hard to control. I don't know why people can't take the time to develop things that are not going to be dangerous to the populace. And nobody cares. It's easy to say, "Oh, this is the most powerful. This is the easiest thing to do. This, oh yeah, we know how to do that," rather than saying, "Well, gee, we can do that, but is there a better way?" Nobody ever looks to see if there's a better way. I don't know. So, don't have much faith in mankind.
Yeah, the nuclear power is a very unique example because not only can you not shut the thing off for thousands of years.
Oh,
right?
jeez.
So the reactor actually needs to cool down for thousands of years, right? And so you have to keep pouring water on the reactor, and that's exactly how the power is generated, right? The pouring water on the reactor generates steam, and then the steam turns turbines, right? So actually, it's a really expensive tea kettle, right? As as one of our teachers once explained. Right, so imagine building something like that has to be managed for thousands of years, and obviously no country has lasted that long. Right, so it's pretty weird. Who's going to manage this thing 1,000 years down the road? We have no idea, right? So yeah, zero foresight. Right?
Well, I didn't really understand the mechanisms behind that. I mean, but doesn't water produce power itself? Isn't that where we originally used that uh, for electricity and whatnot? Water power? Am I wrong in that?
Yeah, they can, right? They would have to build very intricate waterways and dams that I believe would take up a lot more area and a lot more effort than just building a nuclear power plant. So I think for the simple fact of convenience, right, time, sort of management, resource management, so on and so forth, right? Because it to create a nuclear core would take less resources than using tons of waterways of the planet, right? In order to generate electricity and so on and so forth. So I guess by saving space, saving time, saving resources, right? They say, well, we need quick power now, right? And so we need to run this whole thing for millions and millions of people. But the question is why, right?
Exactly. Why? People live for thousands of years without electricity. I mean, since we're used to it, we would hate to lose it, but you can survive without it. And creating all of this other stuff at our expense, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Water generated power, are you saying that we'd use more water than nuclear power plants? Or just
I'm not sure, but I know that they've constructed the present situation to save time and resources, and it seems like it's quick, fast way to accomplish the same thing, right? Because then you'd have to build these intricate dams.
It just seemed it would be safer and better for the environment to do the long way around. But that, like you said, is for convenience and get everything up and running. But I don't know.
Yeah, like the Romans had aqueducts, and we're not really sure today exactly how they were built, right? Because the civilization's gone, right? The Romans also had sort of road building techniques that we don't exactly know how those were accomplished. So
they had running water too. I mean, didn't they have running water in their houses and stuff? I don't know if it was the Egyptians or the Romans.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but the critical point is this, that actually lots of different types of things that ancient people did and knew, right? We actually don't know how they're accomplished, because once the civilization is gone, we don't know how that technology was made.
Right.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, we've lost a lot, I think, through lost technology. Because it seemed to have worked for them. And I mean, just the pyramids alone just always strike me as, holy crap. I mean, they didn't have the equipment that we have now, or did they? Maybe they did and we didn't know. But
there's even like types of dyes where they're like, they don't know how they made this particular color, like what plants they used or whatever. They have no idea.
The problem is their civilizations may be gone, but they left their footprint. We still can see some things that they've done. The way our civilization is going, there's not going to be anything left to even see about what existed here. Sometimes I think we're heading towards Mars, where like everything has been wiped off the face of the planet. Because there's some controversy there. Were there people there? And they're all gone, or is Mars just the way it is? Who knows? I can't for the life of me believe that we're the only planet that has life forms on it, even in our own galaxy. It's just strange to me. But
I'm open on that. But yeah, I mean, I'm one of those guys where I'll believe it when I see it,
Yeah.
And if I see it, I might not believe that it came from space. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
So it could be sort of a dimensional thing. It could be something that I'm seeing in my mind's eye. It could be a fabrication of some sort that somebody has created, either through a hologram or an
Yeah.
AI
Yeah.
or some type of they could even fabricate things in real life, right? So
Yeah.
and fool like 50 people. They all say they saw it, and that's enough for a lot of people.
Right. Yeah, the dimensional aspect is a huge factor too, because we've had this conversation before. We don't believe that life just ends. Um, so yeah, I could see that. Hmm.
Right. There's got to be something, or or just what is a dream? We can't really even say what is mind. Scientists can't tell us what
Mhm.
is the correlates for consciousness, right?
Mhm.
They think it's part of the brain and something that's going on in the brain, but they're not really that sure, right?
I know I've been having some freaky dreams lately over the past few months. They say sometimes that dreams are it's a way of your brain resolving stress during the day or something that you've gone over, or you're thinking about something that's you want to do in the future or tomorrow or whatever. So you dream about, okay, tomorrow I'm going to do this, or I'm going to say this to that person, or do that. But the kind of dreams that I've been having is like they're just like strange, you know. So I've been fascinated to know what dreams really are. Is it, are we kind of traveling between dimensions in our dream, when we're asleep? So we're supposedly asleep. I don't know. Because some of the dreams can be so vivid and real, like you're really there. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a recent dream where I was at this park and I was talking to these 3 kids, right, that were all wearing like trench coats. Right. And I was like, I was wondering like why these kids are wearing trench coats. Is they like part of a gang or something? Right. And I drove to this park, and one of these kids goes and sits inside my passenger seat. Right. And I'm trying to get him to get out of my car, right, or
Mhm.
whatever. And they're kind of like not being very friendly to me. Like first they're being a little jokey, and then being not very friendly. And so I was wondering in the dream, what these 3 sort of trolls represent. Right?
Yeah, right,
Right,
exactly.
because they kept bothering me in this dream, and it was a sort of uncomfortable experience until I woke up where then I was like, huh, that was interesting. Sort of
Yeah.
weird trip I just went on.
For sure. I know some of them can be very strange. Um, I've had dreams that have actually come true, kind of like uh, you wonder if I was traveling and I could see it somehow. Um, but the mind is a fascinating thing. I'm not really convinced what it is. I think that, our soul is in our heart, and their mind and our brain is connected to our soul. It's, a means of communicating, but I don't believe that our brain is our soul. So I don't know. It's kind of fascinating. I don't know. Life is really strange. And you know what? I'm going to just touch briefly on something, and then I'm going to have to shut down because I'm cooking something that's going to be ready in a minute.
Yes, no worries. Yeah, blessings, madam. Yeah, I appreciate you.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming by. This is awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's always good talking to you.
I appreciate. I really enjoyed talking to you too because I learned so much from you. You open up my mind in a lot of ways and get me thinking about. Gee, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're too kind. Yeah, blessings.
No, but I was thinking about the people that talk religion out here, and there's a lot of people that don't believe in God. And it can be God of any You know, doesn't have to be everybody's got to have the same God, but a creator type of thing. And it fascinates me when people don't believe in a creator, because I don't know how they explain life if they don't believe in a creator. You know, so because to me that's part of your soul. You know, if you have a soul, I think you kind of feel that life is spiritual. So some people that don't believe in God, I don't think they have a spirit, you know, a spiritual connection with anything. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think the spirit and you know, the soul are intricately related to a deeper part of ourselves. But I think that this whole idea of God, like where you know, God comes from, and so on and so forth, I think is interesting. What makes atheists, right, sort of posit that there's no God? Well, they sort of have to go with this idea that the universe is eternal, right? So this is the first kind of thing, right? And I've been having a discussion with my friend who's sort of atheistic, right? And he wants to say that the first law of thermodynamics, right, that you know, which is sort of you know, preservation of energy and so on and so forth, right? The energy cannot be sort of created or destroyed or some sort of stuff like that, right? That this is saying that it's matter, right? So I looked into it, and it's not matter, right, that it's talking about, right? It's only talking about things that already exist, right? So it's not talking about the origins of the universe, right? It's not talking about whether matter always existed, right? So I guess the question is what is matter, right? I like to ask that to the atheists, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, yeah, God, like, yeah, sure, you don't believe in God, but if there's no God, then the universe did not have a beginning, right?
Right.
And if it didn't have a beginning, right, then it can't come from nothing.
Right.
And if it can't come from nothing, then it started from something. And if that something is some sort of material substrate, what is that substrate?
Right.
Right? Is it atoms? Is it energy? Right? Is it physical stuff? Is it just a blob, right? A mass that's chaotic that forms into order over time? And what's causing it to form into order? And where are the laws of nature before the creation of the universe?
Exactly.
So these are the fundamental questions.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, to me, their philosophy falls apart. Life has to start from somewhere. You know, it's just, I don't know. I have a theory that I've known some people personally that are atheists and whatnot, and every single one of them has had a major loss in their life. You know, somebody that was important to them, they lost, and so they lost faith. They weren't always atheists. But so I don't know. I mean, I've never known anyone that. I guess if you're brought up by atheist parents, you might become an atheist because you don't know anything different. But most of the people that I know did have a family life that did believe in God. So I think it's a denial thing, or they're hurt or something. And they're turning their back on the possibility, because you keep all of these atheists will tell you time and time again that, you know, there is no God because he lets terrible things happen and suffering. You can't explain the ways of God, but it doesn't mean that there is no God.
Yeah. Yeah, and they'll say something like, well, you know, if all of these religions have gone and went, which one is true? If there's thousands and thousands of religions, that can't all be right. Right? So you are an atheist to all the religions you don't believe in. Well, here's the deal with that, right? The fact is that the further back you go in man's development, you can't really find a society that didn't have a religion. And when you go further back, there's not less religions, there's more religions. So how
Yes.
come man had a deep sense to
Yes.
figure out what the fuck is going on and ascribe spirit to nature and to God and say that we're mixed up in this experience, right? That's the real question. How come we had a deeper sense of what was going on and then we sort of lost that, right? The loss of the sacred, loss of meaning.
Not only that, but when we had a deeper sense of it, people were happier, they were more peaceful, they got along better. I mean, you know, like I know you've had tribal wars since the dawn of time, but basically speaking, people were happier with their lives than they are today without that deeper knowing. So it seems to me we should get back to our roots for a more fulfilling life, but I don't know. Well,
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, I got to end it here. I should have timed it better. See, I didn't think anybody was going to come, so
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, blessings.
But thank you so much for coming, and I hope you have a good rest of the day. And for everyone that's out there, thank you for tuning in. And I'll go live again some other time. It's hard to go live with you guys, man. Like yesterday, it was like Jack, then OTW, then you guys. I mean, you know, it's like, hello, when's my spot? You know.
Yeah.
But I just have to figure it out, and that's why I do it spontaneously. I just, well, okay, nobody's streaming, I'm going to do it now. But
Yeah.
but okay, well, thank you again, and have a good day, and I hope to see you back soon.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, it's always good talking, and yeah, I mean, you have a blessed day, and I mean, check out the stream tonight if you have some time. Blessings, madam.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, peace. Yeah, talk to you soon.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
Yeah, peace.